Hello, good evening. Welcome to our Tuesday 5 p.m. workshop. We're joined here by Director Connor to talk about SSPs. Director Connor, thank you very much for being here. I'll let you kick it off.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Councilors. Wow, that's loud. I apologize. You all received the memo that's with the packet. I appreciate you giving us the opportunity tonight to have this workshop to get some further clarity on the meat and potatoes, if you will, the deep policy issues with the SSP ordinance. We've highlighted 5 items that have come up for debate in past workshops and meetings that we're not quite clear on, and we'd like to get that clarification tonight. So if you'll indulge me, I'd love to start and go right through and start working on the first issue and see where the council stands on that. So the first item is the 1-to-1 ratio for the needle exchanges. We've heard a lot from the providers. I met with Spurwink. I have been in communications with the Maine CDC. Earlier this evening, I did receive some communications from COSI. They've given some suggestions, and they all are in disagreement with the 1-to-1. There are some different options. Obviously, the way that the current ordinance is written is a strict 1-to-1 requirement for all SSP providers. Some of the options are to keep that in place, remove it altogether, or allow for a 1-to-1 ratio. But what do you do with the new enrollees, the new folks that are coming into the provider? What do you do with, what do you allow or do with them? Do you put a cap on it? Do you say if they have 0 needles, they can have 10? In our discussions with Spurwink, they seem to have a pretty good process in place right now with what they do. With new enrollees, I believe they get 1 kit, which, if I'm not mistaken, is 20 needles, and that is correct. And then thereafter, they pretty much do a 1-to-1 for, lack of a better term, if you look at the numbers internally. But those are some of the options that we're looking at. We're trying to find some clarification, so I'd love to see where the council's at so that we know which direction to go in.
Thoughts before we give some consensus to Director Connor? Councilor Herman.
Thank you, and thank you for being here. So I think I've made my opinion clear on this part before, but this seems like it's getting into the level of oversight that isn't really a municipality's job. These are clinical issues and clinical decisions, and I think that's really up to the Maine CDC to dictate those. I also have not seen any scientific or clinical reasoning for a 1-to-1 exchange. So I think our ordinances need to be based in logic, and especially something like this, based in what is working in the medical field. And so I would go with number 3, no restriction on the 1-to-1 ratio.
Councilor Glant.
Thank you, Mayor. What I believe, and I like the idea of the initial 20 for somebody coming in the door to start them off. The object here is to get people to come back so that they can get treatment and get talked to, and it might take years. It could take weeks. I'm 1 for 1. If they bring 1 in, you get 1. You bring 10 in, you get 10. I think the cap on that should be 20. I don't think if someone brings 100 needles in, they should get 100 needles. So, I think there ought to be some kind of an upper limit on that side to make me comfortable. If we give new people 20, they still have to come back. You give somebody 100, it could be a week before they come back. If you give them 20, it could be 2 days. It could be next day. Depending, those who understand how fentanyl works, it's about a 2-hour high. Mm-hmm. So a person can go through 12, 14 needles a day easily on a 24-hour period. So we don't want to have a bunch of detoxing out there or people in the ER. We don't have to. So I would support some kind of language that would state that a 1 for 1, meaning if they bring in 1, they get 1, they bring in 10, they get 10. And I would like a cap on that. and I accept and would like to see the 20 as an initial starter to get somebody to come back. If you give them 1 when they first come in, they may not come back. You know, you give them 10, they may, you know, I believe most of the needles come in 20 packs. My experience of working with them, it's a pack of 20. They could probably tell me that out in the audience better. But that normally is, you give them a case, you know, and they check all, plus they get everything else. They get the literature, they get everything else they need to start on a recovery program at that time. So that's where I think for the 1-to-1 ratio.
Councilor Longchamps?
I too would agree with Councilor Gallant. I think for a new client that's coming in, 10 to 20 needles would be just fine. But I definitely think if you bring 10, you should get 10. I think it definitely will entice them to pick up more than what we're seeing out in the city right now. Thank you.
I mean, my position hasn't changed. I don't think we need, you know, I'm fine with option 3, and I thought that's fine. And I thought that's where a majority of the council was when we last met about this. So I'm not sure what's changing, but Councilor Sol.
I too am for the 1-to-1 ratio, and the new client, 20 seems like a lot, but I'm hearing that that's what probably is needed. So those are my two options would be 1 and 2.
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My position remains that these are medical decisions and should be made by the medical professional. I don't think that we laymen up here on the dais should be involved in the operational parameters of a needle exchange. So I'm in favor of option 3, which is not require any specific ratio. And I do believe that the providers are in the best position to determine how many needles should be given to a new enrollee in the program. These people know what they're doing, so I would leave it up to them.
Just in the interest of time, councilors, I think we all know how each of us feel at this point. It looks like if we were to do a thumbs up or thumbs down here, would be pretty evenly split. So perhaps we will wait until we have another councilor make an appearance. Yeah, do you have anything further to add, Councilor Sol?
Yes. I just wanted to note that the reason for the 1-to-1 mostly is for the litter. Because if they're bringing 1 back and getting 1, bringing 2 back, 5, 10, and getting that many, then we are going to see less needle litter. So that I just wanted to point that out.
Yes, Councilor Harriman, do you have something further?
Yes, I just wanted to add that there's no connection between a 1-to-1 ratio and litter. And I'd also like to ask the councilors why they would ignore all medical advice and clinical best practices when crafting an ordinance that deals with public health.
I don't think we need to go back and forth, councilors. I don't think anyone's going to be changing their mind.
I
at
don't
this
I don't
point.
think we're going to come up with a very good ordinance if we ignore best practices.
Would you like to be recognized further, Councilor Harriman?
No, I think I'm all set now.
Thank you. Let's continue, Director Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, councilors, for that input. The next category is the zoning. I know the initial draft ordinance had very restrictive zoning. We went back and looked through and tried to see some similar types of businesses and where we want you know, our businesses to thrive and whatnot. In your packet should be an updated map. If the legend is too small to read, the red is the no-go locations. The small blue circles are the schools, and then the yellow circles are the daycares. So anywhere that you see a white would be a permitted location. Pretty easy to tell. It's basically the outer corridor of all of our main corridors: Main Street, Sabatis Street, and Lisbon Street, as well as a lot of the I-95 exit ramp area, in addition to the East Avenue corridor. So those would be the permitted locations based off of the zones the permitted zones would be the neighborhood business, the community business, highway business, industrial, and urban enterprise areas.
Councillor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Has the planning board weighed in on these zones, Director Connor?
They have not weighed in on these zones as of this time, not yet. No.
Okay, I would like very much to hear the planning board's opinion on these. I would also like to know what happens to the existing providers, both of whom would be in zones that would not permit that service, if I'm not mistaken.
If I may. One is in a permitted zone, one is not, right, as it stands right now. Part of the draft language that the city attorney is drafting right now, again, it's still in draft, but it has some language that would give a considerable amount of time if any of this ordinance were to negatively affect any of the current operators. They would have I believe that the current draft is up to a year, an additional year to come into compliance with the zoning piece.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to note that I do believe that the buffer zones are punitive. I think they're excessive, and that they're designed to discourage this kind of service.
Our Administrator Canrath, when does the planning board meet next?
We're checking.
While we're checking that, I would like to recognize Councillor Harriman.
What is it, green?
Thank you, and thank you for this updated map. I think it's more workable than the previous one, which basically restricted, almost restricted every parcel in the city. I think this is still a little too restrictive, but I wonder if we permitted mobile exchanges to operate in other areas, because they would not be there 24/7 every day of the year, the impact would probably be less on the neighborhood. So I wonder if this map were to stay in place and we allowed mobile exchanges to operate on a limited basis in other parts of the city, that could fix that issue.
Mm-hmm.
Any updates, Administrator Canrath?
28th.
Okay, so they would meet before our next meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
We can
Further
do it.
thoughts about zoning, councilors? I agree with Councilor Chittum's idea to get the planning board's take on this. Councilor Sol.
I have no problem with the planning board taking a look at it, but my recommendations, I guess, is as long as they're not in the downtown and in residential areas. So I'm okay with this map, and I think we're getting to mobile units next, but so I'll wait until we get to the mobile units.
Councilors, are we fine to let the planning board take a crack at this?
Okay.
All right.
The third item is the mobile exchanges, as you have brought up. The current draft restricts them altogether. So, a couple of the three options, or, obviously there's many more. You have any options that you would like, but, keeping it as a restriction, allowing mobile licensed units as their own entity, as their own license, or permitting the licensed providers that you license in a brick and mortar to be permitted to have a mobile unit, with some conditions. Obviously, they would have to get a permit for it in specific times, dates, locations, and things of that nature, outside of, just like Councilor Harriman said, outside of their normal operating area. So those are some of the items, some of the options, but obviously, whichever way the council wants to go, we can go with.
Councilor Gallant.
Thank you, Mayor. I like number 3, but my problem is brick and mortar, because there might be somebody out of Saco or Biddeford who wants to come up for a day, and they're not going to be part of our licensing. So I'm a little concerned on how we would handle that part of the whole process and what's going to go on. So I think it's some consideration. I like 3, but I worry about, how, if they come up and let's say they're an approved in Saco. Okay, are we just going to say, okay, show us a copy of however they do business there, to prevent somebody just showing up, or are we going to require anybody who wants to be mobile to apply for a license that's not in our area?
If I may, the ordinance would be written to where the only approved mobile units would have to be licensed within the city already.
Okay.
So if you allow 3, 1, 2, however many you approve, if that entity wants to have a mobile unit and it's permitted and you guys approve it, then they would be able to operate, but it would, somebody from Saco would not be able to come up if they did not have a license already to operate here.
Okay, I'll
That's
take
how,
a-
that's how number 3 would play out in the ordinance.
Okay, so I guess then, if I can follow up, Mr. Mayor, real quick. I guess my other thought on that would be, it comes to us for approval, which I believe is fine, but are we gonna set a limit? And, if someone comes in and the 1st of January and says, I wanna have a mobile unit 365 days of the year, and park my truck out here in front of the park, I mean, it's kind of ambiguous, I guess, in a way for me, that maybe we ought to say in there something. I don't know what, I don't know what a good number is, maybe getting with the providers and talk to them, what they think, they thought would be that would allow them to advertise. Quite frankly, it'd be nice if they had a means to let the community know that we're gonna be every third Tuesday, for the rest of the year, we're gonna be outside the park. And then every third Thursday, we're gonna be at some other location, so it's not every day. But then at least the people who have a need to get to the Needles and Hopes for Recovery will have some kind of a schedule. Would be my thought in that area.
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you. I agree with Councilor Gallant. I think anybody who is providing this service in Lewiston needs to be certified by the state and licensed by the city. I think we should license mobile operators should they choose to be licensed, and in that license, it should stipulate the hours of operation and the particular locations. So that, I think, covers the concerns that Councilor Gallant has. I do believe mobile exchanges should be permitted, provided they are certified and licensed by the city.
Can I get a clarification on that?
Yeah.
So is your position that a mobile license standalone would be permitted? So a licensed SSP could be either brick and mortar with a mobile, or just a mobile unit can come in and get a license?
The latter,
Okay.
yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Councilor Sol.
Yes, I agree with number 3, with having a license, the license provider in the city do the mobile unit. But yeah, with some sort of schedule, I think that's going to need, because I don't want them every day of the week out running around the city. So I think a schedule would definitely work. So I'd be good with that. Thanks.
Councilor Chittum, did you have something?
Could I just clarify with Councilor Sol? Are you saying that only a brick and mortar license provider could have a mobile aspect, or can somebody from another city with only a mobile could be licensed in Lewiston?
Only someone from within Lewiston that has a license. That's what I'd like to see.
Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. Yeah, I would allow mobile units. I would also allow entities that are only mobile units to come, even if they don't have a brick and mortar location in the city. But I would require, the state license and the city license as well. I kind of see the brick and mortar and the mobile as two separate things. So if, for example, there was a provider who wanted to do both, I would see it as two separate licenses in a way, or maybe there's a way to add on the mobile piece, because I think it's important for us to both know and have some parameters around the times and locations where they're operating. So I don't know exactly how that permit would look, but definitely allow them. I think a mobile exchange could be a really good tool to alleviate some of the impacts on the neighbors, because it is mobile. It can be, it can go to places that you can't put a building, for example. I can go to places that won't impact the neighbors as much. And if there becomes an issue in a particular place, they can move to a different place. So I think that could be a really helpful solution.
Councilor Longchamp, did you have something?
I would agree with that,
You
Councilor.
want to use your mic, please?
Yeah. I would agree with number 3, with, yeah. Thank you.
Councilor Najin.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to apologize to my colleagues and to staff for my late arrival. Commuting in the summer is miserable. So if we're talking about the mobile exchanges, I would support mobile exchanges for brick and mortar operations within the city. I would also prohibit any mobile operation from operating on public property. Ultimately, private property, I think, is fine. Relationships within private property are fine. I don't think it's appropriate to put a mobile exchange in Kennedy Park. There's no HIPAA protections for the individuals using these resources, and it's incongruous with the purposes of the park. I want to see food trucks in the park, not needle trucks. If a private organization wants to invite an established SSP into their space to use their parking lot where we're meeting people where they're at in order to provide services, I have no issue with that. But it is not an advertisement campaign in the city to say, hey, look, we have people who are using these services, and here are their names and faces, right? I think there's a question around the public ways in which we expose individuals who need to use these services. And so that's why I would say, again, in public spaces, city-owned properties, I would not be in support unless it was like, let's say, some type of harm reduction festival, something like that. But otherwise, restricted to private property or going to meet people where they're at, where they need these services, including other communities. I would highly support SSP operating within Lewiston, bringing a mobile exchange to Wales, Turner, Green.
Councilor Harriman, did you have something else?
I just wanted to ask for a clarification, Councilor Najin. When you say public property, I understand parks, but would that mean they wouldn't be able to park on a street either? They would have to be off the street in private property?
I would absolutely not want them to be parked on our public streets. At the end of the day, again, there's a question of privacy for the individuals using these services, and also the spectacle of like, I could just picture a situation where I'm walking up to, and I know this might sound ridiculous to everybody, but you walk up to get a cup of coffee from the food truck, and it's not. And like, there's places where where these activities are appropriate, and then there are places where they're both incompatible and incongruent. And I think on our public property is one of those spaces.
Councilor Chittum.
Yeah, I'd still like to get some clarification on option 3 here, which says permit licensed providers to operate mobile exchanges. My argument was that you cannot operate any kind of exchange without being licensed by the city. You could therefore also be just licensed as a mobile exchange, but I'm hearing other councilors conflate that you cannot get a mobile license unless you also have a brick and mortar. So I'd like us to clarify that for you.
Yeah, Councilor Najin.
I wasn't conflating, I was stipulating. Ultimately, I don't want a mobile exchange to be functioning in our community that doesn't also have a brick and mortar operation and strong supports around recovery services and wraparound services. Handing out needles is one part of harm reduction. There's a whole part and parcel that I think is tied to actually having a footprint within our city.
Yes, Councilor Chittum.
To Councilor Najin's point, that's something that the CDC requires of needle exchange programs, period, that they have wraparound services. So you can't get a certification from the state unless you offer far more than just clean needles for dirty needles.
Councilors, I'm loath to go back and forth here. Did you have something else to add, Councilor Najin?
I would just state that some organizations do it better than others, and if you have skin in the game within the community, then you're tied to the entire community, not just the people that you're serving.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I could,
Yes.
would it be possible to get a thumbs up, thumbs down from the councilors on it sounds like number 3 is the prevailing choice, but the issue is number 3 alone as as a mobile license alone, and then a mobile license attached. So if those that are in favor of a mobile licensed standalone, could I see how many are? So standalone, not attached to a brick and mortar. 3. And then those that would require a mobile unit to be attached to a brick and mortar license. 3. Okay, so we're right back to where we were with the number 1.
I mean, Counselor, one second, Counselors. Counselor Roy is not here this evening.
Yes,
I
yeah.
would have put my thumbs up for the first group. So, okay. Number of providers, I think. Unless you guys have something substantial to offer at this time. Counselor Najin.
Just as a point of reference, obviously, it's my fault for being late to the workshop, but where did we land on the 1-to-1 ratio?
We're coming back to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then zoning, we skipped?
We sent that to the planning board.
Well, I could certainly share my opinion on it.
You can at the end if you
Fine.
if you may. Thank you, Councilor Najin. Sorry, Councilor Gallant.
Thanks, Mayor. I believe that Councilor Roy needs to be informed. Not that I don't appreciate your decision. I know where his stance is in the community and what he does. And I think if you reached out to him, even though he's not here tonight, this is a workshop, and say, you know, this is what's happened, and we got a 50-50 going, how do you feel? I'd be comfortable with his decision based on you talking to him, Director.
That seems appropriate. Thank you. Yes, Councilor Harriman, did you have something?
Yeah, just a reminder that there will still be 2 readings of the ordinance and
Correct.
chances to amend things at
Correct.
that time, so.
Yes, indeed. Director Connor.
Excellent, thank you. The next item is the number of providers. So as you recall, the initial draft limited the number of provider licenses to 2. And so it's pretty easy, couple options here. Either keep it limited or open up the prohibition and use the, just like we said in here, use your controls for quality and oversight through the licensing process with clear operational standards to govern the licensed provider. So those aren't the only 2 options. You can open it up to any number that you'd like, but those are, the 2 easy ones.
Just to keep things uniform here, we're going to start with Councilor from Ward 1 and then just wrap around.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just as a quick point of reference, Portland has 2 needle exchanges. The challenge that I have around setting a number and specifically is it's somewhat arbitrary. I would think that we would need to, 1, have a demonstrated need for more than 2 needle exchanges. That would be one of the arguments for not increasing it, right? And then 2, speaking to what I see in this community overall, there are a plethora of needs-based services that are basically duplicitous in our city, and these folks usually operate in silos and fight for the same clientele. I can't say that that's necessarily the case for needle exchanges, right? But I can say that it is a concern. And so at the end of the day, I think the question I would have is, why more than 2? What is the evidence that I need in order to make a decision that says we need more than 2, right? And so there has to be some type of means testing in order to say, is 16 enough? Is 1 enough, right? Like that's where I'm like, it's not a business. It's a social service and health policy NGO operation, and so the idea that we'd have 10 of them in the community competing for the same clientele is challenging to me, or also providing benefits for other communities who should have their own SSPs. So the quick answer here is I'm fine with 2 unless there's proof that we need more.
Councilor Longchamps.
I always think about the methadone clinic, and we have 1. I would like to see 1 provider.
Can you move the mic a little closer to you?
Sure.
Thank you.
I'd like to see 1 provider. I'd be okay with 2 if the other counselors, if that was the favorable number. But I'd like to have one.
Counselor Harriman?
Thank you. I guess since the methadone clinic was mentioned, we do only have one, and as someone who's helped somebody get or helped assist someone getting to that, it took months to get there when that person was ready to go. So I think we need to have the capacity that will meet the need of the city. I think we also need to have at least two in case something happens to one of them, so that there's redundancy there. I would go with no limit on the number, and the council's going to make the decision to license each one as they come to us. If we do get multiple applications, we can always make a decision at that point whether we feel like there are enough or there aren't enough. There's also, it is not a business, it's a social service, and there's no profit involved. So it's not like people are going to just be opening them up, like another new Dunkin' Donuts or something. There's no profit involved. So I feel like providers are going to meet the need that's there, and that's where it'll end. So I will go with no limit on the number, but we will have the strict licensing and operational standards.
Thank you.
Counselor Sol?
I would like to see it limited. I, too, would like to only see one. I know we're a very large city, but we're not that large. So, yeah, one would be favorable for me, but two, if that's the way it's going to go. But I would prefer to see one.
Counselor Chittum?
No limit.
Counselor Gallant?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess part of my problem would be is without Counselor Roy being here, if we decide that we're going to allow mobiles, does a mobile count as an extra? So if we have one brick and mortar and one mobile, that's two. I'm concerned with that kind of language in that process. I am for limits in some ways I'm not. It's kind of like a dentist, right? If you only had one choice, you may not get over there and get to see that dentist. But if you get dentists all over the place, you can go get it. Or our famous, marijuana places. I mean, we go on every corner now, right? No limits there. So people could go and be convenient. So should we make it convenient in some ways for this part of our community who has an issue and suffering? So, I'm on a fence for that. If we go with two, I guess I could live with it. I guess technically I would like to see some kind of boundaries, whereas if we go with two, then they each can have a mobile, and that means there's 4 opportunities. But I'm concerned if we go with one, there's only 2 opportunities. We'll go back to Councilor Chittum stating that if an outside agency comes in and they can meet our license requirements, they too could come. Now, do they count as one against the 2? If 2 mobiles get in here before our brick and mortar get their paperwork done, the brick and mortar can't have one? So it's a little more complicated, I think, than just 2. I think it needs to be thought, Director, a little bit broader in that area, simply because, excuse me, we could pit ourselves in a corner where we don't have any. And that's a big concern for me. It's not having nothing. Okay, I mean, one is better than none, obviously, but I don't want to be in a position where we put ourselves where we can't be able to function to help this particular part of our community. If that makes sense to everybody.
I'm against limits for this sort of thing. I think market conditions and other forces, dictate how many there is of anything in our community, and we should just leave it to that. Councillor Najin, did you have something else?
Yeah, so it just as a point of clarity, because I think I'm picturing this a little differently than everyone else is. You would have 2 service providers in the city. Those service providers could have different brick and mortar offices. So ultimately, you might have 2 or 3 offices. Maybe they have an office that is attached to CMMC. Maybe they have an office that is located on Outer Lisbon Street. And maybe they have a mobile unit, right? That's one operator functioning with maybe 3 outreach centers, right? Because I do think that we do run into a problem of reaching people within the community. What we're looking for is trusted partners that both recognize that they're serving a marginalized and challenged set of the population, and the community. And so, that was my vision, anyways, was that a SSP would be able to operate more than one office. But,
Yeah, I don't think the economics of an SSP allow for multiple offices. Councilor Gallant?
I would agree with Councilor Jean, if somehow language doesn't prevent them just to have one brick and mortar building, because maybe as an area grow, there may be CMCC that they want to go set a place up at. There may be someplace else they want to set a place up at, and that still would apply to their one license. You could have a daycare with 3 licenses, or you have daycare 1 license and 3 locations. Okay, so to me, it would be 1 license, 3 locations would be a doable thing from the same brick and mortar, in my opinion.
Councilor Sol?
I would not like to see that, respectfully. I think the license should go with the building, not the provider. So we can't have a provider with 1 license and then operate all over the city, because then there's no point in having the license, really. I mean, or a limit. So the license should go with the property, with the building, in my opinion. So if we had 2 properties operating as needle exchange programs, each one of them could have a mobile unit if it was approved. That's how I saw it, anyway.
Councilor Chittum?
Thank you. I recall reading in one of the earlier drafts, and I think the language is in the draft that we have before us, that a license applies to a location.
Correct.
So that if a brick and mortar wanted to have a mobile, that would require 2 licenses. If a brick and mortar wanted to have 3 different satellite locations in addition to its main location, that would require 4 licenses.
As I said, Councilor, the city attorney is completely revamping, and that new language would have just what you had said. 1 license would cover the mobile unit for the brick and mortar if need be.
Okay, I think that every specific instance ought to have its own license. And I think I'm hearing other councilors say that. I do not think there ought to be a limit, but I think that if you're going to operate 2 locations, you need to have 2 licenses. I would prefer to see that in the final language.
Okay.
Councilor Harriman, or sorry, Director
If
Connor.
I may just get clarification really quick. So I understand if 1 brick and mortar has, if 1 provider has 3 brick and mortar locations, you want to see 3 different licenses. But if that same brick and mortar was permitted, they already have a license for their brick and mortar for their operations, but if they were permitted to have a mobile unit that went out that fell under their license, you would want them to have an additional license for that mobile unit that they went out, that it's still the same operator, the same reporting, the same employees, but you want them to have a different license for their mobile unit that goes out into the community?
That's a good question. I'll have to think on that. My immediate gut reaction is yes, but I reserve the right to change my mind.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Harriman?
Yeah, that was the same thing that I was going to say. Was I feel like the license is really tied to the location. So if one organization wanted 2 or 3 offices, then they would need a license for each one. I think that only makes sense. And then same thing with a mobile unit, because I envision the license as having requirements around when and where they can operate. So that would too be another license. Or if they're already operating a brick and mortar location, maybe it could be a slimmed down version of that. As opposed to someone who is based in another city and is coming in with a mobile exchange, we might need to collect more information from them. Yeah.
If I may. So for brick and mortars that may only do a mobile 2 or 3 times a year, you want them to get a new license for 3 times a year? Is that what I'm hearing?
If it's called a license or a permit, either way, I would say,
Right.
yes, I would say it definitely needs another application.
Right. And so the way we were looking at it was a permit. So you have a license, the overarching umbrella license. If you operate your operation under that license as a mobile unit, you would just need a permit, but the license would go with that operator.
That
And
makes
the brick and
sense.
mortar location. So if it's a brick and mortar location license, If that brick and mortar location wanted to go out and do mobile, it would be permitted under that same license.
Yes, that sounds good. Yes.
All right, back to you, Councilor Glant.
Thank you, Mayor. So I like that, what we just talked about, you know, having it an umbrella. What does the state require? I can imagine the state requires an organization who has a brick and mortar and 2 or 3 mobiles to have something separate for each of the mobiles. Are we making this too complicated? You know, I mean, the reality is the state gives an organization their certification, and if they decide to go mobile with it, the state goes, okay, we're good with that. But we're going to turn around and say, we're not good with that, you need to do a separate license? Or we're going to allow the permit, like he says, if you run it under the state's umbrella and under our licensing and you want to do a mobile, we're going to make the assumption you're going to follow the same rules because you're required to. And a permit would make that simple, in my opinion.
Councilor Najin.
So just to back up for a second, still, any location that would be pulling a license, physical location, would still be conditional and go through an approval process, correct? And then with the permit piece that we're talking about concerning the mobile units, whatever restrictions we put on concerning where a mobile unit can operate, and then also requiring advance notification to the city in order to operate on a specific day at a particular location, would be part of that permit process, is what you envision?
Correct.
Okay,
The,
yeah.
the only difference that I would see is if you have, if you allow a mobile-only unit. So if they're not attached to a brick and mortar locally, they just come and get a mobile-only license, it's going to be a little different, right? Because you're not going to have the same permitting for a brick and mortar, so it might be a different, if it's a mobile license, it's a different kind of application that gives you the what's, the where's, the whys, and all of that. And then a brick and mortar license provider that has a mobile unit that is permitted, the permit will be a little less stringent because all of that data is already captured in the license application, if that makes sense.
Yes. Councilor Harriman, did you have something further?
Yes, just to Councilor Glant's earlier point, I'm not sure exactly what the main CDC requires as far as, if someone wanted to move from a brick and mortar to mobile, but I kind of see them as 2 different levels of oversight with different, overseeing different parameters. So the main CDC doesn't really know what our local zoning is like and what conditions are like, within the city, and that's really our job, is to say when and where they can operate. So I would still require some kind of license or permit for each iteration of a syringe service program.
Everyone's mostly good. I believe so.
I thought that was going to be the quickest one.
Okay. Are you good where we're at?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Looks like good neighbor policy.
So the good neighbor policy in the current draft just states that the provider must give and provide a good neighbor policy. The question was, do you want to make it some sort of specifics? Do you want to see, these types of specific items in the good neighbor policy, or are you okay with just allowing them to say, here's our good neighbor policy? That's really the choice that we're looking at right now.
All right, we're going from the other direction. Councilor Gallant, did you have something on this?
Reverse directions, huh?
Yeah. Make sure everyone's awake.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I believe the good neighbor policy should be left up to the individual running the program, brick and mortar. I don't need to be dictating to people what they should and shouldn't be doing. I believe that part of the licensing is they're going to supply us a copy of the good neighbor policy, and if we don't like it, then we can make recommendations that we'd like to see it tightened up, things maybe added. So I don't want to go out and say you need to have A, B, C, and D until I actually see the first policy, because they may already have it, maybe covering. And I don't know how many current good neighbor policies we have out there in the city that we have to follow. I think it'd be nice to look at those, so at least it mirrors them at a minimum. It's part of what we're going to do. So I don't want to make it harder for one than the other, because that's not fair. Thank you.
What he said, perhaps we could have the requirement of a good neighbor policy and then a template or guidelines or suggested good neighbor policy, but not put that in the ordinance.
Yeah, I'm okay with them putting one together, and then if we want something added, then we can ask them to add that. So I'm good with that.
I see it kind of like a homework assignment, and we should have at least some parameters that their policy needs to address. So they're not just, submitting a policy without any sort of guidelines of what we're looking for. I think there's some, and I would like to work with the providers to see how feasible this is, but I think there's some responsibility for, a certain area around their facility as far as behavior of people who patrons of the facility, and perhaps needle waste that's found on the ground in that area. But I think we have a good neighbor policy for homeless shelters, and I don't know if there's any others that we require them for. But I think we need to at least give some basic guidelines and then ask them to write a policy that reflects those.
If I may, would it be more like, these are the topics that we want you to hit? You tell us how you're going to deal with these topical issues, how you see fit.
Yes, not necessarily like, not necessarily giving numbers or like specifics around that, but yes, a list of topics that you need to touch on and let us know how you're going to handle them.
I would agree with Councilor Harriman. I think we definitely need some sort of guidelines. Thank you.
Okay, so again, I'm going to be the contrarian. First and foremost, I do think the SSP should be writing the guidelines around what their good neighbor policy is. But just like a bar that receives complaints because of the clientele at the bar, and just like our nuisance property laws that apply, I think calls for service and particular activities that happen on the footprint of the property are the responsibility of the SSP. It's not the fault of the SSP, but it's absolutely the responsibility. So I'd say public drug use would absolutely be a strike that would eventually create the requirement for review of license. I would say calls for service, not proactive police enforcement, but calls for service. Would have to be looked at as well, because in certain cases we're using a lot of resources in order to respond to needs within our community that seem to be concentrated. And just like we have nuisance property laws, and just like we have requirements for eating and drinking establishments to be responsible to the communities in which they're functioning in, I would hold the same value to an SSP.
You good on that, Director Connor?
If I may go back over here to this side, so is everybody that initially made their comments amenable to the, basically number one, allowing them to write their own policy, but give them some suggestions and topics? Is that a thumb up? Okay. And then I have Councilor Jean's topics as well that I'll put it. Before we go back to number one, if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, there was one other item that came up from both of our providers that's not on this list, but I don't think we ever addressed it in any of the other workshops, and that was the license fee. The suggested, I think, that was written in the initial was, I think, $550. That was what the initial license fee is for the methadone clinic. So two items that need to be discussed and determined are the initial and any renewal license fees, if any, how much. So just kind of trying to get a range, if you will, as to what the council thinks is appropriate.
Councilor Glant?
Thank you, Mayor. I believe as a community service, there should be no fees, quite frankly. They're offering a service to us and our community and the public, and I don't think that we should be charging them for helping.
Councilor Chittum?
Thank you. When I first saw the $500 license fee in the initial draft, I was aghast. The methadone clinic, that's an application fee, if I'm not mistaken. It's a one-shot deal. I think $500 is excessive with Councilor Gallant's concerns, but having a separate application fee and then a license renewal fee. And the license renewal could be just enough to cover city costs, $50. The application fee also ought to cover the costs that the city is incurring in reviewing that application. But it should not be punitive, and it should be relatively affordable by people who are applying for that license.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with it being free. My first thought was, yeah, $550 is way too much. $100 a year, the initial, and then each renewal is $100. I think is also within the realm of reason. Further thoughts? Yes, Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. Yeah, I would agree with either no fee or just a limited fee to cover cover city staff time to review an application. And I think it's more applicable to the initial application and not the renewal, because nothing's really changing as far as the renewal goes. I did also, I think this was a while ago in an email, but I pointed out that the methadone clinic bills insurance, so there is some, they're able to take in money. The syringe service programs don't have that revenue stream. So, yeah, just being cognizant of how much they're able to pay.
Councilor Sol.
I definitely would like the staff cost to be covered. I'm not really sure how I feel about the fee. I mean, if the methadone clinic is at $500, are there any other establishments that have this sort of?
I'll have to go back and look. I honestly don't know. That was the one that we looked to try to gauge the closest, in service.
Okay. Well, I would definitely want staff time and
Okay.
cost and all that taken care of. But,
Okay.
I'm not sure what the fee should be. But, yeah.
Councilor Najin.
What was the guidance that was provided by the SSPs or the feedback that they shared?
Similar to what you guys are saying, their budgets have been cut. It's very tight. Obviously they would pay it if they had to, but they would like to see it reduced, and if anything at all. But
Okay,
budgets
so
are cut. Budgets are tight, and it's a high fee.
So the second question is, well, again, I believe staff time and effort should absolutely be covered in any fee, especially since we're going to be regulating the operation of the SSPs as far as their adherence to the business license. I'm also wondering what other communities charge. So I think there's a point here where, is $550 ridiculous? I have absolutely no idea. What are other communities charging? And so we have a habit of saying that we're not going to generate revenues from business licensing. That's actually one of the only ways that we can generate revenues in this city. It's that, fines, fees, levies, and property taxes. So again, cover our costs for sure. And if we're seeing that we're out of line with other communities of size that are licensing SSPs, then we would adjust accordingly, my hope would be.
We'll look into that and get that information.
Do you want to revisit one-to-one, Director Connor?
Sure. So as it stands, Councilor Najin, we are at a 3-3 thumbs up for a one-to-one, keeping it a one-to-one restriction. In doing so, though, thinking about those that come in initially that are signing up that have nothing. I believe I let the councilors know Spurwink has their own internal policy where they're doing if somebody comes in with nothing, they get one kit, which I believe is 20. So there was the talk of that. What do you allow them to have up to 20 initially? And then the other 3 are to omit the restrictions altogether.
So after talking to several SSPs, finding out how they operate, talking to my constituents, talking to several folks, my opinion is we would keep a one-to-one. The one-to-one, I'm fine with whatever the state allowed cap is, so I believe it's 100 per day on the one-to-one. But I would absolutely support the one-to-one. With the exception of the fact that I would be willing to support a carve-out, and we don't have to spell this out now, but I would be willing to support a carve-out for any operation to run on a many-to-one basis if they could maintain a delta of, let's say, 90, 95, or 100%. Ultimately, unfortunately, there's a secondary public health crisis that's happening in our community, and it's around needles. We can't necessarily say that it's absolutely the SSPs. What we can say is the only tools that we were given in order to control needle waste in the city is to require a one-on-one exchange. I also, in talking to the SSPs that operate a one-on-one exchange, was told that constant contact with the individuals that are seeking services leads to better results for recovery. I absolutely do not support the concept that we'd supply other organizations with syringes through any of our SSPs, because there is no guarantee that the recovery service that need to come from that are actually present once those needles leave the door. The SSP is required to do it, but a secondary organization is not. And so at the end of the day, I absolutely support the one-for-one with the carve-out. Again, that if you can maintain a delta of 90% or above, many for one, I would be fine with.
Do you want to talk about zoning?
And then the other topic that came up was the zoning, Councilor Najin, and the map that was provided to you. It basically had a restriction to most of the residential zones, a lot of the downtown business districts. The permitted zoning would have been neighborhood business, community business, highway business, industrial, and urban enterprise. It was brought up to bring it to the planning board and have them weigh in on this as well. And obviously, you can see the map of the buffers for schools and daycares.
So, just my opinion, obviously, planning board would be great to get feedback from. I'm comfortable with any zoning district with the exception of NCA, NCB, medium density residential and low density residential. I would want to see 100-foot buffer from the door of the operation to the primary door of any residence. And so that ultimately, instead of doing it by property lines, front door to front door of a residence, I think that is a fair compromise based on how strange our zoning is in the city in some places and how thin it can be. I would also like to make sure that what I consider the downtown business district would be a restricted zone.
And I'll review the tape and take all of these comments for the planning board when we go in July, later July.
Councilor Glenn, did you have something?
Yeah, on zoning, is the zoning going to affect mobile units?
That's the question that I'll bring up to the planning board as well. That was, I
mean,
think.
you know, the reality is, that's something else we need to clarify here, is whether or not that's going to, because if we say private property, and a guy across the street from the park over here is willing to let him park there, okay, it's going to defeat our purpose in some ways of what you're talking about, keeping them out. However, it's going to allow people to have contact. I mean, you know, Trinity could easily say, yes, you can park here, right? And in reality, they're a nonprofit, it's their property. We couldn't stop them. So I think we make sure we go to the planning board, we talk about the full scope of location and the purpose behind mobile, okay? And for me, part of the purpose behind something being mobile is to get to areas you can't normally get to, which would be a lot of this red that we've decided we don't want to have them at. So let's be careful on that as we talk to the planning board. Thank you.
Yes, Councilor Najin.
One thing I forgot to mention was the buffer around the schools, I think, is completely appropriate and needs to stay due to federal sentencing guidelines. Doesn't make any sense to bring people who could possibly have drugs on their persons into places where they could face duplicate penalties. And just to speak really quickly to the mobile unit piece, one, if it was at Trinity, it would be in the downtown business district. Two, separating the mobile units from public display, I think, is the whole point around the HIPAA piece. So like, I would be comfortable, for instance, if private property was offering a mobile unit in a place that sat outside of those zoning restrictions that we talked about. But the challenge again is that, like, when you walk up to a mobile unit that's in full display in public property, everyone who is witnessing that, there's no HIPAA protections for the individual that's using it. It's simply not the case. Everybody can see you, so.
Final thoughts from this side. Councillor Chittum.
Thank you. A couple of things that we did not talk about, and by the way, I appreciate very much your limbing this out for us, Director Connor. Thank you. It's very helpful. One of the early drafts, and perhaps the current draft, has a reporting requirement for SSPs to the city. I believe that SSPs report monthly to CDC. I would like to see that duplicated. Same report, come to us as well.
Yep.
And here's a blue sky thought. We're talking about one-to-one. We're talking about how to limit the number of discarded needles in public and private property. How about if we require that a bounty be paid, so that if an SSP reports in its monthly report that it gave out 600 more needles than it took in, then there would be a $60 bounty to be paid on that differential. That could encourage them to go out and pick up needles on the ground as well.
Councillor Gallant.
I'd close with 95% of the people don't care about HIPAA. Quite frankly, if you've been out there and you talk to them and see, they don't care if who sees them get needles. So I can't support the HIPAA side. I can understand what you're talking about, visibility around different locations in downtown. But quite frankly, I don't think probably 90% of you know what HIPAA is.
Councillors, do you have any final thoughts? We need to wrap this up. Councillor Najin.
So the one thing that wasn't in here, I don't believe, was, so when the hours of the SSP are approved, right, because they're forwarded and approved, one of the challenges that I have is consistent services, right? And so I'm wondering if there is anything that we can put in here that basically stipulates that if there's no contact with the city, and an SSP is not open and operating, let's say 3 times in a month, right, or 6 times within 6 months, that their license could possibly come up for a challenge to be pulled, for review to be pulled.
So you'd like to see a requirement for operation?
Yeah, ultimately, I think that people are depending on these services, and if the organizations are simply not open or accountable to the folks that are coming to them, then that creates a huge problem in the community. It's not safe.
If I may, really quick, Mr. Mayor. So one of the things that we're going to run into with that is their budgets are forecasted, and when the money runs out, the money runs out.
Mm-hmm.
We have a letter from one of the operators that's their case right now. Their budgets were cut, their money is dried up, they have no operational capital.
So you would set that up in such a way that I believe that there would be communication with the city, right?
Yep.
Like the challenge is just disappearing,
Mhm.
right? It's not that you don't have the funding to run the operation. It's that communicating that clearly to the city allows us to also prepare for eventualities, and then also provide possibly resources with our other SSPs or with other communities.
Okay.
I just wanted to respond to that very quickly. I don't support telling businesses or organizations what hours they should or shouldn't be open and then penalizing them when there's staffing concerns and so on and so forth. I just think that's problematic. Director Connor, or Councillor Longchamps, did you want to weigh in?
I think if we put a limit, though.
Do you mind using the mic?
I am.
A little closer.
Yes, sir. I think limiting if we have 2 providers and there's one that's not operating, it is important that we know that for the public. So I think putting that in somewhere would be good.
Okay.
Director Connor, we appreciate you and your service to our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for the valuable information. I'll get back to you with all of that, and looking forward to the next meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, councilors. Administrator Kane Rath, I believe we have some executive sessions coming up. Yeah,
Yes.
yes, okay.
6
Do
o'clock.
do you want to read them, or do you have them handy?
Yes, he says. What about you?
You want me to read the agenda?
No, we're heading to executive session right now.
That's correct.
right? Yeah, I plan to vote to go into executive session. We normally read the, I guess I can find it.
There you go.
You want me to just read the 4 items?
Exactly.
Oh, okay. Executive session 1, executive session to discuss the acquisition or disposition of real estate of which the premature disclosure of the information would prejudice the competitive bargaining position of the city. Executive session 2, pursuant to MRSA Title I, Section 405, to discuss an economic development issue of which the premature disclosure of the information would prejudice the competitive bargaining position of the city. Executive session 3, pursuant to MRSA Title I, Section 405, to discuss an economic development issue of which the premature disclosure of which would prejudice the competitive bargaining position of the city. And 4, an executive session to discuss the acquisition or disposition of real estate of which the premature disclosure of the information would prejudice the competitive bargaining position of the city.
May I have a motion, please?
I move we enter into 4 executive sessions sequentially.
Councilor Chittum, followed by Councilor Gallant. All in favor? Madam Clerk, I hope you're proud of us. Hello, and welcome to our Tuesday evening 7 o'clock meeting. I realize it's 7:39. I appreciate the public's patience. We're going to kick things off with the Pledge of Allegiance, and we have a future Lewistonian here. He's moving to town. Jim Craig will lead us. Thank you very much, Mr. Craig. Madam Clerk, I believe we're ready to begin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All roll call votes for this meeting will begin with the Councilor of Ward 6. We will also note for the record that Councilor Roy from Ward 4 has an excused absence this evening.
Thank you. I understand we have minutes.
We do. The acceptance of the minutes of the June 17th meeting.
May I have a motion, please?
Would they be approved as presented and corrected, I hope?
Second.
Councilor Shidden, followed by Councilor Gallant. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Oh, yes.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
We're now up to public comment. Any member of the public may make comments regarding issues pertaining to Lewiston City government. This period is reserved for non-agenda items. Public comment is also allowed during individual agenda items. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person. Please state your name for the record, and please indicate if you are a Lewiston resident. Because this is the business meeting of the City Council, all questions shall be directed to the mayor, who will ask staff to follow up at a future time. It is illegal for the City Council to allow comments related to personnel matters. All personnel complaints should be made directly to the City Administration Office. Anyone wishing to make public comment could use the podium.
Okay. I'd first like to say that I'd like the emails of, I'm sorry, I'm Paula Misha of Lewiston. And I did stand before you on April 1 and made public comment. I do want to say I'd like the names, the email addresses of the people that I could send my testimony to, because I didn't make enough copies. So if I could get that before I leave, maybe you could pass a paper around and I'll write your email address on it. So I am the victim of false claims that were made and acted on by the Lewiston Police on March 24 and March 30. These arrests were based on a false claim by someone in Lincoln County, and the warrant was based on a lie. Okay, so everything that happened right now to me is wrongful arrest. I want to say that I will be making a complaint to the department because I know this is not for personal matters. But right now there is a warrant for my arrest. And I want the chief of police to acknowledge that I have a valid complaint of false claims and to mitigate further damages, because already my door has been kicked in by 5 officers. I'm a 60-year-old grandmother who has done nothing but call the school in Waldoboro, Miller Elementary, with concerns for my grandchildren and the alienation of all of the paternal, their father's relatives, due to they broke up and she has full custody. Okay? So that's basically what I want to say. I think also that you should have a printer available for the public. That would be a very small expense, so that people with testimony can, in another room maybe, print out the copies for the council. So other than that, I think that you should also try to get more input from the public, possibly through surveys that would be conducted, maybe with the help of school children and distributed through the schools, because a large percentage of people in Lewiston do have children of school age. And it would be a good way for them to say what they feel, so that way things can be prioritized. Possibly, you could have the schools holding a meeting every, like, 2 weeks, like before this council meeting, and a free meal, and incentivize people to come for their
That's
free
time.
meal.
Thank you.
And
If you've printed something out, you can leave it with the deputy city administrator, and if you'd like to email it, you could email it to publiccomment@lewistonmaine.gov, and that will go to all of us.
okay, let me write that down. Public comment at,
lewistonmaine.gov,
okay, and the city administrator?
deputy city administrator.
It is going to be my police with me. And then I'll email something to the. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment?
Good evening. My name is Melinda Small, and I am the owner of Legends Sports Bar and Grill. We spend a fair amount of time talking about the problems within our city and in our businesses. Today, I hope we change that narrative and start talking about solutions. We talk about economic development, and I personally want to say thank you. I was a recipient of a low interest rate loan in order to get Legends started. I quickly paid it off once we were stabilized, but I have questions now. And I have to ask, what happens when these businesses fail? Do the new owners get warned about the public safety issues, or are those just swept under the rug? Because in my opinion, our biggest issues today as business owners is public safety. No employee should have to walk over an in-house person in order to open their front door. They shouldn't have to call 911 because someone is harassing their guests, spitting on their windows, following people to their cars. But this is happening right here in our city. And then we're expected to just simply clean it up and go back to work as if this is normal. And unfortunately, this is normal. To protect my staff, I have invested tens of thousands of dollars in security cameras. That's not growth, my friends. That's survival in today's business world. I would much rather have invested that money into improvements or even city programs, but spent on basic protection. Recently, I had a very eye-opening experience, and it taught me a lot about the laws that we are under. And what I've learned is this: our laws now place the unwell and the unhoused above the safety of my workers, my employees, my business, and you, the public. And I ask, did you vote for this? Do you see what's taking shape before your very eyes? I've been told repeatedly over the last couple of days, weeks, my hands are tied. More times than I can count. But you know what? I didn't like that answer, and I didn't accept it. I kept pushing, because when no should be yes, I'm not going to listen to why we can't get a yes. So I pushed, and I pushed again, and I kept being told there's nothing we can do. And I said, that doesn't feel right.
That's time.
Stephen?
Thank you.
Let her finish. Let her finish.
Brett Martell, Ward 7 resident. I'm glad that the comments are to be directed at you tonight, Mr. Mayor, because that's where I think a lot of the problems lie. I'm going to start by reading something real quickly. Maine Civil Rights Act provides for the right to engage in lawful activities without being subject to physical force or violence, damage or destruction of property, trespass on property, the threat of physical force or violence, damage or destruction of property, or trespass on property, that any conduct that would result or cause a reasonable person to suffer emotional distress or fear of death or bodily injury to that person or a close relation motivated by reason of race, color, religion, sex, ancestry, national origin, physical or mental disability, sexual orientation, or gender identity. In the last 4 months, we have had no less than 3 shootings directed immediately at not just a place of worship, but a single place of worship at the mosque on Bartlett Street. A 19-year-old was struck on March 12th of this year. There was over a dozen shell casings picked up, according to reports. June 20th, again, multiple shooters hang out of a car shooting at the mosque, and now again just yesterday. What does it take to get the city to call this a hate crime? I've never seen a more textbook definition of a hate crime that warrants the resources, efforts, and attention that would come with escalating this violence on a group of people that are just, I mean, one of them happened during Ramadan. I'm not a Muslim, I am a religious person. I don't know exactly how important that holiday is, but I can't imagine my church getting shot up on Christmas with my family on my way into or out of Mass. It would be traumatizing. So the fact that this has happened in so many times in such a short period of time, and the city hasn't found the need or willingness to escalate this, to ask for outside help, whether that be from state or federal enforcement. I know that the council likes to fancy itself progressive and to protect those that are marginalized or anything else, but this is attack on a specific place of worship by people that are just trying to practice their faith. Clearly, whatever's being done is inadequate because it continues to happen. And I haven't seen anything. I did hear a quote from the mayor, something about that this is, I don't know if you'd like to let me know, but that you were troubled by it because of the amount of shootings that have happened recently. If you want to include the shooting at the backpack giveaway by another minority advocate group in the same area about a year ago, this seems like a very targeted act. Whether it's by the same people or not. And I don't care who's committing the act. I don't care if they're white, green, black, brown, how they identify or what their religion is. The facts are the facts, and it takes more attention, and there needs to be an escalation in the priority of stopping this.
That's time. Thank you. Further public comment?
Hi, I'm Lynn Philippon. I was here last month. I live in Lewiston. Let me see here. Asked many people in my circle, and no positive words about our mayor. Words used were sad, doesn't do anything, and Lewiston sucks. You're not well liked. I dare say that there are council members who feel the same. Thank you, Councilman Gallant, for coming to see Jill Street. However, I did not receive a response email. I sent regarding your visit. In talking with you, you agreed that Jill Street was in desperate need of repair. Also mentioning because of the new president, we had only $1 million that we were given this year compared to the $5 million that you were given in 2024. Also, let me see here, 2 years behind in property tax evaluations within our city. 2 years backlog of projects that are contracted out in the city, I believe is what you said. When I arrived this evening, I had a chance to meet our fire chief, Karen, and regarding Jill Street, and was said that he would check it out tomorrow and take a look at Jill Street to see if there's a possibility that a fire truck could actually make it up Jill Street. Without, oh, wait a minute, I think it was without hitting the bumper on the top as they go up. The only access. Let me see. Fighting to have roads repaired is not what I want to be doing on a beautiful summer evening. Yet here I am again. I'm asking for something to be done to Jill Street once again. Words that come to mind are misappropriations of funds. Let me see. Listening, not listening to the city of Lewiston citizens, all of you.
That's time. Thank
Show
you.
up on time,
Thank you. That's time.
dress the part, and act the part.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Matthew Agron, Ward 4. As we
One second, Mr. Agron, if we can restart his time. If you would like to talk, please take that out into the hall. Please keep the council chambers quiet. Thank you. Mr. Agron.
As we are continuing to see more and more of our businesses leaving this town, many are finding out that business costs are going up much faster than their income can support. But that's not limited to Lewiston alone. That's everywhere. What I would like you as a council to focus on doing is focus on bringing in new businesses. It doesn't need to be a major manufacturing concern. Small businesses would be helpful. Because let's be honest, all that office space we have in this city will probably never be filled again because everyone's gone to virtual offices, or most people have. Then we are still having continuing issues of violence within the city. And it's not just limited to one area. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be going away anytime soon. So could we, the public, ask for another press conference or public meeting and update with our police chief like he did not too long ago to have him go over the results that he and his force are seeing as they're trying to bring things back under control. This way, the city as a whole can hear what Lewiston PD needs to help keep our city and people safe. And we need to keep our city and people safe because that's what makes people feel free to come out and visit and support the businesses we have in the community. But let's be fair, Lewiston PD cannot do this alone. As Councilor Longchamp said at the last meeting, if you see something or know something, let Lewiston PD know. Otherwise, you're not helping to make this city safer. Thank you very much for your time.
Further public comment? Public comment is now closed.
Am I allowed to ask a public question, or can I only comment?
You can only comment. Yeah. Feel free to send us an email.
Okay.
To publiccomment@lewistonmaine.gov. Thank you. Administrator Kane Rath, we have your administrator's report.
All right, thank you. You remembered my report this evening, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Starting off, my next public listening session, we're calling this one a mixer, actually, will be held on July 31st, 4:30 to 6 p.m. At the Lewiston Public Library in Callahan Hall. Of course, all Lewiston residents and local business owners are welcome and encouraged to attend to share their thoughts, views, concerns, ideas, complaints, or anything else you'd like to share with me. So again, that's July 31st, 4:36 in Callahan Hall for our next mixer. I want to talk about panhandling for a moment. We are taking a serious and more proactive look and stand against panhandling and loitering in our downtown. One particular problematic area is at the corner of Lisbon Street and Main Street, where we have a seemingly constant presence of panhandlers at that corner. I've discussed this situation with our police department extensively. They are obviously acting within the scope of the law and doing what they can do to deal with panhandlers there. But we're also looking at several other strategies to discourage panhandling. Currently talking with Public Works about placing some various physical barriers or planter boxes at that corner to discourage physically panhandlers from congregating there. And we're also going to be installing new signage that's going to be going up shortly to discourage panhandlers and discourage passing motorists from encouraging panhandling at that corner. We're going to be looking at some other corners in downtown also. This is a major distraction and what many would call some visual blight as you enter our downtown. And we're going to be taking a stronger and more proactive stance with panhandling and loitering in our downtown. Kennedy Park, in keeping up the effort there to make Kennedy Park a more welcoming and attractive place for people to go, we have installed, they actually went up today. We may be adjusting the size of the signs in the near future, but new signage laying out some park rules and tips for the public. These are welcoming signs. They'll say "Welcome to Kennedy Park." It's not just a sort of in-your-face negative sign. But people need to be reminded of what is proper conduct in the park. So signage has gone up, and again, our police department has increased foot patrols, and we are taking a more, again, proactive stance with some of the behaviors we've seen in Kennedy Park to make sure it's a welcoming place for all of our residents to be, not just some. Just a couple quick staff updates to milestones. I want to recognize two long-term city employees tonight on their retirements, which we both celebrated in the last week. First, Dave Gudis in our MIS department, who was former PD, also retired last week after 48 years of service to the city. In addition, Roger Burnett of Public Works retired after 43 years of service to the city. So this is exceedingly rare now that we see these sorts of milestones for employees to reach 40 years or more. So a sincere thank you to both of them. I think we're going to have more to say about them in a future council meeting to recognize them. But thank you to Dave and Roger for over 4 decades of service to the city of Lewiston. We appreciate your efforts. I also quickly want to recognize Sarah Turner, who's our Deputy Director and Children's Librarian at the Lewiston Public Library, who recently accepted the American Library Association's 2025 Lemony Snicket Award for Noble Librarians Faced with Adversity on June 29th at the association's annual conference in Philadelphia. The award seeks to honor a librarian who has faced adversity with integrity and dignity intact. The award was established by the author Lemony Snicket himself, pen name of the American author Daniel Handler. So congrats to Sarah for all of her work and efforts at the Lewiston Public Library. Lastly, as I outlined in a memo to you guys last week, a number of public safety priorities, but we do want to purchase several more surveillance trailers to position around the city. These do act as a deterrent to a number of crimes and provide what's really needed visibility in many areas. We have identified some potential Homeland Security grant funds to fund these, so we'll have some more updates forthcoming in the future, but we do intend to get some more of these trailers and get them up in some areas that really need some more visibility and eyes on what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Administrator Kainrath. Madam Clerk, I understand we have a consent agenda.
You do. There are 6 items on the consent agenda this evening. Item number 1, order authorizing acceptance and appropriation of the Stephen and Tabitha King Foundation Grant Award. Number 2, amendment to the traffic schedule to remove all 4-hour time limitation parking meters on Canal Street and replace them with time-regulated 2-hour parking. Number 3, order authorizing execution of municipal quitclaim deed for real estate located at 1675 Lisbon Street. Number 4, request for approval of outdoor liquor service at Ron Moran Field for the kickball tournament sponsored by the LA Metro Chamber of Commerce. Number 5, continuation of public hearing regarding amendments to the business licensing ordinance for the licensing of syringe services programs. And number 6, order authorizing the transfer of funds from the 2020 bond 911 radio replacement, mobile and portable radios, and site connectivity projects to the Lewiston Auburn 911 Communication Center.
Have a motion, please.
Move all 6 items on the consent
Councilor
agenda.
Chittum, second by Councilor Najin. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Item number 7.
Item number 7, public hearing on applications for new liquor license and special amusement for live entertainment for the Colisée, 190 Birch Street. Requested action to authorize the city clerk's office to approve a new liquor license application and special amusement permit for the Colisée, 190 Birch Street.
May I have a motion,
So moved.
please? Councilor
Second.
Chittum, second by Councilor Najin. Discussion? Public comment? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Item number 8.
Item number 8, public hearing for approval of an outdoor entertainment permit for the Summerfest event. Requested action to conduct a public hearing on an application for an outdoor entertainment event for Summerfest and to grant a permit for an outdoor entertainment event as required by the City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 10, Article 1, Section 10-3, to the Franco Center for Outdoor Music Concerts for the event to be held on part of Oxford Street on July 26, 2025, contingent upon positive recommendations from the Police Department, Fire Department, Code Health Officer, and Land Use Inspector regarding compliance with all regulations and compliance with all city ordinances.
May I have a motion,
So
please?
moved.
Counselor
Second.
Chittum, second by Counselor Harriman. Discussion? Public comment? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Item number 9.
Item number 9, public hearing for approval of an outdoor entertainment permit for the Lewiston Auburn Balloon Festival. Requested action to conduct a public hearing on an application for an outdoor entertainment event for the Lewiston Auburn Balloon Festival and to grant a permit for an outdoor entertainment event as required by the City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 10, Article 1, Section 10-3, to the Lewiston Auburn Balloon Festival Committee for outdoor music concerts for the annual festival to be held at Samard Payne Memorial Park on August 15th through 17th, 2025, contingent upon positive recommendations from the Police Department, Fire Department, Code Health Officer, and Land Use Inspector regarding compliance with all regulations and compliance with all city ordinances.
May I have a motion,
So moved.
please? Counselor Chittum.
Second.
Second by Counselor Najin. Discussion? Public comment? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Item number 10.
Item number 10, public hearing and first passage regarding an amendment to the Traffic and Vehicles Ordinance to change the definition of abandoned vehicle. Requested action that the proposed amendment to the City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 70, Traffic and Vehicles, Article 1 in general, Section 70-2 definitions, receive first passage by a roll call vote, and that the public hearing be continued to the next regularly City Council meeting.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Counselor Harriman.
Second.
Second by Counselor Gallant. Chief St. Pierre, would you like to kick us off?
Sure. This isn't an item that was brought about by myself. It was Councilor Harriman that brought it up, and what he'd like to do is change the ordinance as it affects abandoned motor vehicles. Currently, our abandoned motor vehicle statute does not allow for a vehicle to park stationary in one parking spot for more than 24 hours at a time. The recommendation from Councilor Harriman is that that should be I think it was 15 days he requested at first, and then 10 days perhaps is where he settled on it. We've had some discussions about it. In the 33 years that I've been a police officer here in Lewiston, it's always been 24 hours, and we've never had an issue with it. My personal opinion and my professional opinion is that it's a good tool to be able to move cars or vehicles that are perhaps shouldn't be parked, unregistered vehicles, vehicles that have damage to them, flat tires. They're just, they don't look good, trash develops around them. Whether or not plowing needs to take place or general road maintenance, it's not a hassle to get rid of those cars after 24 hours. We make a concerted effort to reach the owner, leave notes on the car, usually give it much more than 24 hours. So I would oppose the 10 or 15 days. And perhaps if it's the will of the council, I'm happy to change it. I don't make the rules, but I just enforce them. I'm happy to say maybe 3 days would be a happy medium, somewhere in there.
Counselor Harriman.
Thank you. Yeah, so I did bring this up after, I think it was back in May, the police department made an announcement that they were making renewing an effort to enforce this ordinance. I was surprised because I hadn't heard of the ordinance, and I was really surprised that it was only 24 hours because, I'm used to living in places that don't have off-street parking. Residents downtown, need that on-street parking, and the way the ordinance is currently written, you can't park on the street for the weekend, say, or if you have a day off from work or something. I tried to get more information about the ordinance, and I found that very difficult, and that's the only reason why it's on the agenda is because I kept getting conflicting answers and non-answers from the police department, and I asked admin for help, and they couldn't get the answers either, so I mean, that's why it's on the agenda. I thought that 10 days was pretty reasonable. That's what the city of Portland does. And I feel like they're probably the most comparable to us as far as neighborhood style and residential density. So I felt like 10 days was probably pretty reasonable. That would allow somebody to, to have a few days off from work, go on vacation or something, and still be able to park their car somewhere. But I just felt that 24 hours is just not reasonable for someone who doesn't have anywhere else to park.
Yes, if everyone could please silence their cell phones, it would just be wonderful. I'm sorry, were you finished, Councilor Harriman?
Yes.
Councilor Glant?
Thank you, Mayor. I couldn't see possibly 10 days. That's, in my opinion, be crazy, because they get a small market or a store, somebody be parked in front of them, blocking them. It's not just residential. I mean, and I understand people live in apartments, have places to park, but we have winter parking guard lines. So if you're gonna be gone for a week, go to a parking garage, go to one of the spots that you're supposed to, where the car would be out of the way from other people. 24 hours may not be reasonable, 48 maybe, and then you get to, they're gonna mark the tires, or what are they gonna do to keep track of it? I think any vehicle that is bad tires, out of registration, I don't think they need 24 hours. Quite frankly, if they've broken the law and it's a disabled vehicle, that should be towed. That's just eating up a spot that we need for other residents in the city to use.
Councilor Chittum?
Thank you. I will make an amendment to change the 10 days to 72 hours. That's my motion. I'd like a second.
Do we have a second for that?
I'll second it.
A second by Councilor Sol. Thank you. We have this new amendment. Did you get that, Madam Clerk?
I did, yes, thank you.
Okay. Anything further, Councilor Chittum?
If it's not broke, don't fix it. I mean, I have not heard a lot of complaints about people who have been on the street for 28 hours suddenly losing their cars and getting horrendous fines. As long as we have a reasonable police chief, I think that 24 hours is reasonable. However, in deference to Councilor Harriman's concerns, I don't see a problem with making it 3 days or 72 hours. Of course, we'll have to revisit this if we get another chief other than our affable and congenial Chief St. Pierre.
Yes, Councilor Najin?
So just to check something really quickly, if an unregistered vehicle is on our streets, that vehicle is not immediately towed?
Not immediately. It can be. It's subject to be towed. It has to be registered to be on a public way. The vehicles I'm more concerned with are those that are, create blight. They look terrible. There's trash built up around them because they've been there for so long. And typically we'll get a call on it by the time the parking enforcement goes out and actually chalks the tires. They run the plate. They try to make contact with the owner. They leave a note on the car. Far exceeds the 24-hour period. But I think, perhaps, again, I'm not opposed to changing it. That's not my role. But I think 10 or 15 days is too long. I think we need to have parking turnover so that everybody gets prime opportunity to park in a certain spot. If people are just leaving their car there on a regular basis for days on end, it's not fair to the other people that need to park there as well.
Completely understood what you're saying. When we have a snow ban, we also tow immediately, right? That's not a 24-hour period?
And that's
Okay.
a different ordinance in itself, emergency situations that dictate that we can move those cars.
So the thing that I would point out is we have 5 or 6 parking garages that the city has invested a lot of money into. Generally speaking, I think up to a 3-day window works for neighborhoods that don't have off-street parking. I don't necessarily even think that the 24-hour ban is inappropriate for neighborhoods that have off-street parking. But at the same time, too, I hear the argument. I think, somebody coming for the weekend, parking in front of your house, it's there for 72 hours, that makes sense. 10 or 15 days is difficult, I think. Are there also areas in which you're wanting to try to keep cars moving along?
Typically the business districts would be my primary concern, so that the turnover, more customers can come to whatever business is in that area. Residential perhaps is a little bit different, and that's why I'm not opposed to the 3-day 3 days versus 24 hour.
And within the business district, we would still be giving a 24-hour notice before we towed a vehicle?
Well, it would be, if you're going to change it to 3 days, it would be 3 days. You know, and Maine law dictates that you must notify the DMV, the BMV, of your address change within 30 days. It's a requirement for your vehicle registration that it's updated with the proper information so that we, as the police, can run that and find out that you live at 123 Pine Street, for instance, and go to 123 Pine Street and say, hey, your car's been parked here for a long time. We're not going to... We're going to give people opportunities, we always have, and like I said, this has been in place for the 33 years that at least I'm familiar with, and it's never been an issue. And we've never abused it or towed people just because we think it's fun or anything.
That certainly sounds kind, and also an allocation of resources that could probably be better directed elsewhere, in all honesty. But I would say I'm a little concerned about vehicles being parked downtown for 24 hours. So I'm wondering is there a possibility that in different zones we could have a different, for instance, if you receive 2 or 3 tickets, right, in those 2-hour windows, can that vehicle then be towed? Like, have we ever done that before? You're shaking your head no. Deputy Director O'Malley, could you explain?
Yeah, you'd have to, excuse me, acquire enough tickets for us to tow it, which I believe when I was the affable police chief at the time, we upped it to $200 as opposed to $100. So you'd have to acquire $200 worth of tickets before we could to scofflaw where we could tow it. So there's another section for scofflaw. But if you're going to change this to 3 days, be prepared for these vehicles to be parked in front of a business, possibly for 3 days. And I know we've had city councilors make complaints about vehicles that were parked and saying, why is this still here? So if you're going to take a tool away from the police department, and I'll say I'm almost 36 years, because I've been here longer than him, we never abuse that. We don't have the manpower to go around. We're not chalking tires in the downtown neighborhoods. It's only when the vehicle is clearly abandoned, and I think that's what we have to remember, that this is an abandoned motor vehicle, not somebody parking in front of the house for the weekend, is when they utilize this 24 hours.
I was one of the counselors that complained about cars parked downtown in front of businesses. Okay.
Councilor Longchamps.
I'd like to stick with the 24 hours. Not only do I have a business down there, but there are a lot of cars that are not workable, and people are doing drugs in there. If you look on the call log over the last few weeks, I've been calling about them. So I'd like to keep it at the 24 hours. I also know of vehicles that some of my tenants, their vehicles broke down. They went down to the police station and said, hey, it's going to take a couple of days for me to get a tire or whatever the case may be. And without a problem, you guys said, you know, no big deal. Just take care of it and have it gone in a few days. So I think it's important to keep it at 24 hours. If it's not broke, why fix it?
Yeah, I'm concerned that this is going to have a negative impact on our businesses. As the chief mentioned, we've been fined for at least 3 decades, almost 4 decades with our previous police chief. And I'll be voting no on this amendment, Councilor Chittum, but that's only because I think that we should be keeping the 24 hours.
Me too.
Councilor Sol.
I just want to clarify. So it's 72 hours from the time that the officer is at the vehicle. Is that correct?
It's currently 24.
I mean 24 hours.
Yes, yes. So what they'll do is they'll chalk the vehicle, chalk a certain part of the tire, come back the following day, 24 hours later, or usually it's 2 days before they come back, sometimes even longer, because the officer that tagged it or chalked it might be off for those 2 days. But 24 hours is the specific time period that is allotted right now that you have to move. I mean, even if you move your car 4 feet forward or 5 feet backwards or something, you're no longer in that violation if you keep moving it a little bit. Not to give the community a little tip on how to avoid the police.
Here's a little tip for you. So it's not, if I own a business and I call, I still have a little bit of a wait if it was to be 72 or even 10 days.
We answer the complaint right away. If somebody calls and says, listen, this car's been here forever, we'll send a beat officer or the parking enforcement officer that we have.
Yeah.
If it's Monday through Friday, it'll be the parking enforcement officer. If it's outside of business hours or during the weekend or overnight or something, it'll be the patrol officer that'll actually go handle that complaint.
So if this changes, the vehicle would still be there for either 72 hours or 10 days, however?
Whatever the council decides they
Okay,
want to change
yeah,
it
that is
to,
a
if
long
it's
time.
72 hours or 10 days or 15 days, that's what it'll be.
10.
Yeah, that's not really fair to the business owners. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. There seems to be some misconception about the parking regulations. As far as I understand it, the abandoned vehicle ordinance doesn't supersede all the other ordinances we have. So if you're in a, downtown in a 2-hour spot, this doesn't allow you to park there for 24 hours. You're still allowed to park just for 2. And for a market, like a neighborhood market, that might have, 30-minute parking or 60-minute parking even, it doesn't allow you to override those more restrictive regulations. So those are still in place. And I guess, the questions that I was trying to get answers to were like, how is this enforced and what is it used for? Those are some of the questions I was trying to get answered that I wasn't able to get answers to. So I don't know if you're able to answer those questions now. Like, what is
I can answer them again. They're in all of my emails, very, very written very clearly. We address issues as they come. If a car looks terrible, if it's got flat tires, if it's got a broken windshield, if it's got trash piled around it, if the snow plows are plowing around it and it hasn't moved, all of those things are the reasons why we would take note or take action on those vehicles. Usually it's by citizen complaint or business owner complaint, but the officers do also some proactive from time to time. The reason that you brought it up is because you saw it on on a post that we put on Facebook, and that was really an educational post, as I explained in all my emails. It wasn't merely just telling people that we're going to start a big push on this. It was just to educate people of that ordinance because, like yourself, you weren't aware of it.
Yeah, I guess I'm just unclear about how the enforcement happens because, I brought some vehicles to your attention, like the one with the police flag in it on Ash Street there. That was even at an expired parking meter for about a week, and it was uninspected, missing a license plate, and it just sat there in a very visible part of the downtown. There's a car up on Ash Street a little further up. It's been there for over a month and it has a flat tire. And I just don't understand how the enforcement happens. And then I've heard of other people who have been parked who have an operable vehicle, who have been parked in places for shorter periods of time, and they get ticketed for this ordinance. So I'm just trying to figure out how the enforcement happens, what the mechanism is, and ask why we can't update the ordinance to reflect reality.
We certainly can. And in that vehicle that you pointed out with the police flag on it, first of all, not a policeman, somebody that just is a supporter of the police. You brought that up. Because you brought that up, you made a complaint, so to speak. We handled it that very day, and that vehicle was gone that day. So that's how that happens. That's the mechanism. Somebody calls and makes a complaint, we handle it appropriately.
I was just wondering because it's, it was at the bottom of Ash Street, like the most visible block in the city, and it just seems like the enforcement is very uneven, and the car I mentioned on Upper Ash Street that's been there over a month. I was trying to get answers to how the ordinance was enforced and what it's used for, really, and those are the questions that I still have.
Councilor Longchamps.
I'll pass, actually, sorry.
Okay, Councilor Gallant.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be quick. I guess I'd like to answer part of your question, Councilor Harriman, is the simple fact that they're not looking for Car City for 24 hours. They don't have the time. They're looking for citizens like yourself and myself who see a problem and we call it in. On occasion, they may tag a car that doesn't move for a day, and unfortunately, that person might get towed, but I don't think it's the norm. I think that 24 hours is plenty of time, and I think that we as citizens, if you see an abandoned car or a car that looks like it's in disarray or been sitting in front of your house for a long period of time, don't like it, get a hold of the police. They will investigate and let you know what the situation is. And if it may be a valid reason it's there, we really don't know, but I think it's up to us as citizens to help them in that area if we want to clean up abandoned cars. That's my thought.
We are now heading to public comment for this agenda item.
Elizabeth Eames, Ward 3. As someone who lives alone and may get sick, I'm worried that my car left on the street for more than 24 hours could be subject to this. So I was quite concerned when I saw this agenda item because my car has been known to sit in one spot for a couple of days if I got ill. I normally park in the garage, so I think that's not subject to it. Yes, thank you. But if it weren't in the garage, then I am quite concerned that some people who are more precariously living might end up at the wrong end of this stick. Thank you.
Matt Roy, Ward 6. There are 2 points that I guess we're missing here. Well, reading the chief's memo, given that we only have one officer in parking enforcement, a 24-hour seems weird. And of course, then there's the irony attached to that, that if it's abandoned, it's probably been there longer than 24 hours to start with. And then I guess to educate Councilor Harriman, the Portland ordinance is the 10 days doesn't actually kick in, the 10 days for you to move your vehicle in Portland after it's been deemed to appear to be abandoned. So you're going to get your, well, Portland, you would get your 15 days anyway, probably, because it's probably been there a day or two. Then you have 10 business days, so excluding weekends, obviously, federal holidays. Of course, you know, the council, if they actually wanted to enforce abandoned car policy, probably should add a few parking enforcement officers to the chief's budget. Thank you.
My name's Melissa Dunn. I live on Blake Street in Lewiston's downtown. I think we all have to face the fact that ordinance violations are meant to impact poor and working class people solely. So it's very rare the business district would get any attention for an abandoned vehicle or a vehicle that's been parked over 24 hours. It would be an ordinance that's more utilized in highly densely populated areas. I would actually like to see the city have a 14-day leeway, as these are different times. There has been an increase in the cost of living. We're dealing with a big, beautiful bill, and I'm already having friends of mine telling me they got over $200 cuts on their Social Security check already. Most working class folks live paycheck to paycheck. It would take about 2 weeks minimum, possibly, to even get enough money to pay bills and deal with tire issues. I dealt with minor car issues recently, brakes, 2 new tires, rotor, caliper. The bill was over $1,600. If I didn't have my own parking lot, or if I was stuck somewhere, my car would have been abandoned even though it was stickered and registered. It's good if there's discernment, to tell if a car's been abandoned or not. You will see the signs if it's registered or not stickered. We have to ask ourselves about these ordinances that disproportionately impact poor and working class people. What would be equitable during these times? Do poor and working class people need to come to City Hall or the police for a permission slip? I mean, really. Just please take thoughtful consideration to this, as we would be impacting poor and working class people that rely on their vehicle, even if it's in need of repairs, to get to their job.
Wendy McPike. I live in Auburn, but own properties in 4 wards in Lewiston. I'm going to try to do this nicely. So I feel like perhaps this is a little ambiguous. Maybe there needs to be some clarification to the policy. I think they're using discernment, which I think frightens people, that they need to use discernment. So possibly we could make some language with an apparent abandoned vehicle, just something that makes it a little less ambiguous. Personally, I would like us to see our police being used for more important things in the Lewiston area than parking. I understand the car issue is an issue. I've seen some pretty nasty looking cars too, but they're not all abandoned. And I do have tenants that park for days and don't go anywhere for days, and they don't have a parking option other than the street. So discernment is great, but I think clarity would maybe alleviate some of this discussion.
Hello everyone, Jay Zimmerman, Ward 5. I want to tell a very short story about a friend of mine who was affected by this ordinance as it stands. They and their wife finally saved up some money and got some time off to go on vacation. They took 3 days of vacation, and my friend parked their car in front of their apartment because they only have one parking spot off street, but they have 2 vehicles for the family. And when they got back from their vacation, nice relaxing time, they found that they'd been ticketed and towed under this ordinance. So while it's probably not commonplace, as Councilor Gallant said, it does happen to people who are not breaking any rules. Car was inspected, registered, in good condition. So on this question of discernment that was just raised rightly, whose discernment was it that this car parked in a residential area on Howard Street? Whose discernment was it that this car was abandoned? And on the question of following up with the owners of the car, my friend did not receive a call or anything. Sure, maybe a note was left on the door, but they were on vacation. So how are our officers actually ensuring that we're making contact, not passively leaving notice, but making contact with the owners of vehicles to clarify if it is abandoned or if they are sick or on vacation and are coming back? Which also raises a question for me of like, should we be setting the precedent for Lewiston residents that we need to inform the police when we're going on vacation, or if we're having trouble with our car and we're gonna have to leave it parked on the street for a period of time. I don't know that we want to do that for our police forces and have the people in the office be taking down all that information, but maybe we do, and that's for people other than me to decide. But I just wanted to tell that story and raise some awareness of the way that this ordinance affects people who aren't doing anything wrong, and the question of whose discernment and how's it being used. Thank you.
Further public comment?
Matthew Agron, Ward 4. 72 hours would be wonderful. 10 days, way too long, because 10 days is 15 days by the time enforcement gets done. As Councilor Najin has said on multiple times, we have some of the cheapest long-term parking options available through our parking garages. But we also don't have a full-time parking enforcement unit like Portland does. What we have are patrols, basically, that are going to go around and notice a car, for the most part. So, would you like to add more parking enforcement officers so we can reach out to people who have parked their cars and left them in one place? It's an option, but it's going to raise pricing. And I've had a friend whose car blew a line or two underneath while parked. He went to the police department and said, hey, I'm going to have it fixed. It's going to take me 3 or 4 days. His car was still there a week later when he finally got it fixed because he let them know, hey, it looks bad right now, but it's actually fixable. I just got to get the money together because, imagine this, they live paycheck to paycheck with no reserves. So, have a good night.
Brett Martell, Ward 7. I didn't come here to speak on this tonight, but I happen to find that Councilor Harriman chooses his words carefully and tries to word things as a question. I think it's intellectually dishonest and inconsistent to insinuate or suggest that our police department has the time, energy, or resources to target specific people who leave their cars out 1 day compared to 3 days compared to 4 days. He mentioned reporting a car on Ash Street, and I think the chief said that that was addressed. Any member of the public can do that. It's a law, it's a rule, it's an ordinance, it's whatever. If the car is there for over 24 hours and it's been chalked and they go by and they've been made aware of it and it's still there, it's broken the ordinance. They're not trying to target any one group or people that may or may not have, I don't know. All I'm saying is that we have real problems here in Lewiston. I see Councillor Harriman querying our police publicly if they intend to comply with ICE or federal law enforcement or whatever else. And now he's what seems to be creating an issue out of nothing about a parking ordinance that was just mentioned by the chief. He said on the Facebook page to inform people. And now it's like we need to change it to a 10-day rule or something else. It's just wrong to suggest that with all the problems that are going on, that we've got police out here targeting people that left their car out for 1 day when other people have left it out for 4 days. Okay, if the public calls, I'm sure that they deal with it. And as unfortunate as it may be, those ordinances apply to everyone. They're for the benefit of business owners and for traffic and for people to use those parking spots downtown. We don't need people parking cars for days or weeks at a time and leaving them abandoned and whatever else. It's just, it's creating a problem where there isn't one. If you have an issue, call your local police department, call it in. I don't think this warrants council time, and I think it's embarrassing with all the problems we currently have going on.
Jeffrey Padam, Ward 3. I would just like, I didn't come here for this tonight, but I would like to comment that in the 16 years I've been in Lewiston and a property owner with multiple properties, the police department has done a great job in educating me and my tenants about the rules. It has been very helpful to me that they've been able to act within the 24 hours. They have been cooperative. They don't usually bother people on the weekend. I'm another, if it's not broke, don't fix it. I think it's disingenuous or inaccurate to compare us to Portland. That Portland has 10 days. Portland also has neighborhood districts and yellow zones and all kinds of parking ordinances and regulations that we don't have. So trying to meet one of their regulations, match one of their regulations would be inappropriate unless we want to adopt their entire system. That was it. Thank you.
Further public comment?
As many of you know, I recently had one of my first encounters in working
I'm sorry,
with
can you please identify yourself?
Excuse me, my name is Melinda Small. As many of you may know, I had a recent encounter in which I had to reach out to the Lewiston Police Department. And I am sitting here in honest awe over the fact that we are talking so much about a parking ban when these police officers are spread so darn thin. It took 4 police officers to find Stephen to bring him to justice. 4. That is 4 people that we want to put on a parking violation. I think this is absolutely an incredible conversation to have when we have such bigger issues right here in our city to be dealing with, and we need to support the police department, and they were absolutely amazing. They followed up with me. They made sure I felt safe. To think that a towed vehicle is a priority is unheard of.
Further public comment for this agenda item? Back to the council. Councilor Harriman?
Thanks. I guess there may be some misconception. I was proposing changing it from 24 hours to a greater period of time, which, if anything, would require less police involvement because they would have to get involved with the vehicle at a later time and also get involved with fewer vehicles because some of those vehicles will have moved between a 24-hour period and a longer period of time. So I guess I don't quite understand the line of reasoning there, but I'd like to continue with the discussion.
Councilor Longchamps?
I'd like to move the question.
Yeah.
Do we have a second for that?
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. The motion before you is to move the question. Counselor from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7 to 0. The motion before you now is the amendment, which is to change the 10 days to 72 hours. Counselor from Ward 6?
Actually, to change the 24 hours to 72 hours.
Sorry. Yes, correct, I apologize.
Okay.
24 hours to 72 hours.
Yes.
Thank you. Ward 7?
No.
Ward 1?
No.
Ward 2?
No.
Ward 3?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Ward 5?
No.
Mr. Mayor?
No.
Okay, the amendment failed by a vote of 2 to 5. So now before you is the main motion as presented, which is the 10 days. Are you all set for the vote, Mr. Mayor?
Please call the vote. Thank you.
Counselor from Ward 6?
No.
Ward 7?
No.
Ward 1?
No.
Ward 2?
No.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4? I'm sorry, Ward 5?
Yes. I'm sorry. No. Yes, I'm Ward 5.
And Mr. Moore, and Mr. Mayor.
No.
Motion passed, motion failed by a vote of 1 to 6.
Item number 11.
Item number 11, public hearing and final passage for an amendment to the city zoning map to change a portion of 277 River Road and all of 287 River Road from the rural agricultural zone to the industrial zone. Requested action that the proposed amendment to rezone the front of 277 River Road and all of 287 River Road from rural agricultural to industrial receive final passage by a roll call vote.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor
Second.
Chittum, second by Councilor Gallant. Director Connor, please kick us off.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councilors. As you may recall, back in June, we had a first reading on this. Mr. Langley's has petitioned the planning board to rezone his 2 properties. The planning board gave a 7-0 favorable recommendation to the council. During the last council meeting, the question came up of the little sliver of land in front of that zoning. It's been determined that that was a drafting error, and once you have a map in your packet, once the new zoning lines are drawn, that little sliver will go away. And if you look on your map there, the River Road to the right side of the page there at 299 River Road, there's a little white sliver that'll go out to the road, and the entire industrial zone will be all of his properties, and it'll start the agricultural zone down on River Road. So it will all fix itself with the change.
Thank you, Director Connor. Yes, Councilor Chittum.
I'm glad to hear that, Director Connor. I disagree that the language of the ordinance before us will accomplish that. I also disagree that it was a drafting error, because the official map of the city is what determines the zone boundaries. It's not the language in the zoning ordinance, it's the map itself. So any error on the map is the official zone. I'm glad to hear that this 33-foot strip of River Road will go away. I'm just not certain that the language included in our packet does that. If that's your intent, I encourage it. I very much appreciate the little X's, the lines going out on the map that you've given us. That is my intent. I'm just concerned that the language doesn't do that.
Further comments from the council? Public comment for this agenda item.
Again, Matt Roy, Ward 6. Councilor Chittum, as a former surveyor, you should know that the wording in a legal description attached to your mortgage and deed is paramount, not how somebody draws a map. Thank you.
Further public comment for this agenda item. Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 6?
Or, 1 second. Director Connor, did you have something?
No, just-
Oh, okay. I thought you were. Yeah. Sorry. Madam Clerk, please continue.
Council from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Madam Clerk, given that we will be here for quite some time yet, and with the council's indulgence, I would like to take item number 23 now. The presentation of the annual report for the city's housing committee.
Yes, item 23, presentation of the annual report from the city's housing committee. Requested action, this is a presentation item only, no city council action is required.
Please join us here at the table. Will other people be speaking, or just you two?
Just the two of us.
Okay.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. My name is. What's that? Okay.
The rest of the housing committee is welcome to pull up a chair to the table.
Yes, if you could. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Craig Saddlemeyer. I'm the chair of the city's housing committee. I'll invite.
And I'm Dash Padam. I'm on the housing committee, here more for moral support. Or I have questions.
Our charter requires that we advise city council on policy, that we monitor and educate the public on housing issues. Council can send issues to us to review. We also identify issues that we'd like to bring to council. Each year we produce a housing scorecard, and that information from that, the entire scorecard is in your packet. We will cover highlights from that scorecard and just try to educate both you and the general public about what's going on housing-wise in the community. All right. So there's a lot of exciting stuff happening in Lewiston. Here are two examples of recent developments that are underway. We have the Continental Mill, which I'm sure you're all quite familiar with, a Chinburg and Xanten mixed income development, and we also have Wedgwood, which is also a mixed income development of an entire block of the Tree Street neighborhood. Some terms to familiarize yourselves and the public that we'll be using throughout the presentation. So when we talk about housing affordability, what we mean, we're using a definition from the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Affordable housing means that the household is paying no more than 30% of their income on housing costs, including rent, utilities, and debt service. So there's different types of housing as it relates to income groups served, and what the rents are set at. So when we refer to market rate housing, we're talking about private market units that can charge whatever renters will pay, completely unrestricted. Market rate can also include units that, if they're part of a development that has certain HUD regulations, a market unit will charge a fair market rate. But there still is some limit in it. If HUD's involved and a fair market rate's required, it means that someone cannot just charge whatever a tenant will pay. It's still a fair market rent based upon what the data is available for the general housing market. So then we have affordable housing, and that can refer to a number of different types of housing developments that are programmed to meet affordability needs of different groups. The two sort of basic types of affordable housing is project-based rental assistance. That's targeted to folks in the 30% to 50% AMI range. And then you've got rent restricted. So there isn't rent assistance with the unit in a rent restricted unit, but the rent itself is capped, and it's capped based upon what is considered to be affordable to households at 50 or 60% area median income. I've got examples of who falls into that category in a moment. And then when we use the term mixed income, it means we're talking about a project that has both market rate and affordable housing, and it could be a combination of any of those categories. So here is a table that is showing us, according to household size, what are the income limits to sort of fall into these different categories: 30%, 50%, 60%, 80%, 100, and 120% AMI. Those are the groups that housing developers are looking at, and HUD is looking at when they set these income guidelines. So groups that fall into the 30 to 50% AMI categories are groups that are typically eligible for rent assistance based upon their income. Groups that fall into 50 and 60% are groups that are typically eligible for rent restricted units, so they don't get the rent assistance, but if it's an affordable housing unit that was developed to serve them, then the limit of the rent cannot exceed what's affordable to households at those levels. So that's usually what affordable rental housing means. When you get to, at least in our area, 80% up to 120% AMI, home ownership programs are more targeted towards those individuals that fall into that category. Here is a list. This is, so in general, the data we're looking at is for 2024. This is information from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. You've got examples of what annual mean wages are for cashiers, child care workers, dishwashers, construction laborers, cooks. So as you go down, the amounts are getting higher. So cashier is the lowest paid profession here at $33,700. You have a construction laborer at $48,250. Cook at a restaurant, $42,680. So just to remind you, if we go back to the chart, all of those professions would fall into this range of very low income. And that's a group that could be eligible for rent assistance as well as a rent restricted unit. So just to give you some context for who we're talking about that benefits from certain types of affordable housing. So some good news about our housing market. Well, I'll pause for a second. I've got a fair bit of information to cover, and there is room for discussion at the end, and you've got 29 items on the agenda. I'll invite brief clarifying questions, and if I'm going to get to it, I'll mention that. But so if folks have a clarifying question as I'm moving along, I'll do my best to answer it, and otherwise there'll be room for discussion at the end.
I appreciate that, but I would ask that councilors hold all of their questions until the end.
Okay, no clarifying questions. I'll just explain everything really well. So
I trust you. We have the Honorable Craig Settlemeyer here.
So there's positive things that are happening. There's a lot of strong investment in housing in Lewiston, and there's been articles that speak to that, and that is our observation as well. There's a really strong demand for all housing types in our community, and we have over 1,000 market rate and affordable units being added to our housing supply over the next 5 years. This is a table of the developments that have been permitted, and you've got a breakdown there at the bottom. 867 are market rate, 204 are affordable, 254 are mixed income, so that means some of them are market rate and some of them are affordable. But overall, it's a really exciting amount of housing that's getting developed. In general, and we'll get to this, we'll speak to this a fair bit, most of this is rental housing, which is good. We need rental housing, but I think it's of importance to this committee to recognize that we're seeing a lot of really positive momentum with rental housing development, and that's one of the reasons why our committee spent the past year really focused on the question of home ownership and what we can do now that there's funding mechanisms, there's programs, there's things that are encouraging rental housing of all kinds to develop, but we don't have those kinds of programs as much for home ownership. So we'll speak to that more a little bit later. This is a graph that represents how much is being invested in housing as it relates to permit valuation for properties with living units at them. When folks are applying for a permit, it's before they're beginning construction. So there might be, you see this huge jump in 2023. So folks are applying for the permits. That doesn't mean those units are habitable by the end of 2023 necessarily. It means they're at the beginning of their construction process. But yeah, obviously a huge leap between 2022 and 2023. 2024 went down a little bit, but I wouldn't say it's, relative to the amount it has increased overall, it's not a discouraging change. This is data that comes from Maine Housing. Well, these are goals actually that come from Maine Housing based upon data that they've analyzed. And they're looking at both basically what they're showing here is housing need, in this case by county. And they're looking at both the need today based upon a history of underproducing units And then they're forecasting how much housing we'll need in addition to those underproduced units. So they're saying for Androscoggin County, we've underproduced by about 3,800 units. And they think that in the future, we're going to need something between 2,200 and 2,700 additional units. And so they're saying by 2030, we need 6,500 more units than we have today in order to meet demand. And this is an example of how one could get there if they were developing this many units per year between when this report came out in 2024 and 2030. So ramping up each year as you go to producing as many as 1,300 units per year in 2029 and 2030. Some bad news to pair with the good news. Single-family home prices are extremely unaffordable for this community. There's a lack of starter home development taking place. Middle-income renters are having trouble. This is the same pattern, but are unable to buy their first home in a way that was very different if we look back 10 or 11 years ago. There's not enough housing supply overall, so housing of all types, we need more of it. Renter wages are much less than housing wages. A housing wage is what kind of wage you need to earn to be able to reasonably afford that home. Renter wages are much below what the housing wage is. And we have been seeing the homeless rate increase. So a word that I like to use a lot, that the committee likes to use a lot when we talk about housing issues is housing mobility. So I think we're familiar with economic mobility, we're familiar with social mobility. The idea of housing mobility is, are you able to find the home you need when you need it? You know, when your family grows, are you able to find a bigger home or one that's closer to a school? When your family shrinks, are you able to find, are you able to downsize? And when you don't have adequate supply, when you don't have a healthy vacancy rate, then what happens is you end up feeling stuck. Or if you're a tenant who can't afford your rent anymore and you can't find a place to move, you are both stuck and possibly facing an eviction notice, and things can get very bad from there. So housing mobility is really important. It's really key to a healthy housing market. And I think we don't have the level of housing mobility in our community that we'd like to see. So these are our vacancy rates. The yellow line at the top is what is considered to be sort of an average healthy vacancy rate, somewhere between 5 and 8%. The red line represents the rental vacancy rate. So right now it's hovering, just below 2%. And then homeowner vacancy rate has been very close to zero, between 0 and 1% since 2020. And most of this, in a few cases we go back further, most of this data reflects what the Housing Committee has been collecting since it started producing the housing scorecard. So high demand and low supply obviously is going to drive up cost, and people feel stuck. This one I find particularly interesting. So this is the Home Affordability Index. It's produced by Maine Housing. So now that yellow line at the top, at the number 1, that line represents what our desired affordability is. So if the blue line were matched with that yellow line, it would mean that folks that live in Lewiston, that want to buy a home in Lewiston, can afford to buy a home in Lewiston. And in 2014, it was almost there. It was pretty much like at the desired level. So 2014 was maybe not as good a time to sell a home, but it was a great time to buy a home. And it's just gotten much more difficult since then, to the point, we moved from nearly 1 down to 0.5. So that is a very bad trend from the standpoint of people being able to buy homes, people who live in our community being able to buy homes in our community. And we think this is more anecdotal. I don't have the data necessarily to show this, but anecdotally we understand that it's largely driven by strong demand and higher income purchases and a lot of quick cash purchases of homes, which of course is good for the seller, but is driving up home prices. And that's happening not just in Lewiston, that's happening. A lot of these trends are part of larger trends, but it's happening here as well. So what our committee has been really focused on is promoting home ownership and specifically the development of starter homes. So a starter home is a living unit, could be attached or detached. It's owner occupied and it's affordable to first-time home buyers. And we're piggybacking on Maine Housing's definition for that in the local housing market. So as I mentioned earlier, these are households in the range of 80% to 120% AMI. So our first recommendation is we think it'd be valuable for the city to create a new walk-in program. When I say walk-in, it means that someone can just go and apply, and the program's kind of there by right if they can meet the eligibility criteria. To promote the development of new starter homes in Lewiston, including both renovation as well as new construction, that creates an increase in the net housing supply. And we're offering, and this is we're not looking for action tonight. This is not a detailed presentation on a program that's been prepared for you. This is a concept. We have been working with staff some on the concept, but this is not a presentation of something that we're looking for a vote on. It's an idea that we'd like to see developed further and brought back to council at a future date for action. But the idea is something like a 10-year citywide TIF that is a 50% TIF for the first 5 years and 25% for the second 5 citywide, and then in the Choice neighborhood, which is larger than the Tree Street neighborhood. It does include the Tree Street neighborhood, but it goes, includes the riverfront, includes the Sunnyside neighborhood. So for that area where homeownership rates are much less and development's a bit more challenging, the proposal would be 75% and 50%, with a minimum increase of $50,000 assessed value per unit to participate. And we're talking about units being sold to folks that meet the classifications that we discussed earlier. So you might have ideas, are very much welcome, and questions. I don't have answers tonight because, again, this is not a developed program that we're presenting. But if you've got ideas or questions, that's good. Hopefully it gets your attention. This is an example of some recent homeownership development activity that's taken place. Healthy Homeworks took a 3-unit building, and then there's a 4th unit behind the building. And those were rental units. They were being converted to condominiums. As one point of information, the property tax, after they renovated them and sold them, increased 362% relative to what it was before. And as you are all probably familiar with, but the general public may not fully know, the way tax increment financing works is you need to create that increased property tax value for there to be something to leverage the TIF against. So that's just an example of the kind of value that was created by developing these first-time homebuyer programs. These units, which are on Howard Street, have been sold for $149,000. And then the carriage house that's behind them is under contract for $174,900. Okay, recommendation number 2, promote the creation of infill neighborhoods. So Lewiston has some great resources. It's got parcels in good locations that can make good use of existing infrastructure, which we think is important as well. Some of them are located near public schools, and we'd like to actually see that land, some of which is like subdivided and kind of ready to go. We need to figure out why it's not turning into an owner-occupied neighborhood, and figure out ways to encourage that. And we'd also like to see these neighborhoods include a mix of both affordable starter homes as well as market rate homes, and maybe even rental units as well. But at any rate, our focus is starter homes, but we should be thinking about how we can meet other housing needs at the same time. Some feedback we've gotten from other developers when we're thinking about like new construction is the importance of allowing small lot size in order to meet affordability goals. If minimum lot sizes are too large, it can be hard to make the homes affordable. And we think code is, we've been talking to planning and code, and we think they're already moving in the right direction on a lot of this stuff, but I guess we want to encourage it, and we'd like to continue to be engaged in the conversation with them and with you, and weighing in when we can. But we'd like to see zoning code updated. We want things like frontage, driveway widths, setback requirements, minimum lot widths, minimum lot sizes, all to be considered so that they're not prohibiting the development of starter homes. And the specific example one developer gave us was making sure that row houses are an option, and some of the side setback requirements can be an impediment to row house production. And they meant true row house production where you own the land, not just a condo on a condo owned land, but that you can own your house and the land, and it's still a row house. In our current zoning, at least to their knowledge, did not allow for that, at least in most places. And I mentioned the piece about there are, I think planning code is already working on this question of previously approved subdivisions, and if they were approved a long time ago, but they were never developed, are they still approved today? We're glad they're paying attention to those kinds of things. We think that's great. They've already been working on changes to accommodate planned use development. That is positive. We have a recommendation that the city work with LaHaddock. For those who don't know, LaHaddock is the development. It's a corporation that is sort of the sister corporation to the Lewiston Housing Authority. I serve on the board of LaHaddock for what that's worth, and that's the vehicle that's like doing the Wedgwood development and the DeWitt development, for example. So our committee is that the city work with LaHaddock to plan for the development of owner-occupied housing at Maple Knoll. So this is at the corner of Maple and Blake Street, after the residents there have been relocated to Wedgwood and DeWitt, after the existing building is demolished. This is a recommendation that was already in the neighborhood transformation plan. So we're basically reiterating the importance of that being pursued, and also acknowledging that if all efforts to create homeownership at that site have been exhausted and have not been successful, then considering rental housing is acceptable as well. But we want to make sure we start with the question of, can we develop homeownership here? And with the condo units that are there along Blake Street, it's one of the few places in the neighborhood where we have a strong representation of homeownership already in the Tree Street neighborhood. Recommendation number 6, there's 9 recommendations in case you're wondering. This is the 6th one. Also work with LaHaddock to consider the inclusion of new homeownership opportunities in future housing developments. So for those like LaHaddock or other entities, just, LaHaddock is one that the city is going to be partnering with a lot, given that they represent our local housing authorities' development efforts. Have them consider in future housing developments how new homeownership opportunities could potentially be incorporated into those, as well as the affordable rental housing that will get developed. Recommendation number 7, work with Lewiston Housing to discuss the potential for expired public housing to be converted to homeownership. So when they are dispossessing units that no longer have reached, at least as far as HUD programs are concerned, the end of their useful life, can those units potentially be considered for being sold off as owner-occupied homes? Number 8, actively market city programs and parcels to interested developers and Lewiston home buyers. It's a more general recommendation, and some of that I think is already happening. And then recommendation number 9, we'd like to see the city become more active in sort of in curating available homeownership training programs so that first-time home buyers are being matched with the best opportunities that meet their needs. This second part of this recommendation is not necessarily that the city do this. It could be the city or it could be a partner, but creating a program that supports people through their first year of homeownership when they participate in these first-time home buyer programs. Okay, so now it's time for discussion. I'll mention I do have some other slides. They are also exciting, and I'd be happy to talk about them. But we've reached the end of the main part of the presentation.
Craig, Dash, thank you so much. And it looks like we have nearly the whole housing committee here, so thank you all for being here. Questions from the council? Comments? Councilor Chittum, yes.
Yeah, your last point, what sort of support does a new homeowner typically require? I've been a new homeowner a long time ago, so I've forgotten what sort of support I could have availed myself of.
What kind of support does a new home... Before I answer your question, I think the mayor reminded me to invite the housing committee to stand up and be recognized for your work, if you wouldn't mind. New home buyers need education in the process of buying a home. Just, what to look for in terms of inspections, how they might need help with credit repair before they begin their application process for financing, tips on how to get pre-qualified for a loan. They might need help getting connected with programs that can help cover a certain portion of closing costs. There might, depending on their circumstances, if they're a first-time home buyer, if they're a veteran, there might be certain programs that can help them in obtaining a home. Those are some examples. On the other end of things, and then there's two different, like right now, as one of the earlier graphs pointed out, like the cost of a home is just so far beyond what is affordable to your average first-time home buyer in this community. So a big thing that they need that once upon a time was not needed so much is help with the cost beyond just a lower interest rate. And you do that by either providing that assistance, which could be in the form of soft debt for, deferred loan, for example, to the purchaser at the time that they're getting the home, or that money's invested in the development stage itself, so that the price point of the home is less, and that it's reserved for a buyer that is meeting, that criteria. Those are some examples.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I add to that, if you don't mind?
Please come forward and sit at the table so we can all, our home audience can also hear you.
Sure. Vanessa DeWitt, Lewiston homeowner. So you bought a home a long time ago. So if I'm thinking about when I bought a home, I'm on my 10-year anniversary of buying a house, and the things that I didn't know were how to navigate the process of, once I own a home, paying the taxes, things going into escrow or not, navigating a homestead exemption that could help me once I reach a year, what things that I need to meet as far as code enforcement to make sure that my property looks the way it needs to look in my neighborhood. So having a mentorship type program for somebody to ensure that their home ownership is meeting the standard and they're meeting the needs of the city that they aren't aware of, I think would be a super helpful bridge, that gap from going from an apartment person who's answering to a landlord to a homeowner who's complying with the city and not contributing to potential blight, which we can see with trash and other items. So that's what I heard from your question.
All right, thank you. And you reminded me, I'm going to take a minute here. When I first moved to Lewiston, about 6 months after I arrived, I received a letter from the city. And I went to my wife and I said, boy, this is great. The city's writing to us, thanking us for moving in. And I opened it up, and there was a bill in there for $167. And I called my father to say, why am I getting this bill for? I had no clue what real estate taxes were. $167. So it was a while ago.
Yeah, my husband saw our tax bill and he's like, we've got to come up with this much amount of money. And I'm like, no, we've got an escrow that pays that. So we're just things like that come up that you don't know what you don't know. So we think it would be helpful for people.
Thank you very much.
And that mentoring program could also include the proper way to hire a reputable contractor if you need work done, so that people, especially inexperienced new homeowners, aren't being ripped off by disreputable contractors.
Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. First, I want to thank the whole Housing Committee for all the time they put into all of this and for being here tonight. I guess going back to recommendation number 2, the creation of infill neighborhoods, it sounded like that was maybe focused on sort of a neighborhood, like a larger parcel of land where you could build several homes. I don't know if there's any room in there for some type of program. For example, in the tree streets, there are a lot of properties have burned down or been torn down, and there are just sort of these single lots here and there, and they'd be perfect for 4 to 6 units or something. But as far as I understand, the economics of building on that scale are just really difficult to make it work. So I don't know if there's any room for some sort of program that would encourage people to fill in those little one lot here and one lot there.
So yeah, I think the first recommendation in terms of the sort of tiered, like citywide versus choice neighborhood TIF rates was one idea of how you could get at that. Again, that was for, we've been focused on home ownership, and I don't know if you're thinking home ownership or if you're thinking just like develop it into anything. So yeah, something like that definitely could be done. And the ideas that we put forward earlier, well, yeah, I guess I'll just put simply, we were trying to address, we spent a lot of time looking at lots in the neighborhood and thinking about what could help. And I don't know if what the numbers we put up there is what's going to get it completely over the finish line. I think it might need to be a combination of things. But yeah, we're thinking in the same direction, put it that way.
Nice, thank you.
We also did recognize the construction and labor costs are something that ours and your hands are very tied for. However, if we can remove some other impediments, then developers may find it palatable to overcome the cost that they have, the subject they have more control over. Yeah, they're not going to fight to overcome the costs if we've zoned it out and made it absolutely impossible.
Thank you.
We're now heading to public comment for this agenda item.
Again, Matt Roy, Ward 6. Going back, it seems part of this report isn't taking account of the last 3 years as reported through the, what was that report, Maine Housing just released this week? The census they essentially do for homelessness. For the 3rd straight year, homelessness in the state of Maine is down. So we're tracking in the right direction. And they made a certain point to us here in Lewiston about the warming shelters and warming centers, and also the state's migration away from using hotels for emergency accommodation. And I guess to the point about first-time home buyers and navigating that process, sounds like Ms. DeWitt did not have a intelligent and competent realtor and/or loan officer who would explain this. And I say this as a former mortgage closer for 6.5 years, being aware of that process, as I mentioned earlier to Councilor Chittum's point about legal descriptions. And then lastly, we've actually legalized ourselves into this housing crisis, homelessness and the larger housing crisis by basically the last, since 1945, basically, like I said, giving a monopoly to single-family homes. LD 2003 only cracked the surface of that. We do ironically, the former counselor for Ward 5, Mr. Sademeyer, brings up row houses, which in many states and municipalities in North America, i.e. Canada and the U.S., were a common staple the late 19th century and the early 20th century before the end of the Second World War. We got away from that, but essentially we've legalized ourselves into this with there are many YouTube channels you can see about the missing middle, which I find ironic when a former Ward 1 city councilor stands up here as a former urban planner for many decades, basically having self-guilt essentially about the housing stock that we experience here. You know, places like Singapore have a virtually 100% home ownership rate. Of course, that's unique to Singapore's history from the 1960s and the visionary Lee King Hoon. But anyway, thank you.
Don't forget to time me, Carl. Melissa Dunn, Blake Street, a resident and homeowner. We were sold on the idea in the downtown about initiatives around safe and transformation. And what actually happened is it induced gentrification and increased things like over-policing, over-surveillance, terrorizing people in community. I'm afraid, and I am concerned as a homeowner that benefits from one of the first-time home buyers program with a program through the city to match my dollars so I could get a down payment on my home that I bought for $43,000 in 2016 is now being sold for $250,000. I could sell this place. I could be out of here. But there's no way, I'm kind of like stuck. There's no way I can pay a mortgage at $414 a month. The program works to benefit people, to own home, to earn some equity, to get a possibility to be out of poverty or have some stability in housing. And I'm afraid with the cost of living and the things like that and the cuts to the programs, it's going to be a whole different atmosphere to navigate. What I am also concerned about is that there's no ordinance in place to prevent things from like the condos. I mean, it's more than triple the cost from $43,000 to $250,000. There's no ordinance to prevent things like bond for deed, money schemes. There's no ordinance to prevent things like land banking on the empty lots. And so I just really would ask the committee, to look through things around gentrification, to minimize it. And, obviously we can't prevent what's already happening in our community as far as that goes, but it's really vital and critical to do that work to make sure we're not inducing gentrification. My number one concern is residents at Maple Knoll who should, in their own right, have first right of refusal to a home or a new location. So please make careful considerations about poor and working class people in these efforts. Thanks.
Further public comment?
My name is James Dean. This is Yanni, for anyone who has not met him yet. I tell you his full name, but it's way too long. Anyways, I'm a first-time homeowner as of 2 years ago. I shared a home for almost 30 years with my late partner. He had passed on suddenly, and before he died, he took care of everything. I'm on disability, and it's very difficult. I know nothing, and I mean nothing, about owning a home. I shouldn't even have one because I don't know what I'm doing. I'll give you a good example. About 3 weeks after I moved into this home, the furnace died. I went for almost 2.5 years without heat and hot water not knowing what resources, what to find. Last year, my basement flooded up to my knees, and I didn't know anyone to contact to ask what to do. Thankfully, the only thing I knew of is to get a wet, dry vac and vacuum it out because I didn't know what to do. I tried reaching out to organizations and everything, and nobody was willing to help me, and it was very difficult. I'm still struggling, and I don't know what to do. Thankfully, I have neighbors who will look out for me and ask me if I'm okay because they know I'm struggling here, but I don't know from one minute to the next what's going to happen. And this is an older home as well, and it's very, very difficult. Before my late partner died, he'd say, James, don't worry, I'll take care of it. I don't need to teach you how to whatever. And I wish he did, because now I'm finding things out. I'm finding like mold in my home. I don't know how to get rid of that. I've called the city, I've asked for help. I've had mold in my water. What do I do about it? Oh, you're not cleaning well enough, they tell me. Really? Come to my house and tell me I'm not cleaning well enough. They tell me I'm supposed to mow my backyard. I couldn't get to my backyard. There's no door to my backyard. I don't know how to do it, to mow it. I asked my neighbor, could you please let me have something so I could build a door for the fence or whatnot? No. My neighbor said, he reported me to the police. The only reason why now I can get access to my backyard, because I had to have a storage shed built on my property. And I had to have part of the fence removed for it. And the person who built the storage shed has still not put the fence back where it has been. And it's supposed to have been there for like 2 years ago since then. And every time I ask him how long it's going to take, he says, 2 weeks, James, 2 weeks. So I ask and plead, not for me, but for the other new homeowners who need support, need help, need resources, because without it, we're all going to be screwed. Because one day, you all are going to be like us. Thank you.
Further public comment? Okay.
Hello, my name's Aaron McPike. I live in Auburn, but my wife and I have a bunch of properties here in Lewiston. In the last 5 years, we have invested in Lewiston. We currently have about 80 apartments, and we've renovated 60 of them with kitchens, baths, flooring, paint. And we screen pretty heavily, and we try to develop communities. As I consider us small investors compared to some of these housing projects you look at, I don't have a staff of people that can write for grants and try and put together financial stacks, get tax incentives. We don't make enough money to qualify for some things, and we make too little money to qualify for others. Or, yeah, make too much to qualify for others. But we hire local people, and we are on the street every day at our properties, and we care about the neighborhoods. I don't know if a lot of the larger groups coming in have those same desires. How can you encourage smaller investors to come in to take over some of these neighborhoods? The projects being built now that are heralded as, this awesome thing. We got a big, some money from HUD, and then we financed a whole bunch of money. At those meetings, they were encouraging us as investors to do more like this, build some new big buildings. And I said, after I figured out what they borrowed for money, I said, you're putting $360,000 per unit is what it's costing for these pieces of property. And for us to, if we invested that, we'd have to rent each unit at $3,000 a month to pay the bills. So it's a completely subsidized system. So the average investor looks at that and says, this doesn't make any sense. You're just going to go backwards. So I don't know what the answer is, but we'd like to be involved in developing these undeveloped lots, if it makes financial sense, and having a local presence that can manage it. Thank you.
Further public comment? Public comment is now closed. Back to the council. Councilor Najin.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you all for coming. Obviously, the state of housing report every year is, I think, pretty important. We're seeing the same issues that we've seen continually, that there's just not enough housing stock in the community in both renter and owner occupied. Some of the challenges that I see in my neighborhood are seniors who live in very large homes, sometimes using 400, 500 square feet of a 2,000 square foot home, that don't have the ability to move out of those places because there is no housing available for them. These are the, unless they want to move out of the community, right? And there's a lot of folks that have spent their whole lives here and they don't want to move outside of the community. We're seeing the same issues with properties that get, that change hands. You know, that suddenly property that was purchased for $70,000 on a sale 15 years ago is now worth $350,000, and that means the new owner does raise rents. You know, these are all challenges I think we're facing right now, and overall I completely believe in the model of getting equity out of your housing, whether it's a rental model or an ownership model. Getting something back and what you're sticking into it is always valuable, and I would like to just posit that at this point, I don't think anybody really cares anymore what their housing looks like, as long as it's safe and affordable. So I think it's a challenge to break the preconception from folks who had purchased homes when you could get a split level ranch for $55,000. You know, this is what you want to live in, type of thing, where it's like folks will live in a shack if it's going to be warm and safe. You know, so you know, again, I appreciate what you folks are doing on the housing committee. I'm glad you come before us. It's always good to see you guys. And I don't have the solutions for building more housing in the city, but I would certainly want to hope that I could help with that process. So thanks for the report again, and thanks for your time.
Yes.
Yeah, if I could just briefly address, first of all, thank you for the public for their comments. I don't think there's time, and I'm not prepared to address all of it. I think the Housing Committee has definitely heard it and will reflect on what has been shared tonight. A few things I can speak briefly to. Residents of Maple Knoll and any other public housing that is included in the choice grant that are being relocated, they do get right of first refusal for even more than right of first refusal. The units being developed at DeWitt and Wedgwood are being developed to the specified needs of the residents in those distressed and end of their useful life public housing units. They don't have to move there if they don't want to, but the program is set up to make sure that they get a permanent, affordable home. With regards to homeless rates, in general, our housing scorecard, in the way we look at collect the data and compare it, this was data for 2024. We're usually looking at the last sort of complete calendar year for which we have data. Homelessness rates are kind of one of the hardest things to track. There's a few different things we can look at. I think we're definitely interested in looking at what actual data there is. It would be one data point we have. Is it possible to give me my slide powers back? 'Cause I got a slide for this. Yeah, there it is. Okay. So, and this is not. I shouldn't use a comic tone of voice because this is not funny at all. The rate of unhoused youth in the Lewiston schools has gone up from just a little over 2% to above 6% from 2021 to 2024. There's between 2023 and 2024, it's basically a flat line. It's like a very maybe marginal decrease. Folks who do this work might say that they've gotten better at identifying unhoused youth, and that might be driving some of this. But obviously, a rate of unhoused students registered in our school system of over 6% is just completely unacceptable, and the fact that it's been going up is not right. It would be great, the license ordinance is supposed to be collecting data from our shelters in terms of what the, rate of demand for shelter beds is. I haven't seen, I think the licensing, well, put simply, I haven't seen any of that data. I don't know if the city has actually received it yet, but that is one thing that I think would maybe most definitively answer the question of like, what does the rate of homelessness look like in the community? So it's a good question. I think right now we should be considering a question, what is happening to the rate? But I don't think we have evidence yet, like evidence that we can act on that suggests that the rates of homelessness has decreased in the community.
Further questions, comments from the council? Greg, Dash, and everyone else, thank you all so much.
Thank you.
By everyone else, I mean Vanessa, Roger, and Katie, so thank you. Councilors, do you want to take a brief recess, or we're going to take a brief recess. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, welcome back to our meeting. We're getting going. If I can have audience members, please take your seat. Madam Clerk, you are urgently needed. What number are we moving to, Madam
We're going
Clerk?
to do number 12, Mr. Mayor.
We are, yes, moving to 12. Item number 12.
Item number 12, amendments to the athletic field use policy regarding fees for Lewiston nonprofit turf rentals. Requested action to approve the proposed amendments to the athletic field use policy, policy manual number 3, regarding fees for Lewiston nonprofit turf rentals.
May I have a motion, please? Councilor
Second.
Glant, second by Councilor Chittum. Director Welsh, please kick us off.
Thank you so much. So prior to 2022, the athletic field use policy stated that youth serving nonprofits did not pay an hourly rate to use the turf. They would just pay fees that were above and beyond that. And we did a huge policy overhaul in the facility park and athletic use and special event policy a couple of years ago. And in an effort to streamline policies and procedures, we took that out. But that left the fee schedule at $85 per hour for nonprofit game play. We've tried that out for a year and a half or so. We've gotten some feedback that the added expense for our local nonprofits, who are also footing the bill for their own insurance, for football, it's helmet replacement and safety checks, uniforms, referees. It's a hefty bill to also come up with. Those fees are getting passed along to our families, and if we don't change fees, a lot of these programs are going to have to go up in price, which then creates a financial barrier to potentially some kiddos who are trying to play. So that's why we're making the recommendation to drop it down from $85 to $45 per hour. And that matches the practice price. If there are any costs above and beyond that, the policy says that we can add on extra fees as needed to prepare for any games.
Thank you, Director Welsh. Discussions, comments from the council. Councilor Harriman.
Thank you, and thank you for staying this late hour. It seems like a good idea to me, especially if it will increase the opportunity for youth to be able to use our facilities and participate in sports and other activities that will help keep them busy and help keep them out of trouble. So that's great.
Councilor Najin.
Yeah, I have no problem with the recommendation as put forward, but I'm wondering, does this cover our costs as far as anything that we're actually involved in?
Sure. So all rental fees that come in through Franklin Pasture Turf, that actually goes into a separate account. So if we were, charging somebody $45 or $85, it just all gets set into a special account. I checked today, we have about $74,000 in there, and that's all reserved to go towards turf repair whenever the city decides to take that jump. So by charging less, we're not hitting the mark that we need to be making to offset services.
So when it comes time to replace the turf field, we have the money, is what you're saying?
Depending on who we have for rentals, if it's a year where we have a lot of local nonprofits having games, theoretically, yes, we would have half the money. If it's a high commercial rental year, we might have more money. It really is ebb and flow. I'd say we have 8 to 10 regular annual renters, but there are special events that pop up here and there. So like when the Patriots came up a couple of years ago, that was a commercial revenue that we weren't necessarily expecting.
Okay. And I see that the administrator recommends approval of this recommended action. So, okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Public comment for this agenda item. Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 6?
Yes.
7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Motion passed with a vote of 7 to 0.
We're gonna get to item number 15, but before that, I do want to do 13.
Item 13. Item number 13, amendment to the traffic schedule to amend time-regulated parking on Bate Street from Pine Street to Spruce Street from 2-hour parking 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. to parking prohibited at all times. Requested action to approve the amendment to the traffic schedule to amend time-regulated parking on Bate Street from Pine Street to Spruce Street from 2-hour parking 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. to parking prohibited at all times.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor
Second.
Chittum, second by Councilor Gallant. Chief, are you here for 13?
I'm going to open it up, Mr. Mayor.
What's that?
I'll open it up and then turn it over to the
Okay.
chief. One second.
All right. Administrator Crandall, please
Okay.
continue.
Thank you. So I requested this item. I don't think I have to tell you or anyone in the community that public safety is our #1 issue. We've heard it loud and clear. We had our council retreat earlier this year where public safety was identified again as the #1 issue facing the community. There are some major initiatives we can take, and there are some smaller initiatives we can take. This is one of the smaller ones, but it's a needed one. We have had a number of complaints, both from residents, area business owners, and activity observed by the police department of on Bate Street between Spruce and Pine along that border of Kennedy Park, of ongoing issues with drug dealing, drug use, public intoxication, and a whole host of other problems there. It's an area that's frequently visited by our police. It's frequently an area of disturbance. And we are recommending, in strong terms, to eliminate parking in this area. I mentioned again in my memo last week that a lot of these decisions that we need to make are not always easy, they're not always popular, they're not always convenient. But we have a #1 issue facing the community. This is a small step we can take in one area to improve the situation there. And so this item again is eliminating parking on Bate Street in an area with significant issues that have been identified by residents, business owners, and our police department. So Chief, anything you want to add to that? But we are strongly recommending this be approved.
Sure, I'll just add a few things. That area was once a 4-hour parking now, and then we made it a 2-hour parking back, I think in 2022, when the owner of the Agora at that time made complaints of people hanging out in that area, doing just what the city administrator said, dealing drugs, using drugs, public intoxication. And they're staying there for lengthy periods of time when they're not there to enjoy the park and its resources. They're there to just hang out and create disturbances and such. In just the months of May and June alone, this department handled various incidents in and around Kennedy Park, which resulted in over 40 criminal and/or civil charges. I think this is a good step in the right direction to limit the parking there and allow for us to visualize the park a little bit more. There are still ample parking where the former police department used to be. There's a whole row of parking there that can be utilized by the public should they desire to use Kennedy Park. In addition, we have the whole Pine Street area of the side of the park, which after 4:30 Monday through Friday is open for the public to use. So I encourage you to vote on this to eliminate parking on Bate Street from Pine Street all the way to Spruce.
Thank you. I worked with the then owner of the Agora to address concerns that the owner had. Worked with Lieutenant Conley to limit that parking. It sounds like there's still concerns, and I also support this. Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do not support this. I feel that the parking from Pine Street to Walnut Street should be retained, and I would propose an amendment that the first paragraph of the traffic schedule be eliminated and that we ban parking beginning at a point on Bate Street 390 feet from the southeast corner of Pine and Bates and extending southerly. The reason for this is that we have lost a raft of parking on Pine Street with the construction of the DeWitt. We have no public parking for the public along the Pine Street side of Kennedy Park. That's pretty much all reserved for city employees. We have businesses on this section of Bate Street who rely on that parking for their customers. And I would suggest that cutting half of the parking out from Walnut to Spring. Thank you. Thank you so much. Spruce. There. It's too late in the evening. These meetings are entirely too long. So my suggestion is that we, and in fact I will make an amendment to remove the first paragraph of the exclusion and ban parking only from Bate Street to Spruce Street, from Walnut Street to Spruce Street. Thank you. Keep me in check.
Did you catch that, Madam Clerk?
So it's just to remove the first section which states, beginning at a point on Bate Street, 40 feet from the southeast corner of Pine Street and Bate Street, and extending southerly on Bate Street a distance of approximately 273 feet.
That's correct. Remove that from the, that would be my amendment, and I'd hope for a second.
Yes, is there a second for this
I'll second.
amendment? It's been seconded by Councilor Harriman. We now have an amendment on the floor. Councilor Najin.
Sorry, what's?
Councilor Najin, did you, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Yeah, so just a few things to point out. One, where the St. Mary's Nutrition Center is, also now known as Gather to Grow, that's where I park when I volunteer for food delivery. I literally park in front of it. There are businesses associated with that area as well. And this is just an anecdote, but kind of a way to point out some of the challenges with parking in the downtown. So I stopped at one of the job fairs, parked in front of the police station, was not aware of the fact that it was police station parking at the time. Spoke to Reggie Poussard from Public Works for a total of 5 minutes, came back, had a ticket on my car. Pulled out, drove in front of Paris Adult bookstore, parked, the parking meter was broken, and then I walked in and paid my parking ticket. And I thought to myself, how is it that we have a city park in which, when we're running a job fair inside the city park, we get ticketed as citizens for trying to even use parking downtown? And so I guess the question would be, at what point are we going to cede the parking that is along this road right here back to the people who actually pay the taxes for it? And so I know that since the police department has moved, that is no longer a problem, but there's a lot of employee parking here, and we own the parking garages. So I just wanted to bring that up as well.
Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. Yeah, that was one of my concerns, is that we currently have 3 sides of the park, or we currently have 2 sides of the park where the public can't park. This would add a 3rd side. I don't know if the signs have been removed yet, but the last time I checked, this was all employee parking all the way down this block, except for the handful of visitor spots up here. Pine Street is all employee parking. So this would make Bates Street, unless the amendment passes, Bates Street would all be prohibited. And, I mean, the issues that you cite here are people parking for long periods of time, public drinking, drug distribution, and drug use. Those are all illegal. Why don't you enforce those? If people aren't obeying those laws, why would they obey a parking prohibition? I mean, I just don't see how prohibiting parking is going to address the issue of crimes taking place there. And that's just my frustration with this.
Councilor, if audience members can please refrain from talking. If you need to talk, please head into the hall or just go home and watch us on TV. That's what smart people are doing right now. Councilor Sol.
People are sleeping.
Councilor Sol, yeah.
Listen to everybody. I fully support this item. And I know it's not going to be popular with a lot of people. And like the administrator said, we've got to make some tough decisions, and not all of them are going to be popular. But we have a lot of activity happening in the park, and they're parking at the top of the park on Bates Street. And it is causing, I go by it every day, 3 or 4 times, and there's usually something happening. So if we're going to stop what's happening in the city, and this is one small step towards that, so I fully support it.
Administrator Kenrath, do we have a sense of how many parking spaces this represents, or did I miss that?
Yeah, I don't think we have the total. Chief, you have any idea? Any guess?
If you're talking from Pine Street all the way to Spruce Street, I'm going to say somewhere 10 to 12, maybe 15. If you're talking just from Walnut, the intersection of Walnut and Bates backwards is probably 8-ish.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Chinen, back to you.
I can confirm that between Pine and Walnut, there are 6 spaces.
Councilor Longchamps.
Yes, I definitely support this. I know it's not going to be favorable for everybody because there is a business or two at the end of Pine and, what is it, Pine and the attorney's office. But again, you know, we're here to address a bigger picture, right? A lot of that activity that's happening at the top of the park is not good. It's some of the reasons why a lot of people won't bring their kids there to play or even walk through it. I know a lot of the individuals personally, and I think it's one tool that we could use to say, you know, we're not going to tolerate this anymore. I don't think it has to be forever, but I think it is something that we could use to make it a safer place. And you can't, yes, there are drug deals happening and people using drugs, but if the police were just to go up to them and say, you know, we want to search your car, then they'd have a bigger problem, right? So this is one tool to use to make it a safer place. I can tell you and assure you that at least 5 to 6 of those cars that sit up there every day, about 5 days a week, are up to no good. So I strongly recommend that the other counselors, you know, vote for this if you really are serious about tackling the crime and the drug stuff that's going on. If you're serious about it, this is one step, this is one thing that needs to be done. Again, I don't think it needs to be forever, but I think for a little while it's important. And again, I'm sorry to the attorney that's standing there. I really like you.
For the next 20 seconds. Audience, please, thank you. Further comments, questions from the council? Yes, back to you, Councilor.
Yes, I think this is a supreme example of cutting off your nose to spite your face. We're making everybody pay for the sins of a few people, and it seems to me that if the police were to enforce the 2-hour parking limit, the compromise is retain the spaces between Pine and Walnut. Keep from Walnut to Spruce, eliminate those, that's the compromise. And police those spaces, the 2-hour limits, make certain that 2 hours is actually adhered to. I really hate to disadvantage a longtime business. I'm concerned about Councilor Najean's parking in front of Gather to Grow. These are useful things, and as was pointed out, much of the park surrounding area is unavailable for public parking. So I think this is an overreach, and the compromise in my amendment would be to eliminate parking only in that stretch from Trinity back to Walnut Street, which in my limited experience is where most of the problem occurs.
We're now heading to public comment for this agenda item.
Hi, my name's Chris Lumgio. I am the aforementioned lawyer. I'm at 190 Bates Street. My wife bought 190 Bates Street back in 2007. It was a crumbling, falling apart building. We put over $100,000 into it. We now have 6 tenants, so we have 6 businesses in that building. There's 3 lawyers, 1 counselor, and there's 2 home health agencies. They all have clients. They all come, they park in front of the building, and they come into the building to come see us. You shut down Bates Street, and our clients are going to have nowhere to go. They're going to say, oh, fine, park on the side streets. Are you really? And so the big problem here is there's drug dealers at the north end by the church dealing drugs. I see them every single day of the week. I walk my dog in that park every single day of the week. I love the park. My wife and I used to go to the park. We used to sit there on a blanket and have lunch. I still go out in the park and I enjoy it. The drug dealers are a pain in the butt. But let me ask you, counselors, if you ban parking, are the drug dealers going to say, well, we can't park here anymore, so we're not going to do it anymore? Really? They're still going to sell drugs. And the people that buy the drugs, do you think they drive up in a Bentley and they park for a couple of hours to go buy their drugs? No, they do not. I've had homeless people living on my porch. Last year, I had a 70-year-old guy. He had nowhere to go. I said, listen, just leave during the day so my clients don't see you. The year before, I had another guy living on my porch. Homelessness is a problem. The drug people are a problem. But you know what I deal with them? I treat them nicely. I talk to them, I ask their name, see how they're doing. I don't want them throwing bricks through my windows. It's good to know who they are. That's not going to get rid of that problem. If you get rid of parking on Bates Street, the only thing you're going to do is make it a nightmare for me and the other businesses in my building who have clients who need to come park to come see us. You're not going to solve the problem. Here's a crazy idea. This is insane, right? If there's crimes happening, if criming is occurring, how about arrest the criminals, right? If they're doing bad things and parking all day long when they're not supposed to be there, go give them a ticket. And if they don't move, make them move. There is a law in place to take care of this. Now, I love the PD. I've seen the PD in the alleyway between my building and the old Joe Dunn building, which has been empty for a long time, treat the homeless people with the greatest deal of respect. And I love we've got great PD in Lewiston. They could also go out and arrest the people doing the drug dealing at the north end of the park, which is about 20 feet away from the police department, or it used to be. So I'm begging you. I have a business. I've been there for a long time. I have clients that need to park. Shutting down Bates Street will not solve a thing. It is lunacy to think that somehow by having no cars parked on Bates Street will suddenly make the drug dealers go away. They're going to go to a different street, or they'll park on a different street, and then they'll come to the park. Please, don't shut it down. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mohammed Abdullahi, and I'm here tonight to reinforce the idea of Chris. I am a business owner. I've been living in this city, Ward 3, 17 years. I was a former social service in this city. For 7 years, Kathy knows me.
One second. If somebody has their phone on here, please turn it off.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, it's okay. Please continue, sir.
All right, so I raised 4 kids in this town, in Lewiston. And this city is a city that I cannot move away. This is my home. And today I'm a business owner since 2021. And my location is 190 Bates Street. My business name is Genuine Home Care. I've been dealing since 2021 in that location, precisely that location, where all my clients are coming to see me, to get their paperwork, to get their paycheck. I employed 10 workers. If you eliminated that parking, I have to move away. And this is an affordable business location for me. It's a center of downtown, and it's a place that make function my business. Today, if you guys, city council, if today you guys go with that amendment to shut down Bates Street, I have to go somewhere else. And I cannot afford that. Like I said, addictions to criminals or coming here in that park cannot prohibit the parking availability for us. You have to tackle the roots issue of these problems. My car was never vandalized by these people, never. I left my car over there at 8 in the morning to 9 p.m. No one touched my car since 2021. These people are some problems in the society, yes, but this is not the issue that you guys have to do, eliminate that parking from Pine Street all the way to Spruce Street. My friends come to enjoy the park with their family and their kids. My kids used to enjoy to play soccer in that park. And this is a recreation place where families, people came to talk, to chat, to enjoy their time in that park. Where are they gonna park now? So please, I would ask you to remove this amendment. And sorry, Mr. Administrator, that you put this in the agenda, but we care about this place. We care about that section between Pine Street all the way to Spruce Street to keep the way it is. That's all I have to say tonight. Thank you.
Further public comment?
Ditto, ditto, and ditto. I know it's a problem. I drive by that all the time. Oh, Wendy, Auburn, sorry. I understand the frustration. We call the police all the time. So, but I loved hearing the lawyer, I haven't met him before, what he said about how he talks to people. We do the same thing. And just like we had the issue at Poirier's, eliminating the parking is not going to eliminate the problem. They're going to go somewhere else. And they're more likely going to go in a more residential area where there isn't as much traffic and there isn't as much visibility and knowing what they're doing. So they're just going to go somewhere else. And I would rather limit the parking to 2 hours, try to find a way to enforce that 2-hour parking, try to police I know they go get arrested or get a citation for public drinking and then it doesn't go anywhere. I get that. There's too much going on here to enforce all the way to the top. I get it. And I know it's an issue, but I think we can do better. And I think we can not cut the legs off of the businesses that are here. It's been a problem. There's been a lot of business leaving. I don't want any more businesses leaving Lewiston. So that's just my 2 cents.
Jay Zimmerman, Ward 5. Honestly, Wendy said most of it. I think we're making a huge assumption here that by removing parking spaces, we're going to eliminate the behaviors that we don't want to see in the park. It's like somebody proved to me that connection between taking away parking spaces and taking away the behaviors. They're going to park somewhere else. They're going to do the behaviors somewhere else. We're still going to have the same effects in our park. But now we're also going to have things like families who prefer to drive to the park won't be able to park nearby. I think this is especially bad timing considering the construction on Pine Street and the elimination of parking spaces over there. I also feel like this is an issue of optics. Like we're trying to do something to make it look like we are cleaning up the city and making the park a friendlier place to be and hang out. But like, is that just to look good? Or is that really going to solve our problem? And I worry that by taking away these parking spaces, we will not be solving our problem, and we're going to have negative impacts on businesses and families. It just doesn't seem worth it to me for something that's like a quick optical fix that doesn't address our issues and has negative impact on people using the park and our businesses alongside it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ifrah, Ward 2. I wanted to add also that on Tuesdays there is a farmer's market at Kennedy Park, and there's a lot of customers who park on that side of the road. Just how everybody said, I think the parking lot is not the problem. The police should walk around some more, and if they see those behaviors, tackle that specific behavior and those people who are breaking the law, but not punish people who are just, using that parking spot. Thank you.
Matthew Egren, Ward 4. I get all the concerns that were brought forward, but eliminating those parking spaces just drives that crime somewhere else in the city. Also, there's no parking around Kennedy Park during the day anyways. Try to attend something in this building at 12 o'clock and find a parking spot. I've attended a number of times, and where have I parked? Up on Bates Street, because it's the only place I could find parking. When the police chief did his press conference in this room, that's where I parked, was up on Bates Street. Right at the corner, I tucked in just barely in the parking spot. But moving those parking spots away doesn't fix the problem. It will move it somewhere else. It'll move it street over. It'll move it somewhere else. Now, the other thing is, all the parking around the park belongs to the city now, effectively. Which, Councilman Jean points out, we have beautiful parking garages that we've invested in. But yet, all these parking spots around here are limited to basically limited to city employee passes, the mayor, and a few councilor slots. Why are the city employees not being encouraged to use the parking garages, especially while we have the other side of Park Street gone for parking? You know, there are things we need to look at. This is one of those ones, yep, it's a great look. We're going to fix the problem by moving them away. What you're going to do is you're going to drive businesses that use those parking spots out. And we have enough problems with businesses leaving because their business expenses are too high. We don't need to drive them out because they can't get their customers in the doors anymore because there's no parking.
Billy Cook, Ward 5, owner of the Inn at the Agora and the aforementioned former owner of the Agora Grand. I've heard a lot of people talk about businesses needing this parking spots, and I do agree, and I also agree with Dave's suggestion from Walnut to Spruce, because we don't have the same demand for parking in front of the Agora or the Inn. We have our own lots. What I have dealt with, and you talk about attracting businesses, is I'm going to be a business that doesn't leave if you don't, that does leave if you don't fix it, because I'm quite frankly going to go broke. And I'm going to go broke because I have customers that come in the front door horrified of our neighborhood, saying they're not going to stay, or they call me on the phone, never even step foot on our property, screaming how I'm a liar. Last weekend was the first weekend that I've been able to breathe a sigh of relief in a long time. A long time. I had 2 stayovers, 3 check-ins. All 3 of the check-ins showed up between 6 and 7 in the evening, which is prime time for the circus to be going on at Kennedy Park. Loud music sometimes starts at 7 in the morning at least 150 decibels and goes till 10 o'clock at night. Last weekend was the first time I had all my guests come in excited to be here. They walked through the park and went to dinner. They enjoyed it. I even got reviews today from the text that we sent out. One person said it was the best dress he's gotten on his whole vacation. I'm a business that's not going to survive if you don't fix something there. I'm in the middle of my busy season, and I'm struggling right now. It's desperate. This week was fantastic. My husband and I both made comments about the fact that it felt like we were in a different world. We actually went for 2 walks downtown. We weren't accosted constantly by people begging for money. It was fantastic. Even walking here tonight, the amount of families that were playing in the park, I haven't seen that in ages. I'm going to tell you, though, the parking isn't going to fix everything. If you want to start fixing stuff up there, yes, I agree. Arrest the people that are doing the crimes. Yes, I agree with all of that, but I'm also going to tell you, get rid of the park benches that are sitting outside of the park on the sidewalk, and do something with the steps right at the top of Kennedy Park, because if anybody can put their butt on it, they're going to sit on it, and it is not inviting. You are bringing visitors into our town, and the first thing they're seeing is that mayhem. So yes, I agree. I agree with Dave's suggestion, but I definitely need something done there. Thank you.
Zoe Lidstrom, Ward 5. Is there still time for one more comment?
No, we're here for a while yet.
Granted.
Please continue.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go quickly. I am simply concerned that with the lack of other parking, that people who maybe are unable to walk to the park but like to enjoy it might struggle to find parking. I'm kind of the first person to suggest that we have a ton of parking in this city if people just do park in the garages, but not everyone is able to walk from there to where they go. So perhaps Councillor Chittum's suggestion would be a good compromise to try to achieve the goal of cleaning up, the park without removing too much parking on too many sides of the park. And then one other thing that folks might not be aware of that people do use those spaces to park for. I am a volunteer with the Lewiston Contra Dance, which takes place it's the second Friday of every month, except for August. And a lot of people who come to our dance do park on that section of the street during dances. So just something to note. Thank you.
Melissa Dunn, resident on Blake Street in Lewiston. The conversation is like centering parking, but it's not really about parking. It's about poor people not being worthy and deserving. People with substances, mental health, unhoused should be met through triage. Sometimes police isn't always the answer or the person to be showing up to certain calls, especially if there's a life crisis event going on or things like that. Ordinances are meant to disproportionately impact poor and working class people. They're being used to criminalize people through this council, and it's been a long-standing history with anti-poor, anti-homeless ordinances, from removing park benches from Lisbon Street, smoking bans. I think one time we had a noise ordinance passed where 7 p.m. was like the curfew time, and then they changed that. This is stuff that could really benefit from community organizing efforts, boots to the ground, people that do community health work type stuff. We've had people before try to rally community to protest against sex workers that were on their street. And I threw up such a big stink about it. I was like, you're not gonna be protesting people against the people. We don't do that here. We take care of each other. The number one thing is not what just everybody else said, but it really runs the risk to compromise people, especially somebody that might be trafficked, dealing with survival sex, things like that, where they're being pushed underground. And the last place that anybody wants a trafficked survivor, victim, is to be pushed underground. And I feel the same way about people who use substances or unhoused people. I would ask the council to consider that if you're passing ordinances, to please be aware around classism and racism and what that kind of looks like when certain communities would be disproportionately impacted by an ordinance that's passed. I am concerned, obviously, because Gather to Grow and the Jubilee Center's there, and that is such a centralized place for community to be and come together. So it makes sense the park would be having a variance of community. Thank you.
Further public comment? Public comment is now closed. Chris, I have a question. Do you mind just coming to the podium really quick? I appreciate you sharing your concerns. Both for your clients and the patrons of the businesses that you rent to, about how long are they needing parking? Like an hour, 2 hours?
So, yeah, anything from 20 minutes to 2 hours, depending on what the meeting is.
Okay.
But max 2 hours.
Gotcha. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
No, thank you. We're good. I appreciate hearing from the business community on Bates Street. I guess I would invite the council to maybe, I forget, this was, Councilor Chittum, this was your motion for the amendment?
Yes, I move the amendment.
And then it was Councilor Harriman. Did you second that? I would invite you to maybe withdraw that amendment if possible, and then maybe table this to the next meeting to allow administration to talk further with the business community on Bates Street and get a sense of what the needs are, and perhaps instead of eliminating all the parking, determining what spots are most crucial and maybe limit some of the parking in the most affected or the most concerning areas to 1 hour instead of 2. That could be a way forward here. Councillor Gallant.
I would agree with that, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to see it go away. I do believe the parking needs to go away. I believe that Council Chittiman's, it was a good compromise, but at the same time, I would like to ask the administrator to look into city parking and how many employees we have. I mean, I would understand, we're blessed, the councils, we have spots. The mayor walks mostly, I use his spot when he's not here. I understand maybe department heads might have parking here because their role, but I think that their regular employees should be able to use the parking garage, which might free up spots over here. And you know what's going to happen as soon as we do that? The people who are parked up there are going to park over there. There's no happy answer, people. And I'm saying that facetiously, that I don't want to give the parking spots up. But I'm just saying is, at some point here, we have to draw a line, and the line needs to be to remove the problem. Yes, it's going to go somewhere else or move somewhere down the street. But the idea, again, is we've been policing the park, and what do you see out here now? Families every day. You see families and people out here every day because the police are out there every day moving people along. So we have to eliminate things little by little and move the people to a more uncomfortable area, and hopefully that's going to cure some of the problem. Is it all going to go away? No, and we're not going to post a police officer up there every day to watch what's going on. We have a hard enough problem now taking care of a lot of the stuff we have to take care of while somebody's standing up there and doing that. I feel for the businesses, and I believe that if the compromise the councilor talked about would probably work, and I believe a workshop would be the answer.
Councillor Najin.
Just really quickly, I just want to acknowledge something, which is that many people have stood today saying we want something that's normative, right? You're talking about things that are normative. In the challenges that we're facing right now are simply enforcing our ordinances and laws. So until we can get to a point where we're saying our ordinances and laws matter and we're going to enforce these things and we're going to spend more time, more energy making sure that the people who are doing wrong in our community are punished for these acts, then we could take away all the parking in the world, address the problem. The problem is the crime. That's just my personal opinion. I would also say that we talk a lot about the police managing parking. It's not realistic. It's not real. So we need to start having other conversations about how we deputize some of these pieces. One of the things that was brought up before was meter maids, right? That's a deputized force that functions as a civil arm of the city. I don't expect the police department to be running around making sure people are parking in places for 2 hours. It's unrealistic based on the calls that they're receiving and the types of crimes that are happening in the community. But again, I don't expect that we're going to remove every parking bench and every parking spot in the city and every tree and every shrub because there's crime in the city. At some point in time, we actually have to crack down on the crime and say enough of the crime. Just my opinion.
Administrator Kenrath, since administration brought this forward, I guess I would like to hear your thoughts on tabling this motion, allowing administration to further talk with the business community.
Sure, we can table it and study it further, but just listening to some of the comments, this is not meant to solve this problem. It is not going to solve the problem. The strategy is not to take away parking and take away everything from the community. We have one specific hotspot area that is, as the owner of the Agora pointed out, a continual, ongoing, daily concern for the neighborhood, for the area, for the park. And I've been here for 2 months, and all I hear about every day from citizens of this community, all the meet and greets I do, people that stop by my office, everywhere I go, is what is the city doing about public safety? What is the city doing about making our downtown safer? What is the city doing about making this a more livable place? How are we going to improve the park? This is one small, tiny step. It's not meant to solve anything. It's not a broader strategy. We have a problem in one specific area. It would involve removing some parking spaces. But as I said, none of these decisions are easy or popular or convenient for everyone. They're not. But what we all hear about every single day from this community is we want change. We want public safety to be improved. We want to be able to walk around Lewiston and feel safe in our community. We want to invite our friends and family here and to be proud of this community. So this is one small step in that direction. I think we have to be bold. I think we have to make changes, and we have to be serious about doing it. If we're going to spend 2 hours on tiny little things, and debate them to death, I think we have a lot of work to do. So I think this is a small step. I understand the frustrations. I understand the business community. I couldn't be a bigger supporter of the business community. But we have a number one challenge that we hear about on a daily basis in this community, and we have one small opportunity tonight to take a step in that direction. That's what we've proposed. So we can table this. We can certainly engage more with the community and with the neighbors on the street. I'm absolutely happy to do that. But at some point, we have to start making bold, concrete decisions on how we're going to tackle this problem. And so there's going to be more proposals coming forward beyond this one tonight. And we have to do this. So we're happy to study it, but that's my general feeling. Thank you.
Thank you, Administrator Gainrath. Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. I agree that public safety is a big concern, probably the number one concern of all of us. It's not parking, though. It's public safety. And I'll go back to what I started with. I mean, in the memo from the police department, it says the police department has observed ongoing public drinking, drug distribution, and drug use from people occupying these parked vehicles. So why don't they do something about it? The answer is not to just take away all the parking. It's to address the crimes that are happening there. And I'm just tired of these half measures and dancing around the actual issue. Enforce the laws.
Councilor Longchamps.
Yes, I'd like to go back to David's proposal. I don't know if we could possibly, I think we need to do something. Now, we hear basically two businesses that have come out to share their opinions and the seriousness of possibly the parking situation on them closing. One saying that if there's no parking, our business is going to close. And then another one saying if the parking remains, she may have to close. So I think the happy medium would be to no parking on Walnut all the way to Spruce. Can we see about maybe doing that tonight?
Yeah, it's the current amendment. Councilor Gallant,
Then
did
I
you-
think it
Sorry.
addresses both things. We keep the parking for the attorney's office and the gentleman that spoke, and then we address the situation for the Agora Inn as well. Does it solve it all? No, but it does start, because over at Poiriers, when we fixed that parking situation that a lot of people were against, that has helped that area. That has helped that area, though, the parking, not the cameras, the parking. So, just saying, we have to do something. It does work.
Anything further, Councilor Longchamps?
No, I don't think we should table it, yes. So, yeah.
I'm going to get to you in 1 second, Chief. Councilor Gallant.
Thank you, Mayor. Going back to Councilor Harriman's talk about doing more, they did over 40 citations. How much more do you need? They didn't go away. And what happens when they go to court?
Right.
And they're right back out there again. So it's not a police problem. They're doing their job, but they can only do so much.
Right.
And we only and our force is down 7 or 8 police officers. Okay, we're shorthanded for the largest city in the area. So I think that's not the problem. I don't think calling them out is the right thing. I think we should go with Councilor Chittum's situation, and I'd like to move the question.
Do we have a second for to move the question?
Second.
Second by Councilor Longchamps. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
So there's a motion before you to move the question. Counselor from Ward 6.
Yes.
Ward 7.
Yes.
Ward 1.
Yes.
Ward 2.
Yes.
Ward 3.
Yes.
Ward 5.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0. So the motion before you is the amendment, which, just to remind you, is to remove the first section in the proposal. So you'd be striking the language beginning at a point on Bate Street 40 feet from the southeast corner of Pine Street and Bate Street and extending southerly on Bate Street a distance of approximately 273 feet. You'll be striking that for the amendment. Counselor from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Wait, yeah, I just need a little clarification, sorry. So we still have another motion on the table after this, correct? And that's for the full, to do away with all
Right,
parking?
so the main motion is to remove all the parking on Bate Street.
Okay.
And the amendment is essentially to keep parking from Pine to Walnut, and then to eliminate parking from Walnut to Spruce.
Okay. No.
And Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
motion passed by a vote of 6 to 1. Would you like the main motion now, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
So the main motion before you, which is now amended, Counselor Sol, so the main motion is now before you. Counselor from Ward 6?
Just to clarify, the main motion is to retain the 6 spaces between Pine and Walnut and to remove the spaces between Walnut and Spruce on Bate Street.
Yes.
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
No.
Ward 4? I'm sorry, Ward 5?
I want to get rid of them all, so I'm just confused on where,
Say
so no, I guess, no.
And Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
motion passed by a vote of 5 to 2.
Knows what you want to say.
But I didn't want to just do
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
I know.
We are now up to, I want to take item 15 now.
Item number 15, order authorizing the city administrator to sign the homeless shelter service agreement with Cadence Kitchen Pantry Incorporated. Requested action to approve the order authorizing the city administrator to sign the homeless shelter service agreement with Cadence Kitchen Pantry Incorporated.
So moved.
I have a motion, please,
Second.
Counselor
Second.
Gallant, second by Counselor Herman. Director Libby, are you here to kick us off, or?
Mayor and Council, my name is Nate Libby. I'm Director of Economic and Community Development. I was asked to facilitate a review of the request for Cadence Kitchen and their $400,000 a year agreement for funding for their startup shelter. We contracted with a third party, a community development finance institution based in Bangor called Mainstream Finance. They tend to work with a lot of these types of kind of startup requests, especially non-traditional type operations. They gave an overview of a lot of the strengths of the organization and the team that's been assembled who are present here. And they highlighted some of the challenges stitching together financing for such a venture like this, as well as sort of the higher level of administrative sophistication that's needed to operate one of these organizations. And so, as the agenda page pointed out, this is a policy decision of the council. We've laid out some strengths and some challenges the organization has in starting up a venture like this. I'd be happy to try to answer other questions you may have, whatever your pleasure is.
Comments, questions from, yes, Counselor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, a straightforward question. Has anyone approached Maine Housing to see whether or not the August 1st deadline that has been imposed on Cadence Kitchen to demonstrate 2 years of operational funding can be pushed back to a later date?
My understanding, I'm looking at the group here, is the request was made. Is that correct?
We have not made any requests for
Okay. We are not aware, the group is not aware of that an extension request has been made, and nobody on our side, I believe, has ask for an extension.
Okay, thank you. I'm agonizing and I'm frustrated. A lot of different adjectives come to mind. We received the most recent information on the funding and the budgeting at 2:20 this afternoon. I am going to propose that we table action on this until a special meeting to be held 1 week hence, to give us time to ask Maine Housing whether or not the August 1st deadline is still effective, and to thoroughly study the information which was only just given to us this afternoon. I will move to table this until a special meeting, which I would ask to be held 1 week hence on July 22nd, for the
Second.
specific purpose of addressing this item.
Before we second Councilor Glenn, I would just like to ask Councilor Chittum a clarifying question. So if we ask Maine Housing if they will grant an extension, we could just keep this on the August meeting rather than having a special meeting. Are you amenable to that?
I'm suspicious that Maine Housing will say no, as much as I believe that they are bending over backwards to try and give this $2.5 million to the city of Lewiston. To that end, I would propose to have a special meeting, primarily to give us time to digest the information that was just given to us this afternoon.
I guess, do we need, understood, so do we need to ask Maine Housing for an extension if we just need a week to go over what was just handed to us, or?
I think we ought to ask the question. I'm not sure that it's going to be, there's a word and I've lost it. It's not going to be instrumental in making our decision, but we ought to ask the question as a matter of due diligence. Do we have more time? We're already under the gun. We've got a deadline slightly more than 3 weeks out, and we're getting fresh information, hot off the press, by the minute. So this is a big, big decision for this city to be making. On the one hand, we've got an opportunity here that will not come along in the near future for us to address one of the big problems that Lewiston has, to clear a hurdle to an impediment to our economic development. On the other hand, we're being asked to commit money with not a full 100% assurance that that money will be well spent. This motion before us tonight asks us to commit another $800,000 to this very necessary item, the shelter in Lewiston. And frankly, I'm tired of making decisions on the fly. We seem to be doing a lot of that. I'm a person, and I believe many of my fellow councilors would much prefer to do it right the first time, to take it slowly and do it right the first time, rather than hurry up and get an answer, hurry up and make a decision, hurry up and change an ordinance. There are at least 4 examples in tonight's agenda where hurry up has resulted in errors, omissions, uncertainties. I don't want to point those out, but I'm saying that we need time to make especially as profound a decision as this is for this city's future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Chittum. Councilor Glant, were you still seconding the motion?
Yes, for discussion, yes.
Yes. Okay. Madam Clerk, did you get the motion to table?
Yes, to postpone this matter until a special meeting can be held on July 22nd.
Okay. Yes, Councilor Glant.
Yeah, I agree with Councilor Chittum with postponing it, but I also agree with you that should we get an extension from Maine Housing, that we could push it off to the next meeting. If we could get an extension. If they're not willing to, then we'll have to resolve it at the meeting on a week from today. However, and also the extra $800,000 for the public to understand, it's $400,000 a year in the next 2 out years. It is not coming out of this year's budget. It's not going to affect anybody this year. What we're doing is we're basically giving them a letter that's going to tell them that we're going to continue to support them through the initial opening of the whole process. So people are out there going, oh, what's going to happen? You know, the reality is we need this in this community. It's a huge problem. Will it fix it 100%? Of course not. But it will definitely give us in the right direction, the right starting point. And we're talking about optics again, as our city administrator talked about. People coming here, businesses coming here, want to see that we're proactive with taking care of all of our community, not just part of it. And that they are a part of our community. And we owe them the opportunity to try to do better, and we should fund up that situation. So I don't want people thinking that, God, we're going to find $800,000 this year. That's all it's about. We're saying that next year we'd give them $400,000, and the following year, in order for an opportunity to get $2.5 million to start this endeavor. So it's a small investment in the long run to try to get this kind of money in our community to kick this project off.
Councilor Najin.
I would just say that we've been making this decision for months now, like a year and a half at this point, right? And so at some point in time, we either have to make the commitment or say we're not going to make the commitment. And so I'm challenged by the idea of putting this off until August 1st. And I know that I was one of the most vocal opponents to using city funds to go towards the shelter. I was. But at this time, it's either going to happen with city support or it's not going to happen. And so putting off this decision another week, I don't agree with it.
Councilor Longchamps.
Yes, I definitely think we should vote on this, and I don't really think it changes much as far as, you know, if we keep moving forward and something happens with the other funding, you know, if we approve this, we're not giving them the money tomorrow. It just kind of keeps us moving forward in the direction that we all said we wanted to go. So, the audience needs to be quiet. But, yeah, so that's my opinion.
Thank you, Councilor Longchamps. I will watch over the audience.
Good.
Councilor Araman.
Thank you. I have similar concerns to Councilor Longchamps. I'm totally in favor of committing this money. My concern, I guess, is if the grant from Maine Housing doesn't come through, I guess it's a question. Have we committed this money if that grant doesn't come through? Because I'm concerned that this won't be enough to operate the shelter without that money. But it's kind of a circular thing now. They're requiring us to commit the money before they commit theirs. So I'm totally in favor of the $400,000 for the 3 years, just as long as the shelter does happen.
Right, exactly.
Councilor Sol.
So I think we should vote on it tonight, either way, however it goes, because we have been talking about it for a long time. But I'm not feeling really great about the situation, any of it. It's a lot of money, and it's a really hard decision to make. I really wish I didn't have to make this decision, but it's a lot of money, and I'm not feeling really comfortable about saying yes to this amount of money when the whole project doesn't really seem secure to me. Like, I don't even know, do we have a building? Do we really have a building, though? I mean, I know it might be under contract, but without the money, then it doesn't get purchased. So I don't know. I'm still thinking, so but I do think it should be voted on tonight.
Mr. Mayor.
Back to Director Libby, did you have something?
It looked like Councilor Sol was posing a question on status of the building, and so the group has a building under contract. I think it's $950,000. The $2.5 million grant that's been provided by Maine Housing would provide for the purchase of that building. Leftover funds would be used for operations for the first 2 years. So the city's money here doesn't necessarily need to be involved in purchasing the building. I believe the city's money here would be involved in operations of the program. if that helps answer that question.
Thank you, Director Libby. Back to you, Councilor Glant.
If we move forward tonight with the vote, I'm a positive vote for that. I want them to have the money. So, depending what happens with the amendment, I'm still a plus to make sure it happens.
Yeah, I agree with Councilor Gallant. Definitely in support of this. I would like some more time to look at the information that was presented. But yeah, that's where I'm at. We're now going to public comment for this agenda item.
Again, Matt Roy, Ward 6. Does anyone in this room think, given what multiple councilors have said, that tabling this to a special meeting next Tuesday, given that this has been worked on for months, and to Councilor Chittum's point, Maine Housing has not been bending backwards to help us. As Kevin said at the last meeting, this August 1st deadline came out of nowhere the week before that said meeting. Maine Housing is not bending backwards. As Councilor Najin and I have said multiple times in this room, Wilson Housing is not our friend. Maine Housing is just their big brother up in Augusta doing the same damn thing. Thank you. No, it's in Augusta.
If the audience could please refrain from speaking. Please continue, sir.
Brett Martell, Ward 7. So I'm against a low barrier model shelter in the first place. I know some of you are excited about it. I think it sends the wrong message. I think we should help people help themselves, not enable people to continue self-destructive behavior and have what appears to be zero standards whatsoever. My next issue is that we have been, as a public, reassured through the ad hoc committee, through the multiple times that this has been brought up at issue at City Council that I've seen online, that this wasn't going to require taxpayer dollars. We have been told it over and over and over again, and now it's some emergency where we're going to lose this if we don't come up with 1.2 in taxpayer dollars to secure another 2.5 and whatever it is. Well, you can't just dump that on the taxpayers. We just funded, by a very narrow margin, a new school record, new record school budget. That's going to go. We've got pending tax evaluations that are going to change tax rates for homeowners and business owners here in Lewiston. So there's that, but my next question is, I'm curious if Cadence is the right group to be partnering with. Their articles of incorporation were founded in 2018. I'm reading off the Secretary of State's current webpage right now. 2019, failure to file an annual report. 2021, notice, failure to file an annual report. 8/21, administratively dissolved, failure to file an annual report. Report was filed, they were reinstated in 9/21. 7/22, notice, failure to file an annual report. 6/23, notice, failure to file an annual report. 6/23/25, notice, failure to file an annual report. As of 4 days ago on Friday, at the IRS website, it showed Caden's Kitchen was not in good standing. That changed the next day. I don't know what was made. I saw some references in an online group chat, an online thread, that said that it was an administrative fee or something that was overlooked and that they're just human. I also know that 2024 was the first year that they've had to manage and have had different reporting requirements because funding was over $50,000. They haven't filed that return for public review, which is a matter of law for any 501c3. So none of the people that are now being asked for their tax dollars can personally review any of the documents or how the money was spent last year on just the warming shelter. And now we're being asked for money that we were told we wouldn't be asked for, and we're asked to give it to someone who has really not shown a super competent ability to stay ahead of their requirements for the IRS in the state of Maine. Okay, so if the ball is getting dropped on a $50,000 budget, and now we're going to blow this up to 3 whatever million, maybe we need to be finding a more experienced group, someone with a better skill set, someone with a history and a body of work that is more conducive to this being a
That's
successful
time. Thank
project
you.
with this level of budget, especially when it's coming from
That's
taxpayers'
time.
money.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Edward Belanger. I am a licensed social worker at St. Mary's Hospital in the Behavioral Emergency Department. I mostly came here to talk about, actually the low barrier is what the city needs. The low barrier shelter model is precisely what it needs because it's what's most accessible to people. Most people are thinking about accessibility in regard to physical disability, things like that. It'll have that. You know, people will be able to physically access the building, the facilities, the services. I've worked at that hospital for 6 years. I've worked in this community for 30, doing social services, boots on the ground, case management. I see what's needed for people to make those connections. Low barrier shelter provides them an anchor, a place to be so they can link to other services, the things that they need. I send people away from the hospital in a wheelchair. They can barely access the facilities that are available, if at all. And I know that they're not going to be able to make those connections that are necessary to be successful. So I'm going to see them in a couple of weeks. We're going to resolve the problem. Low barrier is what the city needs. That's exactly what it needs. This is the group that's committed. They know what they're doing. Everybody knows Caden's Kitchen in the area. You guys would be doing not just a service to the homeless population in the city, you'd be doing a service to the city. It's a big need. We've been at the hospital for the entire time I've been there. This is what we've been waiting for, is a place that we can link people to have follow through and follow up. And a location is important. Thank you.
Further public comment?
Matthew Egren, Ward 4. This is not going to be easy. To start with, this council made a priority to set a low barrier shelter for our homeless population. So after we put out a very short call for possible shelter operations, after settling what we wanted, only Kevin of Caden's Kitchen stepped up in that time frame. When you all looked over his original proposal, it was not complete. There were numbers and information that was not there. But you still approved him as our partner in this. Instead of kicking it back and saying, hey, can we have a completed packet so we can actually look over all these numbers and see if it's real? As I said that night, the city just approved a blank check for this. Now, while it was not the city's plan to kick any operational money into the proposed shelter, they did, on the other hand, say there are these 2 federal funding grants that we should be getting that we can use for the shelter operations. Had these funds been secured, we would not be here tonight asking. They would not be here tonight asking for this money. Also, not long ago, you all just approved an unsecured loan to Democratic Brewery so they could move forward with their project. The deal they got compared to the deal that this packet offers Caden's Kitchen was a sweet deal. Caden's Kitchen now becomes a completely open book to the finance department of the city, providing monthly financial statements, including any funding commitments and anticipated sources of funds. As for the deal in the packet, there's a number of blank spaces where it's incomplete. For example, the city has the right to terminate the agreement upon unknown day's notice. It also says that Caden's Kitchen will run a 20-hour, and then in parentheses, 24-hour shelter. There are more of these in there. I really hope you all will take a really careful look at the deal that's you're offering, because there are a lot of blanks that aren't filled in for the public to see. Finally, for all of you who said we need to have this shelter in the city, this is the only chance we're going to get. When the money goes away, the only other way to do it is for the city to fund it completely, or we find someone who has the money to do it completely. I'm not sure there's anyone out there who can. Now, what is the cost of our first responders responding to homeless calls around the city? How much of that will be eliminated by having them within a shelter. Thank you for your time.
Craig Saddlemeyer, live at Charles Street, also chair of the Shelter Committee. Put simply, you know, from the beginning of the process, I think we've always wanted more time and more resources to try to achieve what we're trying to achieve. And I think certainly a theme of trying to establish a shelter in Lewiston, and maybe a theme of some of the other questions that were being debated tonight, is that the rate at which we have to solve problems seems to be faster than what feels comfortable to us. I would actually echo Matt's point, which is it just doesn't seem like we have tried to find different ways to do this, and this seems to be none of them seem easy, and this is the most feasible that we've been able to come up with at this point. Other funding sources were pursued, and as you read in the memo, were not successful, unfortunately. I guess I wanted to address the piece about Maine Housing. I don't have the language of their NOFA memorized, but Maine Housing wants to see these funds help unhoused people be sheltered this winter and the following year. The deadline they've set is them communicating that if there isn't certain benchmarks met, and their benchmark at the moment is they want to see more local participation in this. And you know, if we had gotten these federal resources and administered them at the local level, that would have, you know, met that criteria. But in the absence of that, they want to see some sort of local commitment for the first 2 years that gives them confidence that while their investment is being utilized, people are actually going to be housed, because that, you know, that money is needed for the programming to operate the shelter. We could ask them for an extension. I don't know that they'd do it. I don't know that'd be received well, but I think Maine Housing has been very supportive, very eager to see this succeed. I don't think that they are being unreasonable. I just think the circumstances are hard. I mean, shelters have been like other shelters have been closing around the state. It's not, it's just a hard circumstance. And I mean, one thing that was a big learning, you know, I come from a housing background. Developing shelters is not my experience. And I was really shocked to see how few resources there actually are dedicated at the state or federal, at any level of government, to develop a shelter or operate it. It's very little. So it is just a lot of begging and fighting and scraping together what you can to get something going. So I'll just end by saying the grant opportunity we saw from Maine Housing, we knew it was a one-time opportunity. And originally we started with this idea that we're just gonna like find all the resources first and then go for it. And we looked around and saw there were no resources except for this thing. And we reoriented our strategy, and that's something we explained to council, you know, when we recommended the RFP, when we went for the grant. It's been hard and it's been choppy, and Cadence has stuck with it through thick and thin through that whole process. So just wanted to provide that context.
Thank you, Craig. Further public comment?
Kevin Bollard, Ward 4. I am also the president of Cadence Kitchen. Back in July of 2024, the city of Lewiston put together a shelter ad hoc committee to seek out the possibilities of starting a shelter in our community. The responsibilities of that shelter committee were to identify a location, identify funding sources, and create an RFP for a service provider to partner with the city of Lewiston to launch this shelter opportunity. The RFP was put out in September for a shelter partner. We completed every single step that was required to fulfill that RFP obligation, and we received a vote in support of our organization to be the partnership with the city of Lewiston for this process. We have been part of every single shelter ad hoc committee meeting. We have taken over full responsibility for securing the building, securing additional finances, and doing a lot of the legwork of things that have been fallen short or dropped the ball on in regards in one way or the other. Ever since the beginning of this process, and even included in the RFP, it is clearly stated that the City of Lewiston will provide ongoing funding support, but will not be responsible for the full funding operations of the shelter. A funding agreement was to be made with the service provider to provide a potential of those ongoing funding support, and that is what we agreed to when we signed up with the RFP process. The budgets that provided to Cadence Kitchen by the Shelter Ad Hoc Committee, which were presented to Maine Housing for the Long-Term Solutions Grant. And remember that the Shelter Ad Hoc Committee made the decision that it was in the best interest for Cadence Kitchen to be the lead applicant on this grant, so we took that responsibility. The Shelter Committee felt it was Cadence Kitchen's responsibility to be the owner of the building, so we took on that responsibility. The budget that we provided to Maine Housing to secure a $2.5 million grant for the benefit of the City of Lewiston in this partnership had ongoing annual funding support from the City of Lewiston in the amount of $400,000 that was provided in the 5-year operating budget provided by the ad hoc committee in which we were established as a partnership to work with the city. This is not a new funding request. Cadence Kitchen has taken the brunt of all of these questions and concerns about where is the funding support for this process. The funding support was supposed to be coming from the City of Lewiston in regards to the partnership. We have supplied 500%. The original budget Cadence Kitchen was supposed to come to the table with was $500,000. That is in the budget. We are at the table with $2.5 million. The City of Lewiston, on paper, was going to bring $4 million to this project. The City of Lewiston has committed $400,000. We have committed 500% we have secured of our budget. The City of Lewiston has committed 10% of the budget. That was presented to Maine Housing to secure the $2.5 million. This is not a new request for money. This is a request for the City of Lewiston to play the role that they have promised and Cadence Kitchen has committed to for the past 9 months. We have dedicated everything to the process. It is not our responsibility why there are communication gaps in the city. It is not our responsibility.
Thank you, Kevin. Please wrap up your comments.
Yeah, so I would just ask you guys to put this to vote tonight. I have worked very closely with Maine Housing. It is going to be a very poor look from the City of Lewiston to go back to Maine Housing and ask for an extension because the City of Lewiston is unsure of their commitment for a shelter they asked for.
Further public comment? Back to the council. Councilor Longchamps.
Thank you, Kevin, for sharing all of that. Again, I think we definitely should vote. You know, if we vote yes, it's not like they're going to get a check tomorrow. There's still a whole process that has to be done. This is something that we wanted. We recognize there's challenges and some things that maybe their administration needs to do differently or do better. And I believe that they're dedicated to doing that. I think they have a great team of professionals that are going to work with these individuals to better serve them and to better help them. So I just encourage us to vote on it today and move it forward like we've been talking about.
Councilor Chittum and Councilor Gallant, you made the motion, and Councilor Gallant, you seconded, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Do you want us to vote on this motion, or are you thinking that we should vote tonight and you are withdrawing your motion?
I don't care to withdraw the motion because I still need time to study these numbers. These numbers have been changing. As I said, the most recent numbers, which are very different than the ones that were received this morning, came in at 2:20 this afternoon. I don't think it's too much to ask. We would still be meeting presumably the August 1st deadline for Maine Housing. I'm fully committed to this project, but I want to make certain that the numbers upon which we are basing our decision are numbers that pass the straight face test, numbers which aren't going to be changing between now and 3 o'clock this morning and 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. That's my concern. I want to stress that I've looked at the resumes. I know many of the people on the newly constituted board for Cadence Kitchen, and there is no doubt in my mind that the desire, the heart, the passion is there. What I am seeing light in this resume of trustees are people who are experienced in grant writing, who are experienced in the nastiness of administration. You folks are heart and soul in support, which is what we need of our homeless people. But I am seeing a lightness in the ability to maintain. I made a comment earlier that I think that Maine Housing is bending over backwards to give us this money, because frankly, I think it's ridiculous that Maine Housing is asking for only 2 years of demonstrated operation. If I were in Maine Housing's shoes and I were handing out $2.5 million, I would want to see at least 5 years of operation funded. That's why I say I think that Maine Housing really wants us to have this money. And I certainly want to take it, but I want to take it with a full understanding of the facts, and facts that aren't mutable, that are consistent and pass the straight face test, which is why I ask for 1 week decision.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I would like to call the vote for the motion.
Is there a second?
Councilor Glant seconded,
I
correct?
did second it originally.
I'm sorry, are you moving the previous question, Mr. Mayor? Is that your motion?
Sorry, say that again?
Is your motion, Mr. Mayor, to move the previous question?
Yes.
Okay. And is there a second to that motion?
I'm trying to have a vote on the motion to table.
So you need a second. That's what
You need a second.
Do
to
I
call
need
the
a second
question.
for
Yes,
that,
you
Madam
do.
Clerk?
Right, if you want to stop discussion of the body, if the body's ready to stop discussion and go for a vote.
I would like to call the question for the motion. Do we have a second? All right, Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. So I'm in favor of voting on this tonight. I do also want to bring up something that one of the commenters touched on, is how much are we currently spending to deal with unsheltered homelessness in the city? As far as emergency services go, I know that's difficult to quantify, but it's not nothing. And even more difficult to quantify, but also not nothing, is the economic development that we're losing out on because of people's perception of Lewiston, because we haven't dealt with our unsheltered homelessness. So I feel like this is, even though I would like other entities to step up, including the county, because this will really be a regional resource, I feel like $400,000 a year, especially for just 3 years that we're committing to right now, is a small price to pay for really helping out some of the most marginalized and suffering people in our community.
Councilor Longchamps.
Yes, this is more so a question for Councilor Chittum. This 400,000 we knew about.
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
Well, 1 second. Is that the entirety of your time here being recognized?
No.
Okay, please finish, and then we can.
Basically, I'm just a little confused because it sounds like Mr. Chittum is saying that he is just now made, that he's just now being confronted with this 400,000. Is that what you're saying? No.
No, ma'am.
Okay, can you tell me what you're saying again?
I am looking at 2 5-year budgets, one of which was given to me this morning, another was given to me at 2:20 this afternoon. They are radically different. It's the operating and development budget for the low barrier shelter that is new information for me. We have already committed $400,000
Right,
through, from the undesignated fund balance for this fiscal year. The topic tonight is whether we are going to enter into essentially a contract with Cadence Kitchen for 3 years, 2 additional at $400,000 a year. We don't know where that money is coming from. I have every confidence that we'll be able to find it somewhere, but where, I don't know. I'd like to investigate that a little more, and I would like to have some assurance of which of these operating budgets is going to be the one that will be most closely adhered to when we start operating, when Cadence Kitchen starts operating the shelter. Believe me, I am fully in support of this project. I have been one of its staunchest advocates from day one. However, I also am cognizant of the fact that we need to, we're the fiduciaries for the taxpayers' money, and we need to make certain that this additional $800,000 is not going to be wasted, which goes back to the point where I'm suggesting that Maine Housing is really eager to give us the grant because they're only asking demonstration of 2 years of operating costs, which I think is not reasonable. However, I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. So, does that answer your question? It's the budgets that are different, that are new to me, and to all of us, I assume, unless somebody... So, I would like the week to study these budgets and to ask the correct questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you good, Councillor Longchamps? Councillor Najin.
I would just say that I believe the way the master services agreement is written, obviously, yes, there are some blanks that aren't filled out, such as the date, covers a lot of the relationship between Cadence Kitchen and the city, as well as the fiduciary responsibility for the city. So ultimately, even if the budgets are off, we commit to a funding source that doesn't happen if the budgets are off, because it all falls apart. You know what I mean? I think at some point in time we have to commit to saying yes, we're going to do the shelter, or no, we're not. And fortunately or fortunately, what it is right now is that the city has to participate on a financial level, or promise to participate on a financial level in order to move it forward. And that's the truth of it. And so, you know, I would be comfortable voting tonight. And I understand your points, and I agree. You know, I think looking at those budgets is important. I think going through those details is important. But I mean, this is a pledge to do something that we either get past and sign up for, or we maybe drive it around the block a couple more times and then park it again.
Councillors, I would also be in favor of voting sometime tonight. Are you moving the question? Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a second. Madam Clerk, we have moved the question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Counselor from Ward 6?
No.
A point of order. Was there an amendment that we're voting on here?
Right, I'm sorry, this is to move the question. I believe Counselor Longchamps made the motion and Counselor Gallant seconded it, and the motion is to move the question.
Okay,
And then we'll be voting on the amendment and then the main motion.
Correct.
Okay,
Right.
thank you.
So, I'm sorry, Counselor from Ward 6 is a no?
Yes, you're right, this is a no.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor from Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
And Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 6-1. So the motion before you is to postpone this matter until a special meeting to be held on July 22nd. Counselor from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
No.
Ward 1?
No.
Ward 2?
No.
Ward 3?
No.
Ward 5?
No.
And Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Motion failed by a vote of 2-5. So now the main motion is before you, which is to approve the order authorizing the city administrator to sign the homeless shelter service agreement with Cadence Kitchen Pantry Incorporated. Are you all set for that vote, Mr. Mayor?
Please call the vote, Madam Clerk.
Counselor from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 5?
No.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 6 to 1.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Libby, and thank you, Cadence Kitchen. Madam Clerk, there's still a couple items here that might take a while. I would like to take, do we have, Nina, are you still here for 19? All right, we're going to 19.
19. Item number 19, order approving the disposition of 55 Old Lisbon Road. Request an action to approve the order approving the disposition of 55 Old Lisbon Road.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Gallant.
Second.
Second by Councilor Chittum. Director Libby, are you kicking us off? Or
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, this is tax-acquired property. The city has had this listed for sale for a little over a year. We've got a above offer that was submitted that the staff is recommending that the city council accept.
Thank you, Deputy Administrator O'Malley. Questions, comments from the council? Councilor Chittum.
Yes, I've read the memo from Alan Ward to Administrator Cainrath, and I have a question. In June of 2024, it went under contract with Du Bois Realty marketing each parcel, and I think there's only one, by quitclaim deed at $99,500 for the fair market value. In February, the city administrator approved a reduction of the listing price to $749,000. There must be a misprint in there somewhere.
Correct. So it was supposed to say 997,500. The 7 was left off for the fair market value.
Okay, this is an example of rushing instead of taking your time to do it right. Let's rush and get it done. And this is what's extremely frustrating for me. So now we are selling this price, for the asking price is $749,000. I understand the buyer has offered $750,000.
That's correct, Council.
For the parcel. Can you tell me how much of that does the city retain and how much goes to the prior owner of the parcel?
So the heirs will receive, it's estimated, because we don't have the full cost yet, of course, of the real estate agent and the cost of all the legal and the demo and all that, about 500 to 550,000 will go back to the heirs for this property.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to make the point that this is a new state law which requires the city to undertake all of the effort to sell tax-acquired property and reimburse itself exclusively its costs. It is not allowed to make a profit on this. The profit goes to the people who failed to pay the taxes in the first place. The profit on the sale of this property rewards the people who failed to pay taxes and caused us to take this property in the first place. That does not seem just, right, or fair to me. Thank you for giving us that information, Director Roy.
We're now going to public comment for this agenda item. And back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7 to 0.
Thank you very much. We're I think we still need to do 14, correct,
We do,
Madam?
yes.
Okay, we're back to 14.
Item number 14, order, taking possession of the following properties and authorizing that they be offered for sale through a process to be recommended by the Finance Committee. 1499 Main Street, 97 Sabata Street, 11 King Avenue, 12 Fair Street, 89 Acadia Avenue, 84 Summit Avenue, 28 Highland Avenue, 23 Fairlawn Avenue, 23 Sand Hill Road, 22 Johnson Street, 32 Horton Street, 85 Sleeper Road, 22 Goodall Street, and 67 Oak Street. Requested action to approve the order taking possession of the following properties and authorizing that they be offered for sale through the city's Realtor, Du Bois Realty, Keller Williams, 1499 Main Street, 97 Sabata Street, 11 King Avenue, 12 Fair Street, 89 Acadia Avenue, 84 Summit Avenue, 28 Highland Avenue, 23 Fairlawn Avenue, 23 Sand Hill Road, 22 Johnson Street, 32 Horton Street, 85 Sleeper Road, 21 Goodall Street, and 67 Oak Street.
Mr. Mayor,
May I have a motion, please?
I will move that we take the requested action with the exception of 23 Sand Hill Road.
Well, yes. Director Roy, do you mind commenting on that?
Do you need to have a second?
Second.
Well, we can do this a number of ways. I guess, Madam Clerk, could we do it the way that Councilor Chittum suggests, or should we have an amendment afterwards?
We should have an amendment. We need to have the main motion on the floor and then an amendment.
Yes, thank you. If we can have a motion, please.
Well, my motion was made, but if we prefer to have an erroneous motion and correct it with amendment, we can do that too.
That's what myself and the clerk would prefer at this moment.
All right, yourself and clerk, I will move the requested action.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Councilor Chittum, followed by Councilor Harriman. Director Roy, can you explain?
So this morning you received an email for 23 Sand Hill Road. Our lawyer has been working with the two heirs they would like to donate the property with the thought that we would release the liability in their name. And we looked into everything, made sure everything was legal. It will be a cleaner sale for us to have that removed, along with the fact that we will not, as Councilor Chittum mentioned, we will not have to give any of the additional part of the sale back to the heirs, because they're waiving that by donating the land to us. Along with the fact, 28 Highland Avenue, today we received a call from a mortgage company that is not at the Registry of Deeds, but they are a new mortgage company. They would like to send a check and clean up that one, so I would also like to remove that and not take possession of that and allow the bank, the mortgage company, to pay for that and clear that up.
So that was 23 Sand Hill Road. What was the other one?
23 Sand Hill Road is the donation
Right.
one, and then 28 Highland Avenue,
So you'd like to exclude those two?
correct.
Okay. Can I have a motion to that effect, Councilor Chittum?
I tried to give you that motion earlier, Mr. Mayor, but you didn't like it. I will move to amend the requested action to remove 28 Highland Avenue and 23 Sand Hill Road.
Do we have a second?
Second that.
Thank you, Councilor Chittum, Councilor Gallant. As always, I appreciate the council's patience. Discussion. Public comment on this agenda item. Back to the council. Anything further, Director Roy?
No.
Councilor Chittum, did you have something?
Yes, again, at the risk of appearing overly peckish, I will point out that I went through this and failed to find 1499 Lisbon Street as it's identified on the information sheet. It took me a while to realize that it's actually 1499 Main Street. Again, let's rush and get something done rather than do it right the first time.
Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
The The vote is the amendment to remove those two properties. Counselor from Ward 6,
Yes.
Ward 7.
Yes.
Ward 1,
Yes.
Ward 2,
Yes.
Ward 3.
Yes.
Ward 5,
Yes.
and Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0. The motion before you is now the main motion as amended. Counselor from Ward 6,
Yes.
Ward 7,
Yes.
Ward 1,
Yes.
Ward 2,
Yes.
Ward 3,
Yes.
Ward 5,
Yes.
and Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you. Item number 16, correct?
Yes, item number 16, resolve authorizing the city administrator to execute an amendment to a CDBG CV CARES subrecipient agreement to extend the term to April 30th, 2026. Requested action to approve the resolve authorizing the city administrator to execute an amendment to the CDBG CV CARES subrecipient agreement for Trinity Jubilee Center to extend the term to April 30th, 2026.
I have a motion, please. Counselor Gallant.
Second.
Second by Counselor Chittum. Yes, Manager Ruth, correct?
Yes,
Yes.
Catherine Ruth, Community Development Manager. This is a very easy item. In going through the CARES subrecipient agreements, all of which will expire or should expire next year. CARES funding will go away on June 30th of 2026. So we want to make sure that we have all of our subrecipients spend their funds. Trinity Jubilee was awarded, I think by error, a one-year contract rather than a three-year contract like all of the other entities. And so the amount of money that they were given was actually for a three-year contract. And so they hadn't spent any money for a while and some bills came in. So I went to the source documents and found, of course, we would not pay until we had an up-to-date source document. And so Trinity has indicated that they can spend the additional $5,111 that remains in that grant by April 30th of next year. And so this will not indicate any extra money or allocate anything extra. It will just finish up the grant that they were originally given.
Thank you. Counselor Chittum.
Yes, thank you, Manager. I just wanted to confirm there is no money involved in this. It's money that's
Correct.
already been awarded to the city. We need merely to extend the contract to Trinity
Yes.
so that they can expend it between now and June 30th of 2026. Is that the same situation as occurs with element
It's the same
item 17?
situation on the next item too, number 17, under
Thank
Home
you.
R.
Two birds with one stone. Thank you.
Further questions, comments from the council? Public comment for this agenda item? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Motion passed with a vote of 7-0.
Item number 17.
Item number 17, resolve authorizing the city administrator to execute an amendment to a home ARP subrecipient agreement to extend the term to June 30th, 2026. Requested action to approve the resolve authorizing the city administrator to execute an amendment to the home ARP subrecipient agreement for Trinity Jubilee Center to extend the term to June 30th, 2026.
So moved.
Second.
Counselor Gallant, followed by Counselor Chittum. Manager Ruth, would you like to say anything?
Same exact situation, being home art funding. Trinity assures us they'll be able to spend the money. This is only for a term, not for additional funding. Over the weekend, though, they did contact me and indicated they would like to change the budget for this project, which would be a separate item requiring the approval of HUD. And we will work on that and bring that back to you. But for now, they have expenses and would like to continue with the grant. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, comments from the council? Public comment for this agenda item. Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Have a wonderful evening. Wait, are you? Oh, one more. Oh, boy. Well, don't go just yet. Item number 18.
Item number 18, resolve authorizing the city administrator to execute a public facility agreement with Seniors Plus for their new state-of-the-art commercial nutrition kitchen and education community center for $25,000 in community development block grant funds. Requested action to approve the resolve authorizing the city administrator to execute a public facility agreement with Seniors Plus for their new state-of-the-art commercial nutrition kitchen and education community center for $125,000 in community development block grant funds.
So
May I have a
moved.
motion, please?
Second.
Counselor Chittum, followed by Counselor Gallant. Manager Ruth, would you like to kick us off?
Yes, very quickly. Seniors Plus has been working with the city since 2022 on this project. The funding came together a couple of times for them, and then federal funding was taken away or deleted from budgets. The funding is now available. We have worked with HUD on this project in that Seniors Plus has some donors that want the project to break ground this month. And that would mean they would need an agreement with the city because we have funding of $125,000 toward this and also went and did the environmental review for all of their HUD funding. HUD requires that the city's funds be the last ones into the project. Seniors Plus is getting a loan for $2.6 million. And so we had to change the funding a bit in the wording on this agreement, but have received approval from HUD on the new language. One item remains, which will be taken care of before the contract is signed this month, in that HUD wants to decide with us on how the funding will be utilized, what it will go toward in the budget on the project. But it's a beautiful new project for their Meals on Wheels project and all of their conjugate meals. A lot of people don't realize that they put meals together for 3 counties, not just 1 county, and they've been in a tiny building, so this is their dream project, which has finally come to fruition. Thank you.
They do amazing work. Yes, Counselor Chittum.
Thank you, Manager Ruth. I continue to be in awe of your ability to handle all of the requirements, the dots, the Ts, all of the minutia of these federal grants. It's
thank you.
amazing to me. Thank you very much for your service.
Thank you.
I'm in favor of this, but I would like to see the misspelling corrected in the second whereas, particularly if this Lewiston City Council resolve is going to be distributed to HUD and other members of the public.
Thank you for catching that, Counselor Chittum. We are now going to public comment for this agenda item. Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 6?
Yes.
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Director Libby, you're here for item number 25? Yes, ma'am. All right, we're going to jump to item number 25.
Chair.
Item number 25, discussion regarding the New England Clean Energy Connect Tax Increment Financing District. Requested action, discussion item only, no council action required.
Director Libby, please.
I believe this was a request of Councilor Gallant. I have no background on what the request is.
Director Gallant,
Yeah,
Counselor Gallant, I would like to recognize you.
Well, thank you. You can see that far? You can recognize me well? I want to know what the TIF money is going to be used for. We had discussed this many times. I'm not sure if it's been approved or what's going on. The $400,000 that we keep beating around about homelessness was initially in that TIF in order to allow us to support that program long range or other programs we needed. So I understand we had, I don't ever recall it coming back to the council where we decided what the money was to be spent for. I just want to know what's being spent on, or has it been decided?
Okay, thank you for the question. So in the springtime, we had, I think, two work sessions and maybe a final session reviewing and approving the TIF. And then we had a special meeting that approved a technical amendment. The TIF is going to begin generating tax revenue for the tax year 2025, which is April 1st, 2025 to March 31st, 2026. That first round of funding is going to be small because we're only realizing a small portion of the new assessed value. The bulk of the assessed value will come online the following year, tax year 2026, which starts April 1, 26 through March 31, 2027. That first payment from the project is going to land this fall, and I think the payment should be something like half of $185,000. And then the other half of that $185,000 would arrive in the spring of 2026. So that's a bit on the timing of the payments. In the materials that were presented and approved by the council, you approved a broad sort of 30-year budget that includes most of the money going to support salaries of municipal staff. And this was an effort to move more of the cost of municipal staff from the general fund and from the local taxpayer and push those costs onto the Clean Energy Connect project.
I understand that, but I don't remember us approving it. So I guess I'm lost in because the 400,000 was there every time we discussed it until now I realize it's not. So at what point did it get removed?
Okay, so you approved a plan that includes funding, and it's on we call it Exhibit J, but it's the public project sheet that was part of your packet that you voted on and approved. And this packet included 1.6 million over the 30 years.
Correct.
For affordable housing programs and services to assist those experiencing homelessness, et cetera, et cetera. And then I think there might have been,
So I heard homelessness.
yeah, there are two sections, each for 1.6. Costs associated with the operation and financial support of affordable housing as defined by a state statute, and housing programs and services to assist those experiencing homelessness. So 1.6 million over 30 years for that, and 1.6 million for costs associated with the development and operation of affordable housing or housing services for people experiencing homelessness, including low barrier shelters. So there's 3.2 million available over the term. I think the rub is you approved your budget this spring for the fiscal year that started July 1st, 2025. That funded the cost of our department out of remaining funds from the Walmart TIF.
Correct.
And as I said, there's the full amount of the TIF is not available to us in the current year.
To when?
The full amount comes online in, I believe, the tax year starting 2026.
So that means the money we approved tonight for Cadence could then be backed into that and not come out of taxpayer money.
I'd have to check with DECD on the timing of that, but I mean,
that's my concern all along, is I know we approved tonight, but the reality is I was in hopes of, because I don't believe homelessness is going to ever go away, is to put that money in there so it would never be a burden to the taxpayers. And that if they didn't need it one year, then we could use it for maybe a warming shelter, or it could be used for one of the other items you're talking about. And I just want to be clear that when that time comes around, if we can free up the money for the taxpayers that we just obligated ourselves to, it would come out of TIF money, which is, to me, is a better place for it to come from, so we're not looking every year for $400,000 or money that Cadence or somebody else needs. And I say 400, that's the number we came to, but a higher number or a lower number could be used out of that net. Would that be a correct way to look at that?
I think so, and I think the opportunity to have that discussion for using TIF funds for this purpose occurs in the next budget cycle. I believe the 400 that's been under discussion here was a fund balanced
I agree. This year I understand. Yeah. I'm looking at out years because the money that's coming into us through the TIF, and I just want to make my fellow councilors aware that there's an opportunity to bring that 400,000 back into our pockets and not go look for it through a TIF. It meets that criteria. So, and I say that because those who don't know, I'm not running for re-election. Okay, I'm not going to be here next year when it happens. I'll be standing up there yelling at you. I won't lie, but Yeah, I am. I'm going to be one of those. But, I just that's the reason I wanted to bring it forward. I just want everyone to be aware that the citizens out there know we may have obligated this to Cadence tonight, but there is another mechanism that we can use to pay for that won't burden the taxpayers in a sense, because it's going to be that money coming in for the TIF. And that's all I wanted to get clear. I just wanted to get that on tape. Smile, we're on TV. Thank you, Director.
You'll get your 3 minutes like everybody else, Councilor Gallant. Director Libby, if I may, so if we use, because all the money in the TIF is currently spoken for, right? So if we make room for this 400,000, theoretically the 400,000 that we were spending money for staff salaries and everything else would head straight into the general budget, or am I missing something?
The TIF that was approved has 7 or 8 different items, and so there's $3.2 million allocated for this kind of project or program, housing and housing supports for people experiencing homelessness. There's $1.6 million for recreational trails, $6.2 million for business development fund, $2 million for environmental remediation associated with development, $3 million for costs associated with marketing the city as a business or arts district destination, and then $25.5 million for staff salaries. Again, those are large numbers, but it's all spread out over 30 years. If the council wanted to make adjustments to this, I think, within 10% of what we've submitted to DCD is fine. If there's going to be substantially more changes beyond this, we would file an amendment.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Chittum.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We talked before about major and minor amendments with DECD. If we reallocate money from a justifiable expenditure of TIF money to another justifiable expenditure of TIF money, regardless of the size, would that be considered a minor amendment to a TIF agreement?
No, I think to follow the spirit of the law here, we're telling DECD this is how we plan to spend the money, according to these 7 buckets that we've all had a public hearing on and taken several votes on. And so if we're going to deviate substantially from that, I would say we should file an amendment with DECD.
Okay, I thought there were major amendments and minor amendments, ones that took heaven and earth to get through and others that were sort of formulaic. Is a reallocation of money from one authorized expense to another a formulaic amendment, or is this one that needs a full review by DECD?
I think if you're going to spend outside of these buckets by more than 10% to respect the spirit of the process and the statute, I would recommend filing an amendment.
Okay, so 10% would then be the number that we can shuffle around. All right. I'm having trouble understanding your numbers because the TIF agreement that we have in our packet is one for the Continental Mill instead of for the New England Clean Energy Corridor. So, thank you for your answers.
Sure, that was an honest mistake. I was out of state when the document was pulled, and staff were doing the best they could to respond to a last-minute request.
I'm sure, Director, that we're all doing the best that we can. I'm just asking that we all try and do a little better than our best.
Further questions from the council? Public comment for this item? And, okay, thank you, Director Libby.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director.
Okay, councilors, staff, are we fine to continue at this point?
We have an executive session after we finish. I don't know where we are. We've been jumping around in the agenda so much. I hope
we
the
have
clerk
a
is
whole
keeping track.
we have a whole nother meeting ahead of us.
On 20, we're on number 20.
Right. I mean, we could easily be here another hour with these next items. I guarantee you.
Have we completed everything up through 20?
Yep.
Yeah, so remaining would be 20, 21, 22, 24, 26, 27, 28, 29.
Yeah.
You've already done 23 and 25.
Yeah. I'm fine to keep going if you guys are. Councilor Najin, did you have thoughts?
Is there anybody here who is waiting to speak to any of these agenda items? I believe that most probably there are.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we got a whole audience full. I appreciate you all. All right, do we need to take a break, or are we gonna keep going? Okay. Chief, you're here for 22 and 24, right?
The executive session. And the executive session.
Sure.
The executive session.
I don't.
Here for the executive session, too.
What? The police chief?
Both of them.
22 and 24.
Are you also here for the executive session?
Yes.
No, fire chief is.
No, we're not.
It says fire and police.
Yeah, but
It would be just fire.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. All right, we're gonna do. You know what? Let's do 22 first.
Item number 22, resolve to enable public comments on the official City of Lewiston Police Department Facebook page. Requested action to approve the resolve to enable public comments on the official City of Lewiston Police Department Facebook page.
So moved.
I have a motion. Okay, Councilor Gallant, second by Councilor Sol. Chief, did you want to say anything before we get started?
You know, this is really an item that the council brought forward to me, or to us as the public. I don't have a very strong stance either way. But what I've always been told or taught, you know, through the FBI Academy that I attended, is that we should always leave our comments on, but apparently this has been vetted by our city attorney, who determined that we don't have to keep our comments on. I see value in both ways. I see value in allowing the comments because, you know, quite frankly, a lot of people encourage the officers when they do a good job, and it's noted in there. For viewership of our social media page, I think that has diminished now that we've taken away those comments. And I think the public deserves to be able to comment on something that's posted by us.
Councilor Harriman?
Thanks. Could I ask what the current policy is? Because it seems like it's kind of all over the place. Like sometimes comments are on, sometimes they're on for a period of time, sometimes they're off. I'm not sure what the current policy is.
Our order from the city was to turn them off, and to my knowledge, they're off all the time. Every time I look at it, they're off.
That isn't correct.
Okay. I can make sure, my understanding is every time that we put a post out there that we have to disable it every single time. It's not, there's no one button that disables every post. So could it have happened that we put a post out there and failed or forgot to turn off the comments? Quite frankly, yes, that could happen because we're subject to making mistakes just like everybody else.
Councilor Najin, did you have something?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I personally am not particularly motivated one way or the other over this topic. I don't think it's one that merits a lot of time to be wasted. I would like to say overall, you know, that, and I wrote this down, the things I'm concerned with regarding comments on the page are, in no particular order, the general tone towards the police department and the work they're doing. In many cases, people are abusive to the police department in the comments. False information being spread and shared in the comments, which happens often. The denigration of people of color and others who have been accused of crimes in our community before they see their day in court. Ultimately, when you see comments, deport, 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 or wonder where he's from, it's not the greatest thing to read. And the lack of care or compassion for each other expressed on the page. Ultimately, what I'm saying is that the tone of Facebook, it's a hostile and toxic environment. And ultimately, when you're weeding through any of those things, as a police force, I think the question is, what are you using Facebook for? If you're using Facebook to notify the public of what you're doing, of informing folks of concerns, of looking for engagement, when you're managing engagement, you have to have the staff to both do it and to be cognizant of it. And I just think that, like, we've fallen short of that. It's difficult to get somebody that has time in the department to actually be responding back and forth and trying to get people engaged in a way that's somewhat positive and also supportive of the work that the department's doing. And so I just want to name those things, but at the end of the day, I don't care either way at this point. Just wanted to share all of that.
Thank you, Councilor Najin. Councilor Longchamps, did you have your hand up?
I cannot remember what I was going to say. I'm sorry.
We have lots of time, don't worry. Councilor Gallant.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm against comments, 110%. We have plenty of avenues for people to comment on anything that's done on our citywide media. It's less work for you to take care of, and you don't get this back and forth because people do it automatically. And I think it's just wrong. I think that should be a site to disseminate information, period. Just like I think the same should be for the fire department and any of our public works. We don't get to see that, all the bad stuff. We get to see everything if it goes to the city site because someone in the city is watching it. So if someone don't like something the police did, the city's going to know, the administrator is going to know. But he's not watching all their sites to see all the comments. And I think it's just terrible that they could say something. I looked at them. Some of the things they said is just terrible. Just plain terrible. And it's a personal thing against them, against the police department. And it just, to me, it's totally wrong. Okay? They're there to put out information to the public, like he did about his traffic thing and about cars being parked too long. If somebody wants to comment on that, then they can go to the citywide page and say, I seen on the police Facebook page, they said this, and I don't like it, A, B, C, and D. And then someone on that group up there is going to see it and respond back to the chief. That's how I think it should be done.
Councilor Sol.
I didn't really have my hand up, but that's okay. I'm just tired, that's all. So I'm the same way. I'm kind of, could take it or leave it.
Just
but-
move the mic a little closer there. Yeah, thank you.
I forgot what I was saying.
Take it or leave it.
Take it or
Take
leave
it or
it,
leave it.
but there are some good things on there, and there are some bad things that get posted, but I do believe that the good outweighs the bad, and it gets the community talking about their community, and that's never a bad thing. So I'm in favor for them to be turned back on. Yeah.
Councilor Chittum.
I would like the police to be doing police work and not hanging out on social media, posting or responding to posts. I am not a social media user in any sense of the term, so I'm biased. I firmly believe that social media is one of the banes of our existence these days.
I just had that very talk with the mayor the other day. To me, sometimes social media is the root of all evil, and I've said that for years. I don't get a lot of heartburn over
Sorry,
it.
one second, Chief. I just want to let Councilor Chittum finish, and then I'll recognize
Sure, I'm sorry.
you.
Well, we're having a good discussion, Mr. Mayor. My point is that I am opposed to allowing the public to comment. I would like to have the police not have a Facebook page, but I'm not ready to go that far. If we can continue the shutdown on Facebook comments, I would encourage you to do that. I'm saddened to learn that there's not one button you can click, that you have to disable comments on each and every post. That's valuable police resource time that we're taking doing that each and every time. No comments on Facebook. Please, Facebook.
Chief St. Pierre.
I was just saying, really, I guess that I don't really have a lot of heartburn about it. We as police officers, we develop some pretty thick skin, so what people say on it shouldn't or doesn't bother us perhaps as much as it might bother other people. Without the comments, I can tell you, I have a little less stress because I feel compelled that I want to read so I know what everybody's saying. Whether we did a good job, whether we did a bad job, or whether it was mediocre at best. It's educational for me sometimes to know what people are saying, but again, I'm not going to have heartburn over whether you, as a council, decide to turn them off or leave them on.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we need to leave the comments off. It's been a huge plus. All right, we're heading to public comment at this time.
Melissa Dunn, Blake Street resident. If we allow the comments, we run the risk of perpetuating hero complex or heroism for law enforcement. What has been allowed so far has been cyberstalking, harassment, even doxing. Cyberstalking is in fact against the law. Police may say it's freedom of speech, but it's tracking, cyberstalking, doxing, recruiting people to mob or by mobbing, personal attacks, name calling, objectifying their target, even sexualizing their target, creating memes, harassment, tracking across platforms or socials for days, months, years even. And also what's been allowed on the Facebook comments is hate speech. There's no point to infantilize the grown adult man or woman who might be doing those things. So we have to be mindful of that. What I'd like to see is law enforcement, if they're gonna have the comments, to be trauma informed, to know how to identify credible threats, know how to identify propaganda, hate speech, and what cyber stalking and stalking looks like, especially in a digital age. Other content allowed in the comments was racism, scapegoating on Lewiston's poor people, whether they have mental health, unhoused on substances, recruiting people to mob and cyberstalk, recruiting people for militias or white people to come into our community and man the law. What's important to know about these particular profiles, especially many of them middle-aged, who will never get help unless there's like interference by law, is that they're gonna get worse. And some of the most dangerous stalker profiles are predatorial and rejected stalker profiles. Try telling one of them no and see what's gonna happen. Community has had a long-standing issues with cyber stalkers, harassment, propaganda, hate speech, and incredible threats. I actually have long-standing documentation and information against those cyber stalkers, even some that were in the room here this evening trying to harass me, and even some from the Lewiston, Maine Police Department because of community documenting. So I just really want to stress the fact of its importance and taking a stand and knowing how to identify when it's a credible threat. Thank you.
Matthew Agron, Ward 4. So, how did the City of Portland recently solve a major crime? From tips and comments that came in on their police Facebook page. They did it in under 24 hours once they posted the picture. Want to bet that they were dumb comments from people there too? Sorry, I'm not taking your bets, because I'm sure there was. Because that's what people do, they post dumb comments on the internet. Yet, it helped them solve a major crime. Now, if you are going to keep the comments turned off on Lewiston PD's social media pages, would you please extend it to all of the city pages? Why? We don't want people posting dumb comments on any of them now, do we? And if that was the fear about the Lewiston PD page, it's the same fear that should apply to all of them. Because what do people do on the internet? They post dumb comments. Thank you very much.
Further public comment? Back to the council. Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. I would just want to point out that if someone is on Facebook looking at a police Facebook post and they have information for the police, they can always send them a message. It's just another button on the page. They don't have to post a public comment and stroke their ego and whatever they want to do. And that's in addition to all the other ways they can contact the police: email, phone, sending a letter, coming into the office, whatever. I guess my main concerns, they're similar to Councilor Najean's, but it's really been very violent, hateful, racist comments directed towards residents of the city and it's also the image that we project as a city to the world. It just doesn't seem like the image we want to put out there, some of the comments that are on there. And I also feel like it's kind of ironic for a police page, the number of comments that they receive advocating violence and advocating murder. Like, I mean, I just saw one the other day, I think it was last week, like, they need to start cutting their balls off, sick fucks, or burn him alive. There's just multiple comments advocating violence and advocating murder. And then there's, in addition to all the racist ones, anytime a picture of someone who's black or brown is posted on there. So it's just a really poor image for the city to be putting out there, that these are the people who follow us and like us and are engaged with our city departments.
Councilor Najin, Councilor Najin. I'll come back to you, Councilor Longchamp.
Just quickly to say, we've got a lot of stuff we're dealing with, and would have been comfortable with this being a staff's decision. So I just want to put that out there.
Councilor Longchamp.
Yeah, basically, that's what I was going to say. I don't even know that we asked the chief when we made this decision whether his opinion on it. Did we?
I think perhaps you did.
If you want to speak, Chief, I invite you to come to the podium just for our audience at home that might still be watching.
Sorry, yeah, I think I was made part of that discussion at the time. And as time has passed, I honestly don't have, again, major heartburn over whether we turn it off or whether we don't. I think the council did the painstaking effort to have our city attorney review whether we needed to or if it was totally a freedom of speech issue. They deem that it's not a freedom of speech issue and that we can turn it off. So if the council wants it off, I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
Anything further, Councilor Longchamp?
I would be in favor of turning it back on, to be honest. I think there's a lot of really great things that people say on that. I think to think that Facebook is even going to go away for the police department is absolutely not going to happen. Facebook is the way of the world. The internet is. That's how many crimes are being addressed or people are being identified. I mean, we're hearing from the police chief, and he's saying that really either way, but it seemed like you wouldn't mind it being turned back on.
No, not at all.
And that some of your officers may like it, right? Or
most of everything that we post gets reposted on other sites such as Lewiston Rocks or what have you, and then all those comments are the same ones that are going to be on ours. So, like I think Mr. Agron said, people say stupid things. They're going to continue to say stupid things, but do we sanction them from saying stupid things, or do we just allow it to happen?
I mean, I wish there was never anything that someone said that was stupid, but I do think that some of the comments may lead to something that you guys could potentially solve. So I think we should turn it back on, and I regret agreeing to shut it off.
Councilor Sol.
I just wanted to point out the fact that, yes, there are some pretty horrible things being posted under some of the reports, but the reports themselves are pretty horrible. So it really doesn't give a bad image, I guess, to the city any more than the crimes that we have to report. So I don't think the comments are really making that much of a difference. So, anyway. And you don't converse back and forth with. So a comment is made. There's no reply to it. It's just
from time to time that we may, if somebody is persistent on asking us a question, we might say, "Can you contact us? We'll be happy to discuss it." We try not to do that on the comments, or when they were available, we didn't do it on it.
Well, all right, good, because I just want everyone to know that there's better avenues, and that's not a form of communication. Right. So.
Back to you, Councilor Gallant.
Thank you, Mayor. Quick question there, Chief. What's the average pay for a police officer?
It really depends on their rank.
Just throw a number, What's the lowest pay? What's the lowest paid job?
Yeah, probably $30, $35 an hour.
Okay, so if we spend an hour a day per police officer checking Facebook, how much money is that, guys? Because let's be honest, you post something, who on here doesn't go back on Facebook, except for my dear friend here, who's not on Facebook, and check to see what the comment says, whether you reply back or not? That's just money. Money to look at somebody who says that I did a lousy job, or I don't like this color of this person, or I don't like what happened. So we're wasting money, in my opinion, on the comment side of things. Because if they don't have a comment, they don't have a reason to go back and look at it. It gets posted by whoever posted it, and it's all done. That's where I come from. So we're talking $1,000 a day if every police officer just spends an hour? And who don't think they do that? Let's be honest. Who in here spends less than an hour a day on Facebook? Okay? One guy. Oh, you don't over there too? Okay? So that's my concern is money. It's wasted time. Because they're going to go look. If I list something, I know somebody has a chance to comment, that's what I'm going to do. Then I want to see what happened to that guy or that police officer's comment. Just go to Lewiston Rocks. They're not here tonight, but they're the ones that complain the most about it not being on there, only so they can put it back out to the public. They have no desire to do anything than spread what's not good. Because they find every negative comment that's on a police page and they repost it. They don't repost any good stuff. Never seen one good comment about police officers yet. None. But boy, if there's something about a police officer do something right, oh, they're right in there. So I think there should be no comments, and that just takes that away. Thank you.
I move the question.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I would like to move the question. Are you moving it and I'll second, or?
You go ahead and do whatever you want to do, Mr. Mayor.
I want to move the question. Do we have a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Is there a position between yes and no? Yes.
Ward 3? I'm sorry, Ward 2?
This is just to what, move it? I mean, yeah, yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
And Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0. So the motion before you is to approve the resolve to enable public comments on the official City of Lewiston Police Department Facebook page. Counselor from Ward 6?
No.
Ward 7?
No.
Ward 1?
No.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
No.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor?
No.
Motion failed by a vote of 2 to 5.
We are now up, I want to go to item number 24.
Item number 24, update from the Chief of Police on targeted traffic enforcement details. Requested action, update item only, no council action required.
Good.
Chief St. Pierre, please take it away.
Sure. I put in your packets, everybody should have them. Really, it's really a little bit unclear. I think it was Councilor Najin that possibly asked me to expound upon our motor vehicle stops and what we're doing proactively. I can tell you, are we going to get every speeder? Are we going to get every red light violator? Do we? Absolutely not. We don't get every criminal either, but we do our best. But we, as the police department, operate on handling emergencies first and foremost, or we triage the more serious offenses and answer the calls for service prior to doing enforcement of traffic. But that doesn't preclude that we don't do it, because we do. When school's in session, we do school zones. We actually have people go out there and do it on a regular basis. But what really helps us is that we have Bureau of Highway grant money that we utilize on a regular basis. This is year after year, and Lewiston PD has demonstrated their desire to do traffic enforcement and adhere to these grants, and they actually give us more and more and give the smaller departments less and less. But these grants allow us to focus on certain areas. There are, for instance, the impaired driving grant, we got $11,138. Distracted driving, $9,246. Occupant protection, $10,000. That's seatbelt. Speed enforcement, $11,000 plus. Pedestrian safety, $7,000. And then we also provide matches for all of these. So what that allows us to do is it's dedicated patrols that go out there and, let's say it's distracted driving that we got hired for, 2 officers or 1 officer detail. They go out there, they don't answer any calls. All they're doing is handling or looking for distracted drivers. That means somebody on their cell phone, talking on their cell phone, inputting a text message. It can even be, putting makeup on while you're driving or something. Anything that's just distracted driving, we target all of that stuff. So fortunately we have this, because otherwise traffic enforcement would become rather limited. I'm not going to lie, it's with the staffing that we have, that's short right now, and the call volumes being so high, we have limited opportunities to do traffic. But that being said, in the last year, from 7/1/24 through 7/1/25, we've had a total of 6,284 motor vehicle stops. Of that, there was 1,008 tickets issued at a value of $147,700. Now, understand, we don't get that money. That goes to the general fund in the state. So will it help us somewhere, somehow? Perhaps, but it doesn't go directly to the city of Lewiston whenever we write a ticket, nor does it go in the officer's wallet. We've given 358 warnings, and most often we give verbal warnings. 4,918 is the number in that 1 year. We stop a lot of cars, but we give a lot of warnings, and we use a lot of discretion, as we should. I don't know if that answers most of your questions.
Yeah, one quick question I had. So obviously you can only stop cars that are on the road. So probably most of these stops are happening during the day, during morning and
They happen
afternoon
at
traffic.
all different shifts, but typically
right.
if we're doing a speed detail, we're going to get more bang for our buck, so to speak, to do it during the daytime or the evening hours or early evening hours when there's more traffic.
Councilor Najin?
Thank you very much, Chief, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. The reason why I added this or asked for this actually was about targeted traffic enforcement within neighborhoods. That was one piece because it's the number one complaint I get from my constituents, and it's never Main Street. It's never. Sometimes it's attached to Main Street, but it's these small roads where it's neighborhood speeding, and my position at that point in time when I was answering constituents was, I don't know what the priority is, but I can tell you that most probably, Davis Street is not the top priority for speeding in the city, right? Like there are other issues going on within the city. So what I was trying to do with this is find out what police priorities are, basically, and then also so that I can answer, not speaking for the police department, but echoing the police department about concerns within neighborhoods with speeding, traffic violations, pieces like this, because ultimately you're the head public safety professional, and I'm just a guy. And so, like, ultimately, these are the questions that I had, why I asked this. And then also, just as a real quick thing and as a follow-up, how many of these enforcement details happen outside of grants? Basically, this is all overtime pay? Is the way that
what
we
I've
do it?
just illustrated is mostly overtime pay handled by grant, but then we also have matching, which happens on the regular shifts. In addition to that, I can assure you, if you as a counselor receive a constituent complaint about speeding, and I know there was one recently on Ware Street, we go out and address that. So if you or any of the counselors get a complaint, or even if people call in directly, I take those complaints, and not me specifically, but they get forwarded to our crime reduction unit, they get forwarded to our CROW team, they get forwarded to all of patrol that, there's been complaints in this area, whether it be Davis Street, whether it would be Ware Street. We'll put the radar sign out in various locations. We have a couple of those at our disposal. It's not the end all. Since somebody's going to see a sign out there, it's not going to, they might still speed. but it's more of an educational thing. Like I told you, with school zones and stuff, when school starts up, we're in the school zones on a regular basis. Being visible out there and running radar. If somebody calls in and says, there's a lot of speeding on Old Green Road between 23 Old Green Road and 47 Old Green Road, you can use my driveway to run radar, we will. We address the complaints as they come in, and quite frankly, we do a lot of traffic enforcement outside of these details too. I can tell you the overnight shift has a little bit more time sometimes, so they're really hitting the traffic hard. Red light violations, stop signs, typically they're trying to find OUIs, operating under the influence, at that time at 2 o'clock in the morning when most people aren't out on the roads.
Okay, so it sounds like that there's a priority based on the level of complaint, right? Is that what we would say? I'm just trying to figure out how to navigate these spaces where I have constituents that call me saying, hey, I've got this issue. And again, I don't want to speak for the police department. I don't want to say things that are incorrect, right? And so I'm looking for the guidance, and that's why I put this agenda item in.
It's definitely part of the patrol officer's responsibilities, traffic enforcement, just like in investigating crimes. Do we say you have to spend 20% of your shift doing speed enforcement? No, we don't, because we can't guarantee that they're going to be able to do that based on call volume and other emergencies and quite frankly, more important things that are happening like shootings and such. Obviously, that's going to take precedence over doing that. I recognize it over the many years of being a police officer. That is a common complaint. People running red lights, people speeding in their neighborhood, being unsafe for children that are playing in the roadways. And that's of importance to us, and we try to do as much traffic enforcement as we possibly can outside these grants. But these grants certainly give us the tool, or an extra tool, that we can devote our time to that, because they're not answering all the other calls.
Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. So how many of these stops are made during the grant-funded patrols, and how many are made outside of that?
I don't have a number for you for that. I wrote the whole number of stops for the whole year. I can go back 10 years and provide that data too. I guess if I really wanted to, I could pull all of the data that we provide, because we have to report all this out to the Bureau of Highway Safety, otherwise they wouldn't continue to give us the grant money if we're not producing results.
I guess I'm just wondering, how the prioritization is working. Like if you don't know how many stops are happening during the grant-funded patrols and how many stops are happening elsewhere, then how do we know if they're being effective? I guess that's my question.
I honestly don't have an answer. I would think the more tickets we write, the more cars we stop, the more people see the police stopping people, the more people that say, hey, I got a ticket because I was speeding, maybe that might be a reason for somebody to slow down, because they know that we're out there. I can tell you that we're out there all the time. We don't always catch every speeder. We will never catch every speeder. I see them often. Officers see speeding when they're heading to another call. They can't address it because they're heading to that other call. It's just the facts of life, we're not going to catch every fish that, that's out there, and, if you're fishing, so to speak.
Yeah. And I guess I would close with, I've heard many complaints from residents about the driving behaviors of police officers, and, traffic violations that someone would normally be pulled over for. I've observed it myself, especially with turn signals. It seems like none of the turn signals work. I also let you know about, I was involved in a near miss with one of your officers who just ignored me coming down the road and just pulled straight out in front of me.
That's been taken care of and handled, and officers are on the road 8 to 16 hours a day. They're going to make mistakes just like anybody else.
Yeah, when we're talking about traffic enforcement and, people being pulled over for violations, I know people make mistakes and everyone's human, but if we could just be extra careful to be following the law ourselves as well.
Point taken.
Thank you, councilors. Do we have further comments for the chief? We're going to public comment for this agenda item. And now we're back to us. Thank you, Chief St. Pierre. Director Libby, did I miss an agenda item for you? Or- Oh, yes, okay, all right. Yeah, you know what, let's go there next then.
Item 21 then, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
please. Okay, item 21, formal request to planning board to initiate amendments to the land use code regarding the creation of a downtown business overlay district. Requested action to request that the planning board review and consider changes to the land use code regarding the creation of a downtown business overlay district.
May I have a
So
motion,
moved.
Please, Councilor
Second.
Gallant, second by Councilor Najin. Councilor Najin,
Yeah.
be happy to recognize you first here.
Thank you so much. So I'm putting this forward to ask the planning board to just establish where our downtown is to start with. Right now, I think there's a lot of questions about what the downtown is. Why does it matter? What is its value? And so ultimately, we have 3 zoning districts in what I consider to be the downtown, which is also where much of our new development is happening. And we have different requirements within those districts. We have different, yet we have the same design district, and we have 3 overlapping development plans. And so I'm hoping that the planning board would want to take on the task of working through these pieces in order to set a comprehensive and cohesive model for uses, and also for establishing the actual overlay to say this is where our downtown is. I mean, that's just the start, so.
Before I recognize other councilors, do you have any thoughts, Director Libby, since... I see, okay, excellent. Councilor Gallant?
I don't disagree with Council Najin. I recommend that he just type it all up and send it to the planning board. No one wrote down what you just said, so no one's going to know unless they watch the film. So why don't we just have you do that, forward it to us, if we want to have a recommendation or question answered. And I think that maybe a meeting with the planning board, with all of us, might be useful at this stage. You know, and I agree with you. I don't think we understand what's what. So let's just write it down. We'll get it over to the administrator, who can get it up to the planning board, so we can have a meeting or a meet and greet or whatever to talk about how we can make this more coherent. Because I do agree with you, but nobody wrote down what you said. It was great, but if nobody at the planning board watches this show, no one's going to know. So that's my thoughts.
It's never great at 12:30 in the morning, but.
Councilor Gallant, I appreciate you. Councilor Najin, Councilor Harriman, did you have something?
Yes, so I just wanted to echo my, my support for this item. There is on the agenda information sheet, there's a list of items that kind of spell out this ask. And I think that we would have to at some point have a formal ask from the council to direct the planning board or to request that the planning board review this. I don't know if that's tonight or at another meeting, but I think that it is important to identify this area. You know, we do have zoning districts, but then downtown it's kind of all muddied, and I think it would be helpful to designate a certain area of the downtown as and really lay out what we want to see there, what we don't want to see there, and try to make sure that all the uses that are being put there are compatible with each other.
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Councilor Najin. I've written here on my homework, to what end? What are we trying to do here? I've looked at the 5 bullet points that you've put under the information. I don't know that Lewiston's downtown having a long, proud, and storied history is relevant to the issue at hand at all. What would you like to see, to echo Councilor Gallant, in this overlay?
So to answer that, one, part of what was taken in here was originally a resolve I was writing because I didn't realize that we don't initiate zoning changes. Ultimately, the planning board makes decisions on zoning changes. But again, without a doubt, the downtown business district needs supports that currently we haven't committed because we have absolutely no idea where it is. Depends on who you talk to on any given day. What's downtown? Who knows, right? Like I could say Lowell Street is downtown because we have a large development project happening on Lowell Street, right? That's my opinion. Is that tested out? It's not on a map anywhere. It's the same thing with the Chimberg property. That's the Mill District, right? That's downtown, right? To me. And so in this argument that I'm putting forward, we want to encourage compatible and accessory uses, discourage incongruous uses, and eliminate incompatible uses. I'll give you an example. Augusta has a soup kitchen on State Street, right? That soup kitchen is good for the community, right? It's not good for the tax base or for the development of State Street. I'm not saying that I want to eliminate uses like a soup kitchen on Lisbon Street, but I am saying that it would be a bad decision in our development plans to have something like that occur. And if we don't proactively work to do some of this work, we're going to end up in a situation where we are retroactively trying to stop something in the city. Instead of saying, this is the development we want to see, we will be saying, oh, that's not the development we want to see. And I think that's the difference between establishing a downtown business overlay or downtown redevelopment business, or however we want to term what the downtown overlay is, versus not having a space like that. Right? Because we haven't actually gone through the work of saying, these are the pieces that all are connected that make Park Street work with Cedar Street, with Oxford Street, with Canal Street. Even though they're not connected, they're all part of downtown. So,
Councilors, yes, Councilor Chittum.
I think you and I should take this offline because I need educating. You've had experience on the planning board. I'm failing to understand how an overlay differs from creating a zone that would say this is the downtown zone.
They kind of work the same way, but one is done through zoning. And yeah, I'd love to take it offline with you.
Okay.
Okay, further comments from the council? Public comment for this agenda item.
I'm going to make this quick. Melissa Dunn, Blake Street. So because we've had initiatives to fancify, safer, and transformation, somehow seemingly the downtown, we're no longer known or labeled or even on the map as the downtown. We're labeled as the tree streets, fancified. We've been gentrified out of even the name downtown because the business district of Lisbon Street is now considered downtown. So I would ask for people, and I know it's city business to care about business, but please be mindful of the efforts that you're doing that's actually impeding our community with over-policing, the over-surveillance, racially profiling, being terrorized, our civil and human rights violations, just simply because of the location of housing. Thank you.
Further public comment?
Matt Roy, Ward 6. I know we've been here for 7.5 hours, but to Councilor Harriman's point, the widow, can't even talk at 12:30 in the morning. But this agenda item is literally a formal request, so why are we writing something up? You just vote now, send it to the planning board, in 6 months we can get an answer, right? Thank you.
Further public comment and back to the council. Yeah, anything further, councilors? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councilor from Ward 6.
Oh, good morning.
Councilors, we're voting.
Did You didn't say yes.
What are we voting on? We're voting on sending a request to the planning board.
That's
Correct, yeah.
Okay. No.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Counselor from Ward 6 is a no, Counselor from Ward 7 is a yes, sorry. Counselor from Ward 1,
Yes.
Ward 2,
Yes.
Ward 3,
Yes.
Ward 5,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes,
Motion passed by a vote of 6-1.
thank you. Okay, item number 20.
Item number 20, request to the Finance Committee to recommend amendments to the investment policy to avoid investments in firearm and weapons manufacturers. Requested action to request that the Finance Committee consider amendments to the city investment policy regarding divestment of firearms manufacturing companies and defense companies that manufacture weaponry.
So
I have
moved.
a motion, Counselor
Second.
Gallant, second by Counselor
Second.
Harriman. Counselor Gallant?
Being the chair of the Finance Committee and going to see this again, I think it's a waste of time. Dealing with social issues and trying to be diversified as a city is not our job. Our job is to make money for people who are out there with pension plans. And you start limiting yourself to saying, if you do things with guns, we're not going to get you. Your amount of people you can invest in is going to shrink down to nothing, and they're not interested in making money. So I think they call it whiting or something along that line where people try to scrub out certain things for investment purposes. I don't feel we're in the business to do that. We're in the business to make sure our employees and those who get returns on money from the city get the best bang for their buck. If you're going to do that, you might as well say, let's not do people who do alcohol. Let's not do people who do tobacco. Let's not do people who don't do organic food. Okay, at what point do you draw the line? So I am not for this at all, here or when it comes to me next, just so you know.
Further comments from counselors? Counselor Najin?
So just really quickly, the recommendation to send this to the Finance Committee isn't to decide the merits of it. It's to determine whether or not it's possible, and then also to write up the wording, because the Finance Committee is the experts concerning this portion. I just want to share, just a few pieces of data with folks, just so you have an idea of what we're talking about. The United States accounted for 43% of global weapons exports between 2020 and 2024, according to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute. U.S. arms sales reached a record high in 2024, driven by countries replenishing stocks after donating to Ukraine. The UN Human Rights Monitoring Mission in Ukraine has verified 30,457 civilian casualties since February 24th, 2022, including 10,882 killed and 19,875 injured. However, the actual number may be significantly higher. Approximately 10 million Ukrainians have been displaced by the war. Approximately 10 million Russian troops have been killed or injured since February 24th, 2022, of which many of these people are conscripted. The piece here that is pretty fascinating with this is the publicly traded aerospace and defense sector has seen a 120% increase in stock value over the past 3 years, doubling the S&P 500 at 65% return on investment. Investing in companies that produce civilian casualties in the global sphere is putting our taxpayers' dollars in places where we're going against our own moral value. And so our investments matter, in my opinion, and I think it's well worth it to not invest in the slaughter of innocents, period.
Counselor Harriman?
Thank you. Yeah, I see this question as something of where our values stand as a city. We've been having a big issue with violence recently, and in my mind, why would we put our money into companies that promote violence when we're having an issue with it ourselves?
Yeah, I'm going to weigh in here. So yeah, I'm completely against this. It's performative. It's not going to do anything. And things are more nuanced than that. Many, so the defense companies, beyond offensive weapons, they also produce defensive weapons. Ukraine was mentioned. I think your numbers are terribly off, but like Raytheon, people are up in arms about Raytheon. They produce the Patriot missile battery, which is like defending civilians at this very instant. And we can't, it adds another layer of complication for our finance department, for our financial advisors to be in the middle of all of this. And it doesn't do anything. It's not going to affect the companies that produce defense. And also, what does this say about the people of Maine? Like, here's where I'm going with that. So we have Bath Iron Works, which is one of the largest employers of the state. And then we also have, many people are not aware, but we have Pratt & Whitney in South Berwick that have 1 million square feet, produce jet engines for fighter aircraft. I can't support this at all. Councillor Chittum.
Thank you. I think Councillor Najean's heart is in the right place. I agree with the moral precept of it. However, I think that the difficulty in winnowing through where our various accounts are and what those companies are investing in, we do not direct, to the best of my knowledge, we do not directly invest in any individual companies. All of our accounts are held by banks who distribute those funds through ETFs, electronically traded funds, which is a combination of multiple. We'd have to burrow down several layers to find individual companies. Am I correct, Director Roy?
Correct. So the bulk of our investments, as you saw on our report that we sent out in January, are CDs. They're federal credit union CDs. Most of these are used for mortgages, car loans, and other loans, and consumers. There's no way of knowing what those consumers are using those funds for or the additional loans. Of course, a car loan or a mortgage is for a home or a car, but the others, we would not know what they're using those funds for.
I suspect that this would make us feel good to say that we've taken a stance, but for the minuscule amount of money that the city of Lewiston has in the global market to have a real influence, were we able to drill down to the individual companies that are suspect or that are named here, would make no difference at all. I think it would make us feel good to say that, but it would also entail quite a bit of work on the part of the Finance Committee and the administration to implement a strategy or a policy like this. And to Councillor Gallant's point, there are other equally valid reasons to direct investments. Do we want to invest in fossil fuels? Do we want to invest in drug companies, big pharma who's making millions off the backs of the poor working men? The list goes on and on. I laud your intent here, and I wonder if there is a way simply for the council to express a position. Although we've been down that road before. We started looking at, we wanted to weigh in on Gaza, and that fell outside the purview of the city's responsibility. So I laud you for bringing this up, Councilor Najin, but I don't think that it's going to take, it doesn't have much traction as far as I'm concerned, for the reasons that I've expressed.
Councilor Gallant, back to you.
Real quickly, just so most financial advisors and attorneys who specialize in Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1974 will tell you, no, do not do this. Okay? They don't want people to, if you're going to invest, if we had the money to invest in a particular company, I understand where you're coming from. Okay? And you want to just not do that. But we're diverse. And to have somebody have to pick and choose who does what and where is not good for our employees or our retirement plans. And I'm interested in them, quite frankly, that they're going to have something at the end of the time when things go, when they want to retire, more so than I'm worrying about what happens elsewhere. And as far as your numbers go, more people were killed in cars than either of those places in the last 5 years. Are we going to stop investing in automobiles? I mean, numbers are a game for me. And I have a degree in business, so I know what numbers are all about. Quite frankly, I don't like it. I'm not a fan of what's happening over there, but I don't feel quite frankly, it's this city council's fight. That's where I stand.
Councilor Najin, back to you.
So just really quickly, the Library Board of Trustees was able to figure out how to not invest in weapons manufacturers or firearms companies. I think quite a few of the things that we do invest in can be investor directed. I don't think that we're individually managing all of our funds, are we? But at the same time, I mean, that would sit with the Finance Committee to determine whether or not it's even what I'm asking for is possible. I would say that your arguments against this, that it's hard, I don't know if I accept that. At the end of the day, lots of things are hard. Not investing in companies that create collateral damage within our communities and worldwide and during global warfare is something that every single person I've spoken to, I haven't met one person who said in my constituent group, I want to make money off of dead children. It just hasn't happened. But
All right, we're heading to public comment for this agenda item.
Let's see, I guess I'll start. Last week I did email the chair of the Finance Committee and the Finance Director, as she stated. Most of the investments are held through financial institutions and loan products, and the small amount that's basically held as retirement funds, we don't direct that. Most Fidelity and most of those companies, when they offer, and I presume the city of Lewiston is the same, various options of different plans, different targeted funds based on your birth and when you're projected. And we have no control over what those funds are. Most people don't actually look what's in each fund. I don't even do that. And like Councilor Grant, I have a background in business and accounting, and understand numbers to a certain degree, even though the office of mayor doesn't agree with that apparently. But in our one vacancy on, as Councilor Grant has mentioned, on finance, but here goes that up. So yeah, so the feasibility, it's not going to be feasible, in my opinion, to actually be able to create a policy or amendments to a current policy, I probably should actually say, is what Councilor Najin is envisioning here to actually do this, and what individual employees, if they decide to actually, when they set up their retirement plans with the city and how they direct that contribution from each paycheck, is not the business of the city government. Thank you.
Elizabeth Eames, I live on Lisbon Street. So I hope each of you can see the value in having our Finance Committee explore alternatives to profiteering off the cancerous growth that is our military-industrial complex, the very one that Republican President and former General Eisenhower warned us to avoid. Profitable returns on investment can derive, very profitable returns on investment can derive from producing positive contributions to human life. And I can see no reason not to put some effort into exploring such options. I was pleasantly surprised to see this item on today's agenda. Thank you, Representative Najin. Yes, thank you, Chris. Yesterday's agenda. I wish I could vote for your re-election, but I'm proudly in Ward 3. I have my personal retirement is invested in a big company that has mutual funds that are socially responsible funds. All you have to do is direct the big organization to do that for you, and they will do it. Thank you.
Zoe Lidstrom, Ward 5. Thanks for bringing this up and putting it on the agenda. I won't really take any more time because I think that Elizabeth expressed it really well. It seems worth it to just look into it. If it turns out it's completely impossible, then it's completely impossible, but we don't really know right now. Thanks.
Christine Holden, Ward 1. At one point, I was preparing some written comments, but we've been here so long, my laptop's out of power now. So you'll just have to deal with my fading brain power. I did have a question when I saw this document and heard something about it from my counselor, Najin. I wasn't aware Lewiston actually had a formal investment policy, so I actually looked it up. And on page 3, there isn't actually a section number, so I can't really tell you, but it was on page 3. Limitations is the title of the paragraph. And it says investment limitations possibly could be not investing directly in corporations or governments that have policies that jeopardize the human rights of individuals. Obviously, that's something that could be interpreted rather broadly. I think, to my opinion, it would certainly include military or weapons industries. But I would leave it up to those more skilled on the Finance Committee, perhaps, to advise me and the council on that. Thank you.
Melissa Dunn, Blake Street. Thank you very much. It's been a long night. I just commend all of you for being here. On April 2nd, 2024, many in this council were actually opposed to ceasefire at that time. And I would like to ask people to think back to that moment of the testimonies that day around messages of hope or being a parent and having to visibly witness the atrocities that were happening in Gaza. With this, it's really not asking people to put them out of their way. There could be a MOU with the bank that they're not going to go to an investor that's known to make militarized weapons or bombs or assault weapons. I think it's really important for Lewiston to take a stance on this. For one, I don't want my tax dollars going to pay indirectly or directly for militarized weapons, whether it's for genocide or war. And it's really easy on our end, as far as city business or other entities that might divest, to make sure there's a provision in place. It's not asking people to go through the whole list of people we're investing with, unless it's known or flagged or something, but more of a concerted effort to say we're going to be intentional and make sure our dollars aren't going into this. I mean, whether it's a pension or investment, we should be concerned where our money's going and what that return is, because we don't want it to be bombing us.
I'm back. Matthew Agron, Ward 4. So, if we as the city are going to be looking not to invest anymore with firearms manufacturing companies or defense contractors who manufacture said weapons, does this also mean that you'll be disarming our police department? Because where do you think most of their gear comes from? Weapons manufacturers, defense contractors. I am kind of curious how you justify not, spending the money but not investing with them. It's kind of weird on that one. Do I think that the military complex has gotten way too large? Absolutely. Are they making profits like everyone else? Absolutely. Did they sell a lot of weapons because everyone donated to Ukraine? Absolutely. Hell, we're about to buy a bunch for ourselves because we're running out of our stockpile. But it comes back to, as a city, you want to not invest anymore with these companies, but you're still going to spend money with them because our cops need weapons. They need bulletproof vests. Those are all supplied by defense contractors, directly or indirectly. So you're still spending money with them. How can you justify one and not the other? Have a good night.
Good evening again, Jay Zimmerman, Ward 5. We have a gun violence problem in our city, and I don't want my tax dollars going to make gun violence problems in other people's cities. Just look into it.
Further public comment? Back to the council. Councilor Nagy.
Just to be clear, I don't expect to direct people's retirement funds. That's not what I'm talking about. City employees can do whatever they want with their retirement funds. That's their decision. What I'm asking for is any funds that we're earning interest in, we're not investing in companies that are weapons manufacturers or defense companies. And when I say that, that doesn't mean that I don't want to help a business in my community. It doesn't mean that I don't want to push businesses out of the community. What I'm talking about is profiting from defense companies and weapons manufacturers as a city. Those are taxpayer dollars that earn interest. It's a thing that I think that we should be able to easily look into. But at the same time, it's been a long night. Maybe we should just move the question as well.
Are you moving the question, Councilor Nagy?
I am moving the question.
It's been seconded. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
I'm sorry, I missed who seconded the question, Mr. Mayor?
Councilor Sol.
Councilor Sol, thank you very much. Councilor from Ward 6.
Yes.
Ward 7.
Yes.
Ward 1.
Yes.
Ward 2. Ward 3.
Yes.
Ward 5.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0. The question before you is the original motion to request that the Finance Committee consider amendments to the city investment policy regarding divestment of firearms manufacturing companies and defense companies that manufacture weaponry. Councilor of Ward 6.
Yes.
Ward 7.
No.
Ward 1.
Yes.
Ward 2.
No.
Ward 3.
Yes.
Ward 5.
No.
Mr. Mayor?
No.
Motion failed by a vote of 3-4.
Did we complete all the agenda items, Madam Clerk?
I believe we did, so I believe we're up to number 26, public comment period.
Yes. Is there a member of the public who wishes to speak that did not speak during the first public comment period?
I didn't speak during the first public comment. Melissa Dunn.
Hold on one
Yeah.
second. Madam Clerk? You didn't speak during the first public?
No, I stood next to a woman that was a survivor that
yes,
spoke.
Yes, okay. Sorry, please continue.
I know you're going into executive session. There must be a Melissa Dunn, Blake Street. There must be a concerted effort to ensure the Lewiston Police doesn't progress in their efforts of AI reporting, facial recognition, militarized and emboldened to carry out state violence under fascism. Any initiative they present and make claims would help them to do their job better needs to be disrupted, even ignored. Gray rock, yellow rock. If people have survived abuse, they know what those terms mean. The counter, public education, alternatives to police, harm reduction efforts, prevention education, and being visible against AI and facial recognition tech efforts that include cameras, where their executive is an association to Elon Musk, who has already breached private information he was never supposed to have access to begin with. Please stop giving the Lewiston Police tools to carry out state violence, re-traumatizing and re-victimizing communities, and carrying out an extension of abuse we are already in survival from. We ask, we beg, we plead to end the state violence against our people. Thank you.
Further public comment? Second public comment period is now closed. We are now up to reports and updates. Councilor Harriman.
Yes, very, very quickly, the Public Art Committee met yesterday, and we approved the items that fall within our budget for this coming year, and those will be presented to the council at our next meeting, I believe.
Councilor Gallant.
Senior Advisory Committee also met. We are in the process of putting together our mail-out that's going to go to all the seniors, talking about what we do and what's going on, and I hope to have a copy for our next meeting for you all to review.
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you. The Lake Auburn Watershed Protection District Commission met, doing mostly housekeeping. There are some internal rules that are being worked on by our Public Works Director and a representative from Auburn. The airport board met and dealt with some standard business. We're expecting the delivery of a updated master plan. I think the last one was done in 2005. The updated master plan for the operation of the airport sometime in the fall. We're proceeding on hangar construction and rental using federal money.
The Public Safety Committee met today at 11. Is that you, Chief St. Pierre? Are you still here? I appreciate the Chief being there and being a part of the conversation. We also appreciate Administrator Cainrath for being there. I look forward to the committee's work. Appreciate all the committee members serving. Further reports and updates and/or new business before we move to executive session. Councilor Najin.
Just quickly on new business, I spoke to the chair of the Public Health Committee and requested that the Public Health Committee consider drafting some best practices around dealing with human biohazards that they could propose back to us, as well as possibly make some recommendations for a public health officer that possibly the administrator could decide to appoint. We've got some issues, I think, around syringes in particular and encampments, and having some best practices that the city recognizes that we can communicate to the public, as well as resources that we have in our community. For instance, one of the counselors had boxes of syringes that were picked up at one of the at a property that they were associated with, and Spurwink, for instance, takes those needles, right? But nobody at the Public Works desk knew that, and that would have been helpful. Anyway, I've asked them to do that work. I'm going to meet with them as well, and I would like to ask as consideration that they come before council in September. I think it's good to have our committees come before council. So,
thank you, Councilor Najin. Councilor Chittum, do you have something else?
It is 5 minutes of 1 o'clock in the morning. We have been here since 5 o'clock this afternoon. We have an executive session to continue. I would urge all of us to think of ways that we can make these meetings shorter, more efficient. I had proposed to each of us that we limit the number of, or require a modicum of counselors to put an item on the agenda. That was not favored by anyone, so that was not presented. However, there are other means that we could use. I'm told that our new city administrator informs me that the city of Saco has a council rule, I believe it's Saco, that says after 10 o'clock or 9:30 or sometime certain, no new agenda items may be introduced without a supermajority vote of the council. That may work, but it also seems to me that it would just push off items to the next meeting. We need to think of ways that we can get to the 60,000-foot level and do the council business instead of mucking about in the weeds. I've talked with the city clerk about offloading some of the routine license renewals, having public hearings. Those are established by city rule. Please, all of us, think about ways that we can be more productive with our time. We are not at our best at 1 o'clock in the morning. I certainly am not at my best at 1 o'clock in the morning, and I resent very much having to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, councilors. Listen, I want to do something fun. If there is a member of the public who is still watching, I want you to email me, and we'll think of some sort of recognition. Yeah, exactly. We're not sure what that will be, but yeah. Yeah. All right, anything further, councilors? Madam Clerk, please, yeah, we're heading into executive session.
Item number 29, executive session to discuss labor negotiations regarding the International Association of Firefighters, Local 785, the Maine Association of Police Patrol Unit, and the Lewiston Police Supervisory Command Unit. Requested action to enter into an executive session pursuant to Maine Revised Statutes Annotated Title I, Section 4056D, to discuss labor negotiations regarding the International Association of Firefighters, Local 785, the Maine Association of Police Patrol Unit, and the Lewiston Police Supervisory Command Unit.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Harriman.
Second.
Second by Councilor Najing. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 6.
No.
Ward 7. Yes. Ward 1.
Yes.
Ward 2.
Yes.
Ward 3.
Yes.
Ward 5.
No.
Ward, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 5 to 2.
Lewiston, we love you. Have a wonderful evening.